Hello. I'm going to do a pretty short, very chill stream today. Didn't get to stream on Friday because of life stuff. Streamed very long time yesterday. But I'm going to do a little chill stream with Florence here. I've been bringing her out a little bit, got her situated in the Last Hope Sanctuary, so she's no longer sleeping rough. She has a beautiful room there, quite lovely. Show it to you later. She has been very well taken care of by Elena and, to a lesser extent, Brock Silverman, the priest, who gave her just a ton of food. I had to put it in the truck. There's so much food. I could put it in. I have a little fridge, and Florence has a little fridge. I don't have a little fridge. I have a normal size fridge in my house. Florence has a little fridge in her room. She's a beautiful room. She doesn't have to sleep in a dorm. She has a private room in the Last Hope that they gave her because in deference to her age. And Brock was saying he was going to try to find her a house. Now, I don't know if Brock's around today. Brock was also being quite paternalistic and, basically trying to take over every aspect of her life. He said he was going to talk to doctors about her and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, you're not. And Elena kind of came down on him too. Yeah, it's a rare Sunday stream, but look, we're just doing this. We're just going to have some chill water. She needs to make some money. She did take all of her gold ingots that she had been saving up and just decided to sell them all. So she got some money last week, but she doesn't have a ton of money. So we're just going to get her some money. I don't know if Brock is actually going to come through with his extravagant promise of getting her an apartment, but we'll see. Brock works a lot. Brock works at a bunch of different food places. He's around all the time. He probably has some money. Hi, Haas. How you doing? Oh, we get a Florence hug. Yes, today I have to do some work. I can't really play all day because I've got to try once more to see if I can get music split on OBS because I have got the Footloose party coming up on Friday, and it's going to be Judy and Ricky's surprise wedding. So they are set to surprise their friends, anybody who comes to this party, with a surprise wedding. Friday I went out and I touched grass and I spent time with a friend, and we went and got some groceries and we got some Chinese takeout and we had Netflix, watched mindless Netflix television, watched Bridgerton. And, because that's what my friend wants to watch. And then eventually I got on, the game, but I didn't stream it because I just wasn't in the headspace. And yesterday I ran out of brain quite suddenly after about 11 and a half hours of streaming. I was like, oh, I can't. And I wasn't talking. Like, I wasn't talking to anybody in the stream. So I was just like, I know I'm tired. I can't really do this anymore. So I apologize to Moon and anybody else who was here that I was not communicative at all during the last part of that stream. Yeah, Florence, I want to bring out Florence every once in a while. Like, I don't want to completely abandon poor Florence. I abandoned her for several months. Well, there was so much Judy and Brenda's story. I could also do Harvey. Harvey's chill, but there's only about 15 people on the server, and I thought, well, you know what's a good opportunity to get Florence back into the river and get her some money. I know it's really boring to particularly to watch. Hi, Moon. It's boring to watch. Oh, you were here before. Like, I'm waking up. I've got my coffee. I got my coffee. I will wake up. Yeah, Florence deserves some love. Florence is a sweet little. She's got a few quirks. I'm trying to give her some quirks about attitude. She was a sweet little old lady. She was a loving wife and mother, and then she's got screwed over by her husband, who told her not to worry about the future, that everything would be fine, and then he dropped dead, and she found out that he had gambled away all their money. So her attitude shift is, kind of extreme. It is a chill morning stream. Yeah, that's what I said. I actually said it's chill Sunday stream in the stream title. Because I don't want to... Brenda's going to be doing stuff later. Brenda has a surgery at 3 o'clock Eastern that I felt really bad for not being able to do, but I was just like, I felt really trapped because I know this guy wanted to do RP Serious Consequence, and it was Kid so it's, really, really good role player. So I knew he wanted to be serious about RPing the consequences of what happened to him, which is great, and I love it. But unfortunately, the timing just sucked because I was being Judy, and I had Judy things to do, and I didn't want to. Florence walks really slow without her cane. She walks like the heavy walk anyway. She walks faster with her cane. She can do a little skip hop with her cane. But I just didn't want... I wanted to do justice to his desire to do medical roleplay. I didn't know it was Kid at the time. But I found out after, because he came in the stream. And I just wasn't in the headspace for doing it. So that was a problem. So that is always a bit of a bleh when you realize what you've got to offer isn't going to meet up to what the role player wants, and so he was very nicely offered to come to do it today. He doesn't have a ton of time to do it today, but he's going to come and do it today, and I will be there, and Nick will be there because Mr. Dunn will be done work by then. So the two of us will do his surgery and we'll do a better job. He's got a broken pelvis, so really he's going to need to recuperate for a long, long time. If it was just the compound fractures, he's got 2 in one leg and 1 in the other. 2 in the left, 1 in the right. If it was just the compound fractures, that would be fine. He's still going to need a wheelchair. Obviously, the player decided on this level of illness, decided on this level of damage from the accident that they had. Apparently we're doing petty crime. This is his crim character. First time he was playing him as well. And I don't know what crime it was, but the police were after him. And it was relatively petty, and he tried to give him a nice little chase. And then he made a miscalculation. Went somewhere his vehicle could not go, and he went plummeting, and he just decided he had to RP. Pretty serious injury from this fall, and so Brenda couldn't deal with all 3 of the things that there were 3 patients that the doctors got pinged about, but she can only deal with 1 of them. She's the only doctor on. She asked Sebastian if he was able to come on, and he wasn't, so, I just checked in case he was able to, it was in his plans to come in, and I asked him in city, I didn't ping him. Just in case it was in his plans to come on later. But I wasn't trying to convince him to come or anything. I was just saying, if you were able to come, that would be great. If you're not, I'll get Hector to do it. And then I realized, I can get, Kid, actually threw that out in OOC that he could have him go to the ICU, and he could tell I was like really upset because I want to give people who want to do serious medical role play what they want. You know, that's what we're here for. But sometimes you just cannot summon the brain space, right? So here we're gonna just do some chill, go panning. I don't know if she's going to see Brock and talk about this apartment. Her view of it is that Brock will have forgotten about it as soon as he left, after seeing her get set up in the sanctuary. So she is 100% not expecting Brock to follow up with this promise to get her an apartment. The Siri bot joke was very, very deadly. Okay, let's just go. The Siri bot joke was, how do locomotives know where they're going? Lots of training. That was out because she had to buy fuel. And she is going to write to... Now she has first-hand knowledge from her wallet about the incredible increase in prices. So she is mad as hell. And she doesn't want to take it anymore. The gas prices have gone up too much. I'm on a pension. I can't afford this. The poor Florence. So she got to meet Elena, which was very nice. She met Human first, the dog, in the Golden Pub, and then not too long after that, Elena showed up. I'm sure that was part of Nuke's plan to have Elena come out anyway, but Elena was a very new member of the Lost Hope staff. So that may have been the first person that Elena had situated in Last Hope, but she got it done. And the only thing that I don't understand is getting keys to the room did not get me keys to the gate. So she had to climb over the gate this morning. And she's a little bit concerned that she can't keep doing that, because she shouldn't be doing it anyway, because it's actually a pointed, like it has pointed a post at the top, and she shouldn't be climbing over it. But if she doesn't climb over it, she gets trapped in there for the day, and that's not really in the plan. But I don't seem to have a gate key, so I can't get out of the compound, so she's gonna have to try to call Elena and ask her. I don't know that Nuke is going to be around on Elena for a while, because she was at this event last night. There was a fundraiser event for the Animal Ark at the pier. There was a food truck festival. So Dory's went to the food truck festival. Good morning, Miss Stuffin. And Elena was there, and Elena's friend Jess is back. And that is Lunar. Lunar's speaking in, I believe, their normal voice now, which is very low. And then Lunar was also playing Juniper, whose voice is very high, but they're still able to do it, which is good. So Juniper still sounds like Juniper, possibly pitched slightly lower, but not really that bad. And then Jess has a very, very low voice. which is fine. That is perfect. And then there also plays Gia, who is Ricky and Judy's puppy. So I gave them a heads up about Friday so that they could be there. All three of their characters know Judy and Ricky, but one of them is their puppy. It's a member of the family, so it's it's their choice, but I think, you know, well, they'll figure out what character they want to come on. If they can come. Because that's, you know. The panning is going fine. We emptied our pockets quite a bit, so we have room for apparently 14 stones, which is a lot. You usually have whatever I have in my pockets, I can only have about 9 stones, so doing pretty well. We're just going to do some chill gold panning and old lady RP if we find anybody. It's quite light on the server today, so we're just going to have a chill day. She just had to gas up her truck, so she's going to write an irate letter to the Weasel News. I think you should do an article about the vast increase in gas prices in the state of San Andreas, because it is very upsetting, especially for those of us on a fixed income. Increasing prices is very difficult for those of us who have lost our savings because our husband bet it all on the horses. Oh, it's very expensive. Gas is very expensive. I forgot to see how much it was for her, but it was something like half a tank was over $20. So I think she probably paid $40 for her tank of gas, which is way up. It would have been like 15, 16 or 18 maybe. So yeah, it's gone up a lot. That's because they have privately owned gas stations now. They're not state-run anymore. And people will get their money one way or the other. This is a lot of food because Silverman gave her a lot of food. I haven't tried to use Coke Cut in a long time. I don't know why you keep thinking that I want to use Coke Cut. I know you don't have Coke Cut. Yeah, it is Mr. Florence. Are you Brock? He's just getting her an apartment. He doesn't have to get her a whole house. She thinks he's forgotten. I've been having fun with you on at least 2 of my characters. I don't know if Brenda's really run into you that much. Harvey doesn't particularly know Brock, but Judy knows Brock, and Judy and Brock get on fine. Harvey knows stuff about Brock, but doesn't know Brock. Harvey was told to bring back some of Brock's toes, which of course he didn't do. You've been helping Dev an upcoming server? Which one was that? Yes, Brock's toes. We're in danger. Well, I mean, it wasn't... I don't think it was said seriously, but Brock has pissed off Blackmire. So... Harvey doesn't know what it's about, right? But the Blackmire does... Blackmire has some issues with Brock. So... And Harvey is the Blackmire bunny, but obviously Harvey doesn't go around biting off people's toes. Ambition? Oh. Well, out of character, I know. Well, I mean, no, Harvey knows, but Harvey's a rabbit and he can't say anything to anybody, and lots of people tell him lots of things. Plus, he also overhears a lot of things because people aren't particularly guarded when it comes to talking around him because he can't tell anybody anything. Harvey, I don't know. Like I had never played an animal before, but I had a really strong idea about Harvey and what his values would be and what he would try to accomplish as a character. He's a puka, right? So he's part of puka. I mean, he's descended from puka. So he's a bit charmed and a little bit magical. So his understanding levels of people are way higher than the average rabbit. He is able to listen to people and understand them really well. That's his puka thing. He was a magician's rabbit, so he got really accustomed to other animals like dogs and cats and snakes and things because they were part of acts that the magician ran into going on the Vegas circuit. He does know everything about everyone. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. He actually doesn't know. It's very challenging when you're with people that don't introduce themselves. Like nobody ever says my name is so. That's why Judy's always introducing herself to the animals. Partly because that's just Judy and she just talks to them. Like she goes up to the cows she milks and introduces herself, and that's just Judy. But with the animals too, she makes sure she introduces herself and Ricky to the animals that come into the bar. Because I, as Harvey, know that people don't do that. And a lot of guys particularly look quite similar in the game because there's only so many faces, so many hairdos and so on. And I have a really hard time. Like when I first started hanging around Blackmire, and there's still people in Blackmire after all these months that I can't tell on sight. I have to wait till I hear them talk. But it's very, like Rex was the one who was saying really mean things to Harvey at the Animal Olympics. He was saying, if you don't win, you can't come home. You don't have you won't have a home. And that's a really mean thing to say to a sensitive bunny. And Bubbles basically said she would kick Rex out before Harvey would go homeless. Not that Harvey lives with Bubbles and Rex, but there's a lot of Harvey love among the Blackmire. Harvey has lots of friends. Harvey was friends with the Italians, so the war with the Italians in Blackmire really hurt his feeling. Like he really was upset. He had really, mixed feelings about that whole thing. Well, partly because he also his parents got horribly injured and he was at Fiacre with them, and that was the first time I really, really mashed that soundboard of the scream and pain sounds for Harvey. But, oh yeah, people say all kinds of things to Harvey. And some people will say, well, don't say that around the rabbit. And then other people will say, he's a rabbit. What's he going to do? Because he can't write. He can't speak. He can't reveal their plans, right? So Harvey knows a lot about a lot. And because he's a puka, he has that kind of understanding, but he can't do anything with it, which is kind of his problem. He can protect people up to a point. He has a certain amount of, and that's what he does. His little circles around people are little charms that he's doing, like little protective spells and things around people that he likes or people he feels are vulnerable. You can kind of tell in the game, who's upset, who's not upset, who needs a little bit of an extra something. Harvey will gravitate to the person who needs that extra thing, and that's how Harvey got his home. Yeah, well, Brock running his mouth off is why Blackmire's mad at him. Apparently he was telling people that they were hiring him as a hitman, or he was hiring them as a hitman, or I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But it was one of Brock's, bragging or Brock's overstating or something. Probably more overstating than anything. Because Blackmire gets very upset about that. They do not want to get the reputation of being, criminals, even though they do criminal things. They're a motorcycle club first and foremost, right? So then, yeah. Yeah, you should come in. Yeah, it's all like a game of telephone too. You gotta understand, because somebody will tell somebody and they'll slightly change, and then somebody will tell somebody else, and but by the end of it, it's kind of like they're probably fine. It was probably Rex just being a shit. Oh, Polito is the worst. Polito is very much like that. There's a lot of, everybody knows everybody's business, and there's a lot of people overstating things and getting very defensive, but I love what's happening with Polito too. Oh my god. Yeah, Harvey knows Cletus. Cletus, of course, has been very nice to Harvey. Everybody's very nice to Harvey. Harvey's had some problems with people, but very few. The old man, Jin, that used to hang around the noodle shop, Harvey went to the noodle shop with Tyrell once, and Jin started pulling out his knife and talking about cooking Harvey. Harvey does not like people who talk about cooking him. That's a problem. Hi, Darside. How you doing? I mean, that's a small dog carry, and it twists the rabbits like in the middle, and they just like their arms are just up in the air, their legs are stretched. Yeah, it's not good, but it's the best we have, other than putting people on, if you carry there on their shoulder. So that doesn't look that bad. But it's a carry, so if they don't let them down properly, I get stuck. Yeah, I try not to pick up animals unless they ask to be picked up, in which case I will do that as Judy or Brenda. Brenda has colleagues who are animals. So she tries to treat them more professionally and doesn't pick them up, but she does pet them because, that would be rude. Didn't. Yeah, Harvey fits on shoulders pretty well, and looks pretty good on the shoulders. That's a pretty good thing for Harvey. How you doing, Witch? I hate having to make somebody else go to the city council meeting, but I did want to play Judy. Because I had 3 events. I thought I had 3 events. I ended up having one event that required our presence, and then another event that we just catered. And I wanted to go to that too, but I just not at the place where I could get my brain space around that. We did talk about sending Judy to the PYT thing. We dropped by the Cluck and Bell thing, but we didn't really have stuff to do. Oh yeah, I'm Judy. Yeah, I'm Judy. Judy's probably the person who knows Brock the best from all of my characters. Brock was just going around giving out ice cream and being our sweetheart last night. That crossword, I think it's Baywatch, and the reason I didn't say it is because it didn't come out till like 1999. It's an out-of-era reference. Yeah, those are the 4 characters. On this server, I also am doing a Red Dead server. Yeah, it definitely is Baywatch, but it just... I didn't want to say it because it's actually out of era. Like it's a little too out there. Just because it's 90s doesn't mean it makes sense. It's almost 2000s. It's much more of a 2000 show, I think. There was another one in there that only started in 95, but that's okay. As long as it started in 95, it's good. But I knew it was Baywatch, and I just didn't want to say the word on the stream. She's a bit of a time traveler. I'm glad that she's doing the crosswords. Like, we literally got to do crossword RP in the bar. I don't know what the plans are. The end game of this server of Freestyle is the Y2K. We now know that from Whale's announcement, so. What people want will determine what they want to do. They could create basically a new server with that team, and people will choose to be in it or not. And I feel like I've been around this long enough now. I'm starting to feel like a bit of a veteran, even though I've only been doing this for a couple of years. But everybody always complains about servers, this and that and the other thing. And the other thing is people are always announcing the demise of a server prematurely, I would say. I'm hearing that about Freestyle, I'm hearing it about Odyssey, I'm hearing it about a bunch of other servers, and it's just like, as long as people are going and enjoying themselves, you know, and they pick and choose what they want, then yeah, there's no server that's going to do everything right for everybody all the time. And you just, and then there's some of the same people doing tickets all the time. I've only ever done 1 or 2 tickets, and that's because they're all dying. Yes. Dead, dead, dead. I knew. It just sit back and play your game. Like, just play your game. Don't get yourself involved in other people's problems and stories and things. Like, that's what I do. I just, you know, and I know some people just have a lot of more information than I do. And even when I have the information, if somebody has a problem with the server management or whatever, it's not my problem. It's their problem. Let them deal with it. And if they don't like it, they can decide to take their RP elsewhere. I don't have to internalize everything, except there are situations where you hear about something that is incredibly unfair, that involves somebody that you really trust, or yourself, or your friend, you know, in which case you make a decision. And I do not flounce. I will not flounce out of a server. I will never flounce. I do not have a flouncing gene. I am not going to write a nasty little note about how I hated something and then go. I just go. I left Ignite. I had a personal issue, and I did not like something, and I just left. You know, I left in a Red Dead server. We had a personal situation. We just talked about it, and we decided to leave. Well, except there's things like I was asked to do a ticket for hospital stuff that wasn't getting done, so I did that, and hospital stuff is getting done. OOC stuff, yeah, you have to do tickets for that. There is no way you can kind of deal with somebody who decides to take something OOC. It's a bad problem that people get that bleed and they can't deal with things. You lose good RPers that way. I'm not going to start getting on my high horse about this generation's got a lot of, you know, people in it that you know, it's not that at all. Every generation's got that. They've got people that feel entitled to have things their own way because they've got kind of main character syndrome. You know, we did have a lot more deal with it yourself, bootstraps kind of thing. Yeah, I did go Max Florence. Oh, no. But in a way, a lot of what we were told to deal with ourselves should have been helped by other people. Like, there's lots, you know, there's plenty of things that people should not have to bootstrap, you know, on, you know. There's a lot of incredible role players on. Every time I go out to an event or something, like just the moments, like that scene with Don Colombo was hanging around the Doherty's van, and Rose was playing Stevie Nicks, and he just started doing this dance and going on about how much he loves Stevie Nicks, and it was so funny and so good, and it was just, I had so much fun in that scene. Oh yeah, except that character is so annoying. Dr. Morgan is a darling, and you cannot tell me otherwise. Every scene like that, you get this little gift, you know, you get that little few moments, and it's hard to sometimes stop and recognize, this is fantastic, this is a great little scene, I'm having so much fun. There's so many of those that I kind of forget to, I do forget to do the kudos, I forget to do the, you know, I just, by the time I get done with that, it's time to go to bed. Oh, and I'm owed an Officer Kimball scene. Kimball's basically wrote a note to Brenda that's basically, here's an invitation to a lovely little scene with me, come and do it, you know. And I want to, but I just have not been able to run into him. I had to write it. Brenda had to write a note back. She didn't want to. She wanted 25 with him. I wanted to have that RP because I love Kimball. And he basically wrote Brenda a long note about how upset he was with something she said to him. And I want that RP. I really want it bad, but I just haven't had a chance to do that. I have extra slots. I have two more slots. I have an extra slot, and I was thinking about another animal, but then I thought to myself, A, there's lots of people who want animals, and I already have one. So I don't necessarily want to do another animal because I want other people to get a chance to have fun doing an animal. And I also feel a little stretched with the 4, like poor Florence got shelved for a long time. Well, and of course, Trekkie just got another animal, and it's a lore. It's part of one of her characters' lore. She did a character called Todd Emphies, who hermit, with a situation unresolved with his dog. His dog was a Labrador named Goose, and they got separated during the monsoon. Todd Hermit, that was an autopsy that Brenda was on, one of, I think, Brenda's first real autopsy. And then he had been putting up posters to try to find Goose since after the monsoon. He had been putting up all these posters all over town looking for Goose. And now a rescue's been approved to be Goose. So that's such a rich story. There's only going to be very few people who remember the Goose posters. I saw the Goose posters on Brenda and Judy. So it depends on whether Brenda and Judy will remember that they saw the Goose posters. Florence never... Oh, Florence might have seen them too, actually, come to think of it. He had been putting them up all over town. So... But Brenda, I don't know if Brenda's going to remember the Goose posters and the fact that Todd was gone. Because Brenda has those two pieces of the puzzle, I believe. And might be one of the few people who does, because not very many people knew Todd, and not very many people knew that Todd died. So Brenda might be, like, the only person who could put those pieces together, except, I mean, other people might... Goose might still have a collar on that says Todd on. So other people could potentially look him up. Like, we don't really use the MDT enough for things like that, probably. But Brenda does. Brenda spends a fair bit of time researching people on the MDT and figuring out. Oh my God, I feel incredibly privileged to be able to RP with Rusty or Trekkie or Stevie or Art. I watch them as on their character on NoPixel, their wheelchair using character, but was incredible. One of the things I think I noticed the first time was their little map that they had done, of Lucky had done, of the accessible buildings and places in Los Santos, or in San Andreas actually, which Trekkie had drawn, and it was an amazing little piece of work. I'd never seen anything like that. And this is just as a viewer, looking at that and being blown away by that whole thing. It was so cute. And they did it in a very not polished way. They did it as like hand drawn with ink and hand lettered, and the little maps and there was like a page for each like in part of town. It was so amazing. And as somebody who really appreciates that, like a desktop publisher and somebody who's been involved in publications and things for a long, long time, I took a look at that and thought, wow, that is amazing. I love that. It was so in character. It was so, everything about it was just perfect. And even the little rough parts and the little mistakes and things, it was so human and so real, and I just loved it. So subsequently, I've done publications in game. I was absolutely thrilled to get an actual publication, like a book tourney thing in the game in NoPixel Public, with the EMS newsletter that I did for months. Hi, Sam. I do want to do a Sam's newsletter, and I started to do a Sam's newsletter, but there's just so much stuff going on. Hi, Ursima, how are you doing? Lucky and Beans and Dottie. I know. Just Beans and the voice and the immediate. Well, both Dottie and Beans have such distinctive voices, and Lucky did too. Lucky's was more beansy, I guess, if you excuse the term. But they're so distinct. And Puddles. Like, Puddles is a real personality too. Puddles is a real personality and it's all the same role player, and you think, okay, that's what I aspired to. That was my part of my saying, that was a challenge for me when I decided, okay, I want to play this rabbit because I got this idea for Harvey. And I said, that's my bar. That's my bar. I have to be way up there with Harvey. And Harvey was incredibly lucky right from the get-go. He found his people his first night out, like the first time. Oh, it's going really well. I am so chilling right now. We're just chatting and gold panning here. My old lady's gold panning. I don't get her out very much. Decided to show her some love. Didn't play her last Sunday, but the Sunday before, a couple Sundays before, got her dragged out. I've been having so much fun on Badger Hollow too. There's something about that time period and that game that's so, well, for one thing, the game is just beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Like, I still like and celebrate the views in this game. Like, let's just have a look, Let's just look at that for a minute. That's lovely, It's very lovely. But the views in Red Dead are so majestic and so lovely. Who's playing who's the cop dog that's incompetent? It is. I just love the pace of it. It's luxurious to be able to take that kind of time. I can with this character. I can with, Hervey actually is one of the busier of my characters, and I'm always trying to find him RP. So I do fast travel a little bit with him. Not very much, but I do. If Blackmire's not there, there's nobody in Polito, I can't find any RP in Polito, I will fast travel him to some place that I think has got something going on. And I've been pretty lucky. I think there's only 1 or 2 times where I didn't find people. And then you just say, okay, it's probably not Harvey's day. Yeah, and I do early morning Harvey sometimes there. And you just have really interesting, different characters. Oh, is that Envision? Okay, it comes out with stuff on nose, car is clear, wipes nose. Yeah. You can have a lot of fun with the animals if you get an idea for them. And Harvey was such a distinct idea, and I wasn't even going to do an animal pet application, but I just came up with this idea for him based on the 1950 movie and previous play called Harvey. And it is in Harvey, the movie, he was a 6'3" white invisible rabbit who was a puka, who only certain people could see. For most of the movie, it's just one person who can see him, Elwood P. Dowd, which everybody wants to have, committed to an asylum because of this fixation he has with this invisible rabbit that they can't see. And then little things start happening through the movie where people start getting Harvey hints that Harvey is actually real, including a hat with the holes in it. And I wanted Harvey to have a hat. I thought he was going to have a top hat because he was a rabbit's, a magician's rabbit. But when I got the cowboy hat for him, it actually looks a little bit like the hat in Harvey. No word of a lie. And my role play is, this is all, the computer part of it's all pretty new, but I used to be in theater groups, and I used to do improv, and I used to do strut my stuff on the stage kind of thing. And a lot of backstage stuff too. I used to do a lot of set painting and so on. Have you? The animals really, to me, I know some people complain about the animals because they don't think it's realistic that people spend time, talking to the animals. And yeah, theater kids. There's a lot of theater kids here, I'm sure. I'm sure. If you did a poll of how many people that were theater kids, you would probably get a very high number. Yeah, and I also was involved in writing in publications and stuff too. One of the first things I did on Badger Hollow was do that little book, because that came out of some RP. Yes, exactly. There's where you end up if you have a computer and you were a theater kid. This is where you end up in role play. Wait a minute. I'm doing fine. Yeah, you find your people. And in my case, it's hilarious. Well, I think it's just amazing because the fact that I even found out about this world is just a fluke. It was when I watched The Guild. Yeah, everybody talks to animals, and animals do steal the scene. When animals show up in a group of people, they're going to take center stage. But a lot of people, they fancy their character to be center of attention, and they don't want the animals taking that away. But to me, it's really natural role play. The fact that the animal NPCs that you have as pets it's nice to have them, but they're pretty useless in a lot of ways. Like, they will follow you, maybe. Oh, you found Amy? Yeah. I've RP'd with her on a couple of servers, so she's great. I love her stuff. I love how inventive she is with her characters. There was a scene in the Badger Hollow scene where Alice and Jack were getting married, and Peggy's character showed up to the wedding with the Baroness. And the Baroness, you know, we have these things where you just accidentally start strangling somebody or whatever because of, you know, misclicking and stuff. And the Baroness, played by Big Bad Mama, started choking Alice, the bride, and so they had, and Alice kind of thumps her because that's what you do as a reaction to being choked, and she like kind of laughs it off and saying, "Well, that's how we, you know, say congratulations in Bavaria," or something, which I was already laughing at, and then Peggy's character started like looking on the ground and saying, "Oh, you've lost your wooden teeth." It was so funny. I'm sure we were all like just cracking up inside, but it was such a funny little moment about losing your wooden teeth at the wedding. Yeah, I really love her stuff. She does really great little situational stuff. Tenny is great. Tenny's and his awkwardness. Yeah, there's some really good stuff. Peggy came into Doherty's and ordered one of everything on the menu, which caused poor Mr. Dunn to create a little calculator so that he could actually easily do one of everything and total it up. Because after that, it was like, yeah, we need a calculator. He actually got the idea because we went to, I think it was Cluckenbell, and they mentioned a calculator, and the light went on, and he went, yeah, that's what we get out. So he made that calculator. And I drag Mr. Dunn around to servers now after finding him on NoPixel Public. It was actually a year ago, yesterday or the day before, that our two characters on NoPixel Public got engaged. And it's funny because I've oh, I'm getting another Florence hug. Oh, thank you. You're gonna hop out for no particular reason? Yes, I think I know that reason. Oh, we're gonna stretch. We're gonna hydrate. Luke is taking care of me again. Aww. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. I don't know how my late husband would have dealt with this. Actually, he might be. He might have been into it, or probably not. Oh, because he was an artist, so he spent most of his free time, most of his time, not even free time, painting. Pouty Brucey. Old man named Rusty. Which was it? Which NoPixel? 3.0 green, purple, 4.0 green, blue. I was EMS. We were EMS, so we were on all the NoPixels. I started out on purple. Rusty sounds vaguely familiar, but we didn't actually have a wedding on NoPixel. We meant to, and then it just kind of wrapped. 3.0 wrapped. 3.0 at the time. It was NoPixel was green, most like, well, it was orange, then it was purple and green, and then purple clothes. So yeah, I know. I saw that. I saw the picture. Poor Brucey. Started in pixel, and then you moved to in purple, then moved to blue. Yeah, I didn't spend a lot of time in blue before we hit the wall on public servers, so I was on purple. I did most of the EMS training on purple, and then when it closed, I was on green for the whole rest of 3.0. and then we started on green in 4.0 because that's where it started, and then blue opened up. So as EMS/doctors, we had to be on both servers, so we had to have that character. And technically speaking, we still have those characters. We just haven't played there. We quit being doctors, and then we just really didn't have anything to do. I wasn't having... Oh, you were? Oh, okay. We hit the wall on medical RP on NoPixel. They never finished the hospital. They didn't seem to care about medical. They decided they wanted staff to run doctors, so we just said, you know what? We're just going to move our medical RP over to Freestyle because we're already on here having fun. I've heard very bad things about Prodigy. But again, like every server, you pick and choose what is important to you and what you like to do. I'm not going to be playing on public servers if I can help it. Not because I don't feel like it's important to do your part on a public server, but just because I had enough of dealing with the Dannies and the Wizards, and just thus problem with public servers is also one of the good things about it is that they do get people to the part where they're better role players. They start there. I started there. Mr. Dunn started there. A lot of people start there. A lot of people start in NoPixel Public because it was the mechanic that people were familiar with and comfortable with because they watched NoPixel whitelist servers on streams, and they got to see the mechanic in action, the different mechanics for different things. Then they go to that public server, try it out, and they're already a bit familiar with how things work. So that's pretty common, I think. That was exactly what it was for me. Well, every major server seems to be moving in that direction if they're looking for the bucks, I guess. Hi, Hayes. How you doing? Oh, a Brenda hug. Well, actually, I don't know if people know this, but my real name is Brenda, so that is an appropriate hug. Because this is actually Florence, my old lady, my 80-year-old lady. Or don't drag out very much. So it's server-wise, like, this is all new frickin' world to me. Well, all my Brenda characters are of the age I was in that era. So my Brenda in Ignite was 25. My Brenda in Freestyle is 35, because I was born in 1960. And, well, it depends on how avaricious, I guess, they are. I mean, servers cost money to make, and if you want to get better and you want to, pay your dev team and you want to, expand and become a business and be making money off it, then you need to attract big streamers and get lots of people in and money in. Yeah, exactly. So it's when I first heard there was a 1985 retro server, I was like, okay, my brain now hurts and I have to join the server. And that was my first allow listed server. And I eventually dragged Mr. Dunn with me, but only after months and months of being on it, doing EMS, meeting some incredible role players, some of which are here on Freestyle. My Mr. Dunn played my first, we did my first relationship RP with Mr. Dunn on NoPixel Public, and then on Ignite I did relationship RP with Rana Vaquero, which I was not expecting to do. Oh my God, you're not talking about nuclear dog farts in my chat. I can almost smell it thinking about it. Please don't have dog farts. We were just dying with the dog farts in the ER the other day. It was so funny. Too many dog farts. Stop giving that dog cheese, please. But they wouldn't. Immersive dog experience, yeah. I have a cat. It's my avatar cat. Aoife. She is a 11-year-old calico. She has second stage kidney disease, so she's not going to be with me too much longer, but we're just trying to be as comfy as we can. She was my late husband's cat. She had nothing to do with me. And then he died, and she was pissed at me for months, and now she has become my cat. So that, it was a process. It was a process for her to become my cat, but now she is my cat. And she's very sweet, and also a bit batshit, because that's what calicos are like. Oh. 16's pretty old. What kind of dog? Or is that a cat? Cats don't tend to be farty, I guess. Okay, that's a reverse. There's a reverse story for you. Human gaseous dog. I've had fun with Buck and Judy. Harvey's met Buck. Don't know. I think Brenda met Buck. Did Brenda meet Buck? I don't know. Florence hasn't met that many people. Florence had to get one of those newfangled cellular telephones that she didn't really trust because she had to talk to a D8 agent, and now she's got this telephone and she doesn't use it. Your dog's name is Harvey? Harvey's a great name for a pet. When Harvey was Harvey Puka, he has a trading card. I don't know if you've seen it. And then Harvey got adopted by Daisy Miller, and then he became Harvey Miller, which is such a death of a salesman kind of middle-aged American male name. It's such a hilarious name for him. And then she wrote Harvey Miller on the tag instead of just Harvey. And the tag on the collar adds the last name anyway, so he's Harvey Miller. I think you got a space there in the Discord. It should just be... There you go. So he's Harvey Miller is his official name. And because the collars have been broken, he hasn't had it updated to his new name, which is Harvey Church, which is still kind of a middle-aged guy name. Harvey is just a middle-aged guy name anyway. But one of the characters met him and saw his collar and was talking about him being a middle-aged guy, which was so perfect. I thought it was hilarious. And it says property of on the collar, and I think it says that for everybody, but she went on a rant about him being her, property, and how do you feel about that, Harvey? And it was just a really great little scene. Again, I keep forgetting to do kudos and things. And of course, a lot of the time I can't really until I stop and, I can't do it in game because people don't tell Harvey their name. And I have to figure out who it is, but it was a long time player on a brand new character. I mean, it may have been her first day playing that character after having a character that permed and was much loved and, Oh, and kittens just have those little claws that do not stop, like claws that just won't quit. And you can't really clip them. They're so teeny tiny. You can't see the quicks, and it's all, yeah. I got my cat as a kitten. This was the first time we had got a kitten. We usually adopted, older cats. And then we had a friend have this kitten dropped at their place, and we had just had to euthanize our old cat. Who was 16 or 18. We don't know for sure, but she was mature. And, she's a polydactyl. Ooh. I know the Hemingway cat, some people call them. That's a lot of toes. Does she cope well with the toes, or do you think you might have to take some of them off? Because sometimes you have to take some of the extra toes off for health reasons or walking reasons, but apparently she's 8 months old and she's zooming around. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, you only take them off if you have to, if they're causing problems with, you know. They should provide extra stability, I would think. But, you know, you can judge that as she gets older. If she needs. She's not a calico, is she? You put the spoiled pup in my bathroom? I must go look at spoiled pup. Hang on. Here we go. Where is spoiled pup? He's so beautiful. Look at him. Is that your foot? Look at him. She's black? Oh. Yeah, Aoife's my emote friend. My friend who does my emotes and refuses to be paid for them is Marvelous Blue Skies. And I gave them access to a whole folder of Aoife pictures. And they, if you blew that up, I mean, I could do that right now. Hang on. Oh wait, wrong one. Hang on. They move. Why did they move? I just want to show you this. They actually, those are accurate toe beans on that emo. She has a black pad and pink toe beans on that paw. She has that little mark on her nose. She has that little mark on her arm. She has that half head calico thing where half of her head is black and half of it is brown, orange, and it just delights me that Blue put that much effort into making her little emotes. And even if she goes, you know, because of the kidney disease a little bit earlier than she should, she will live on in little emotes. They're so cute. Doggy YouTube? His TV. Okay. Not spoiled at all. Yeah, we wouldn't have got a kitten if it wasn't a situation where we got personally chosen to be her new parents. We got personally chosen to be our previous cat's new parents too. Actually, we had 3 cats during my married life because they all lived to be pretty good ages, and we were chosen by other people to be all 3 cats' parents. So gold panning can be lucrative. It's a certain amount of work. Lucrative not in that hours per dollar kind of way, but because Florence is 80 and there's only so much she can do, I have to pick and choose her jobs. She did try mining, but it was too hard on her bursitis, and she couldn't, and her hips and knees hurt. So this is actually difficult for her. She can only do gold panning on good days, so because she has to lean down like that, squat down. But otherwise, it's not that bad for her. She also did hot dogs. She did quite a lot of hot dogs. I eventually got good at doing the hot dog skill check. I'm an old lady. It takes me a while to figure stuff out. And the hot dog skill check was a little challenging for me. Also, You know the games, the farming stuff, where you have to throw yourself on a pig, and then, because there's two different things you have to do. You have to do the action to throw yourself on the pig, and then you immediately have to move your hand to 1, 2, 3, 4 so that you can do a number skill check. And I could not do that for the longest time. And I then managed to figure out how to do it. But it took me a lot of tries. I started on the chickens first. The chickens I didn't like. The pigs somehow are bigger targets, so you can direct yourself at a pig easier. And now I can do the two things necessary to do that. Yeah, and Florence can't do it all day. She can only do a little bit of gold panning. Like this morning, I get her to a certain number of stones, and then she goes and washes the stones, and then she goes and sells the stuff. Or keeps it. Like I had her build up the... she actually had RP with a blackmire who told her that he would buy the gold ingots and the sulfur for good money. And then he disappeared. That guy's no longer on the server. So she tried to kind of follow up with that RP, but nobody was doing it. So she did find out what the sulfur was for, I think. She did find out. Judy also found out what the sulfur was for, because Judy has quite a lot of that sulfur. But I don't think anyone much is really buying the sulfur, because it's pretty easy come by. Okay, how much do we have? We have 144 stones. That's 44 more stones than she normally does. Let's get her to 50 stones. And then 150 stones. And then we'll just do some chill stone washing RP. It's still nighttime. Yeah, it's for incendiary devices. Judy knew that more from just knowing things. Florence wasn't sure, but now she has found out. Florence found out about gold panning in character from Amber. Amber now works for Judy at Doherty's. The world kind of goes around a little bit. It's quite a small community, so you do get that overlap. Judy and Ricky are having an event on Friday, and I want everybody to come. It's a Footloose. It was a teaser. They had a teaser poster, but now they've come out with the actual poster. They were waiting till after the Bahama Mamas launch before they put the actual poster up. So they put the actual poster up now. So everybody is to know at the Footloose party. They can come as their favorite character from the movie, and then they are going to have, if we can work it out, a mass Footloose dance in the parking lot, and another little special event, and a trivia game. My rule of thumb for events on the servers is one kind of big event, one kind of passive event, like the thing I did for the Halloween party was I had that game where you had to pick the baby pictures and assign them whether they were celebrities or serial killers. So that was just a fun little thing, and we kept that up in the pub for the whole month because people were enjoying coming into the pub and looking at the poster and with their friends and trying to figure that out. So it was a good talking point. Because that's my little rule of thumb: don't over plan. A lot of people will also add in a raffle if it's fundraiser, so that's fine. That's more passive. I usually assign one person to do that, but we have a problem in that it's only been Judy and Ricky, so I have to really scale down things and make it manageable because we also have to run the pub and serve people. So we have a certain amount of limitation in that we've only ever had. We might have another employee come last night at the Animal Art fundraiser at the pier. One of their old employees showed up, and yeah, but then you have to have staff. Like, you need staff to run the jukebox, you need staff to do the sales and things. So it's not
it's not that easy to just grab people for help. You have to have staff. And we do have, those of you who are longer viewers of the channel will know Tishiki, who was one of Doug and Cozy's kids on No Pixel Public, who plays Frank. Frank was employed by Doherty's, then Frank did not show up for a long, long time. And now Frank is back. Frank came back last night and said he was going to be around. So he got his job back. He's got his apartment keys back because he lives in Judy and Ricky's garage basement with Bernie, who got hired and hasn't been around either. But Judy really wanted to hire Bernie, so Judy's always wanted to hire Bernie, but he was always working somewhere else, and now Bernie works for Judy. Because I just love the RP with him. He's great. He's so much fun. So Tishiki's back as Frank. So Frank's been hired. Bernie's been hired. Amber still works there. They are hoping to hire Dottie. They just hired Juniper, who may or may not end up working there, but they don't really care either. Juniper now has keys to Doherty's and can work there if they want. So that's starting to be a little bit of a... And there's another employee named Ophelia who hired and immediately disappeared, but Ophelia's supposed to be coming back too. And all the places need people. I like the idea of playing, hiring people that I have RP'd with and have... Because the people that just kind of walk in and want a job inevitably just leave. And like Amber left for a while, but Amber actually told us they needed some time off. So that's fine. Like, I don't mind if they tell us, but if they just disappear, then it's kind of awkward. Everybody needs people. We've got a bunch of new people on the server who are looking for jobs, and they will, do the job for a little bit and then leave. But I don't mind that. It's kind of what those jobs are for, in a way, is to give people a chance to ease into the server, have a little job to do, and then go on their way. Now, one of the characters was a thief and stole food and caused a problem, but since they've been gone, we haven't had any problems, so they left too. They didn't get fired. They got warned. They got warned that they were being watched, and they got warned that... Judy is a big one on giving people chances, but it has bit her in the ass, so she's a little more wary now in character. I've also just given, if people walk through the door and want a job, Judy will hire them. And of course, we don't care if they've got felonies or whatever. They just can't be in gangs. If they're affiliated, they have to not fly colors, and they have to behave, and they have to understand that it's a neutral place. I had a monarch. Judy had a monarch working for her for a while. Because he was mature and responsible. And he was, like, the monarchs individually were all quite lovely, but as a group, when they got together, they had, like, this, pack mentality. So a lot of the time I have done hired a lot of people as their first job in the city. But I get a little frustrated with the people who just won't give us the RP of them quitting, I'd like to have that RP. I'd like to have I don't want the fade away. Or, people just deciding to help themselves to the food and stuff because, they can't really help themselves to much else. I did have somebody steal 100 sprays. Or 50 sprays. They stole 50 sprays. So I don't put the sprays in the shared storage anymore, because I can't, because they ruined that trust. Sprays cost $50 each, and they stole 50 of them. They stole $2,500. And I couldn't prove it was them. And it was instant. Like, it was like the day or so after she put the sprays in there, they were gone. So you can't, your characters have to react to those things. You can't just say, oh, that's just somebody, who took the sprays. That's fine. It's not fine to steal from your employer. Where are we? 159. Oh, God. Okay, we'll just settle on 159. Okay, now let's not... We have fallen into this river before. It is tricky. Do not fall in the river. Do not fall in the river. Yay! Not today, evil river. Not today. I would say 3 times she's had to call for tows because she's fallen in the river. It was 1 time there and 2 times in other places. Once right up here. There's another gold pan spot right here. That's the first time she's had. She was in her orbita at that point, though it didn't really have any guts. This is very for a vehicle with off-road tires. This is very slippy as well. So yeah, there's been... Judy has gone through quite a learning curve as manager slash owner, now co-owner of Doherty's, in terms of hiring people on the server. This person that did the stealing and so on, when he got hired, she gave him a massive lecture about showing up, not just getting hired and not showing up. And he promised he would never do that, and then he did that, and then he stole. So she's really grumpy about that, and gave him every chance to be better, and he wasn't. And she was going to fire him, but then he quit. So yeah, mechanics in the city, of course, are very different than mechanics outside the city. And we have one of my favorite people to RP with is Scruffy from Ignite, who is in real life a car mechanic. And he will also play like car mechanic simulator game, and it's fascinating to hear him talk about, oh yeah, this I can get stuck down here too. I have to be careful. Have to be careful. I'm not. This is very, very actually, I think there's a better way to do this. I have to get close enough that Florence can get to the vehicle, but I have to back out, because if I don't back out, I will get stuck. If I try to turn around, I will definitely die. So it's just a question of, oh dear, okay. Oh. See, this is stupidly slippery. Like, it shouldn't be this slippery. But I have a feeling this is going to go very badly. Okay, we're good, we're good. We're good. Alright, that's pointed away, but that's okay. We will... She just is really that slow. Yeah, she is. Okay. We're good. We're good. I think 14 was what I could carry. Was it? Yeah, 14. And I could put some of this stuff in here. She has so much food from so much food. She's actually already put in the glove box some of her food that she has, because she has... Oh, I should probably give her something to eat and drink, because that would be good. Brock gave her so much food. Oh, is that Ethan guy? Was he working for... Well, yeah, you gave Florence the Doherty box full of food that Judy gave you the box for. So I was kind of laughing when I got it. when Florence ended up with the Doherty box full of pizza. Yeah, there's a lot of pizza in that box. Florence has food for days. She is fine. The guy that I fired, yeah, he would go on duty and then go in his head, and he would also sleep there. He would just like stay there and not work. So it was a bit of a problem. He was problematic from the get-go, so. And I know on Brenda about his character, but Judy didn't know about his character, so yeah. Judy didn't have the knowledge that Brenda did. Brenda knows quite a bit about certain people from medical stuff, and just because the MDT, you can see how many charges people have, and you know, it's yeah. But Judy doesn't have that meta, so she doesn't. She takes people as face value, and he really gave a good pitch for getting that job, and was very nice about it. And Judy gives people chances, but then I get a little bit upset with people who, like, I believe it was him who decided to do some scenes that indicated he had cut the stove wire, and also that there was beer spilled on the ground. That RP went nowhere, and it wasn't. Yeah, Eli has already come to Judy's attention. Eli was reading the newspaper in Judy's bar and complaining about how he had to do court order get a job as per court order, but he didn't want a job. He just wanted to smoke meth and steal things. And Judy's like, "Whoop, can't hire him." And then Isaac came to Judy at the event and told her that she should not hire him. And she's like, "He's already on my radar." Now he's playing a really difficult character. And Judy put some effort into trying to help him by talking to him about possible jobs and things. But he was basically, and then when he was just turning everything down, she said to him, you can't expect help from people if you don't give them something. Like you can't just ask them for help and then turn down everything they offer you. And I know people in real life like that, so I know how frustrating it is dealing with them. You just basically, people will stop helping you because it's pointless. And she also said, Juniper was saying something about how, therapy, like this guy's supposed to get therapy. And Judy said, and Brenda doesn't know this, and Polly doesn't know this, presumably, because he's asked for therapy. He's made a medical appointment for therapy. But Judy knows he has no interest in quitting. No, it's meth. Infested heroin is meth. Judy knows he has no interest in stopping using meth. So it's pointless to do therapy with him. Like, he's got to be at that point where he wants to do it. It's waste the therapist's time. And Judy said to Juniper quite firmly, she's a recovered addict. She knows this guy is just going to waste the therapist's time because he is not ready to quit. And she knows all about it. As a recovered alcoholic and drug user, that he is not, like, this is just going to waste the therapist's time, and it's not fair to them to force him into therapy he's not interested in doing. Judy has some very strong feelings about this because she has been in those shoes, and she knows that it's not going to work. He has no interest in, and that's a perfectly valid place for his character to be, but you basically just wear out the helpers if you keep asking for help and you don't want it. he basically just confessed to Judy right off the mark that he is not interested in quitting smoking meth. That's all. She said, "What are you interested in doing?" And he said, "Smoking meth." And he's not interested in stopping that. Right? He's been ordered to do this, which is all very well and good. That's what courts do. But they also, I'd have to understand that that's a waste of resources if this person isn't interested in doing meth. Interested in stopping their bad behaviors, and they're only doing it because they're being forced to do it. It's not going to work. And frankly, it's kind of abusive of the courts to expect therapists to bend over backwards to help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. So that's, they don't see it as abusive. They see it as a necessary step, but it's also useless. So it's like, once somebody serves their term, they're going to go back to doing crime because that's what they are, and they have no interest in stopping. And basically forcing somebody to go to therapy to stop being an addict is doomed to failure too if they're not interested in stopping. So, and Juniper was being very kind of like, oh, well, maybe he'll get something out of therapy. Possibly, but he really doesn't want to, so it's not going to be fair to it's not going to be fair to Polly. And I don't even know how much Polly even wants to do therapy. Okay, can I do another stone? Maybe I'll just go up here. She has little bursts of energy where she can do this, but it would be better if it was facing the other way, but it's also harder. Oh wait, we don't want to. Oh, no. Concentrate, Florence, concentrate. Sometimes 14 is going to be too much because the stuff she gets out of the stones is going to be too heavy. I have to run a little bit because otherwise you're literally going to be here all day. Well, this is it. Like, I don't know. This is Polly. Which is it is Polly. Yeah, and Polly's got a very specific character, and she's got a very specific approach to mental health care that she's talked to Brenda about. And so Brenda knows what Polly's, kind of approach is. Polly is not a mollycoddler of people. Polly was a military psychiatrist, and is not of that ilk that she's very cut and dried. She's very honest with people. She's very direct with her patients. She doesn't if somebody wants a lot of long-term hand-holding, Polly is not the person who's going to do it. So there might be other people down the line. I mean, there were some people who were interested in doing therapy, and we've had to kind of turn them down because there was no therapy department running. Now, if people are interested in therapy, we do have to do a therapy job ad, and we do have to do a therapy TV ad. So Brenda wants to meet with Polly and talk about all of that. The other thing that's potentially on the table, there's another thing that's potentially on the table that Brenda wants to talk to Polly about for psych. So, and also there's a huge amount of money that's about to go out of the Sam's account to pay bonuses because they've never done that. And we've just recently found out that we are getting paid the least of any faction, and we are really getting screwed. So everybody's found that out, and now, and it's not that we expect to be paid as much as, Brenda's the director of medicine, is not expecting to be paid as much as the chief of police because their lives are on the line every time they step out the door, and Brenda's is not. However, Brenda does feel that she's of more value to the city than a cadet in the troopers, which she is paid less than. So there is a bit of a bad feeling right now, medical, that they are not appreciated. It's not reflected. Their appreciation is not reflected in their salary. So So Brenda's been trying to get a meeting with the mayor. The mayor's now quit. So that uses that whole line of RP and about fixing this problem is gone. So now I have to do it a different way. So well, Brock has another problem. With regard to working at the hospital. So Brenda's pretty adamant that people who work in, you know, who are going to get keys to the kingdom have got to be trustworthy, and there have been people who have come to her and lied about what they are about, and they're not gonna get hired. Yeah. It's not the convictions, it's the fact that they are very recent convictions. Time has not gone by. So time has to go by. Expungements have to happen. People have to be committed to it. And that's... there was another character who presented with a completely different name and wasn't upfront and honest about the fact that they were a person with a lot of convictions. She knows that because she searched their phone number in the MDT. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not saying that couldn't be a thing. However, you had to win over Polly, not Brenda. So don't direct your shit to Brenda. Brenda's not in charge. It's like Polly is very much in charge. Brenda trusts Polly, but it sounded during their phone call that, oh, that's in the past, that's ancient history. Oh, but it was last week. No, does not compute. Does not. Brenda, warning flags, blah blah blah. So Brenda did not. Brenda's not taking that up. That's a Polly thing. Polly is going to is very much interested in peer counseling for, you know, having people with experience with crime counsel other people as appropriate. But we also talked about the fact that keys and access is an issue with certain people, and we do not want there has to be expungements are good, high levels of trust are good. Some silver ore. Well, exactly, and that's a different issue. The religious thing wasn't really Brenda's big concern. It's the honesty and convictions part that was a problem. Brock did say to Brenda that he would not put religion in this, and that she's not too worried about. If she heard about that it was a thing, then it would be a problem. She was willing to accept him on face value if he said that if therapy was therapy and it wasn't going to be proselytizing. So that's yeah. But Brock is a fascinating character. I love Brock's character because he's not straightforward, goody two shoes kind of character. He's very complex. There's a lot of layers to him, and it's a lot of fun to kind of see those layers kind of in action. He's very impetuous, and his dealings with Florence, Florence got very upset with him, and Elena had to, you know, pull him back and say, stop mothering her. She's old enough to be your grandma. And he recognized that, like he saw that. He said, I had an older female relative that I had to do more for, and he was projecting that onto this person, and he apologized and said, I'm sorry, because he was pushing her and he was saying, I'm going to talk to doctors about you, and I'm going to talk about your medical to somebody else. And I was like, Florence is very capable. She's not doddery, and she's not, she's not got dementia. She's sound of mind. So, yeah, Polly. If there's anybody you have to work out with, it's Polly. Brenda was also told by at least 2 other people not to hire Brock. Although you do not know that, Meta. Brenda was leaving it open because it was a Polly thing. But she wasn't about to hire him without Polly being on board with it, because that's her department. Right now it goes through Sam's, but possibly after the white psych will have its own thing. And I kind of would prefer that, just so Polly can do things like, like psych doesn't need keys to the hospital. They don't need access to the armory. They need access to Parsons. So separate keys would be good. And then Polly can hire as many, peer counselors and so on as she wants, because they won't be getting keys to the hospital armory, where the prescription pads are. So that's a problem. Like right now, that is a problem that they have to solve, because access to drugs, access to prescriptions and frankly, that whole prescription pad thing is a drug mechanic. It's designed to be a drug mechanic. It's not designed for us. So yeah, exactly. We can't, but Polly could if we had that separation. And that's something that Brenda wants to facilitate if at all possible. I don't know how the hospital thing is going to work, because Brenda's term as director goes from October to November. It's 1 month. She's at it 1 month now. November to December is 2 months. December to mid-January is the 3rd month, and that's going to be the white. So is Brenda still going to be the director 2 years later, or is there going to be another director? How are we going to work that? That's something we're going to have to figure out. Hi, Tom. How you doing? We were in here singing Rusty's praises earlier. Like, she would be so embarrassed. All of the nice things that were said to about Rusty and their RP and their characters, and what a privilege I feel it is to be able to RP with them. Having seen them do Lucky on No Pixel. I guess we could say that. Hi, kid. How you doing? We have surgery later. Brenda's going to be doing surgery on Kidam's Krim, who had a very unfortunate first day out. I guess so. I really don't feel that we're at the point where she can anoint somebody. She offered to make Polly a deputy, just so Polly could have a medical role at the same pay rank as her EMS role. There was some discussion about, if Polly is mainly a doctor, should she even be allowed to be in her EMS role, because that you're not supposed to progress past a certain point in one discipline and be higher in another. But that wasn't the way it kind of fell out for Polly, so basically Brenda kind of encouraged David and Rook to not take Polly's rank away. But the offer is kind of there for her to have a deputy director pay while this is getting sorted out. And if they were talking about, demoting her because of that, her being head of psych, Brenda would definitely have stepped in and done that. But Right now she doesn't have to. I think she's already getting captain level pay. So that's another thing I want to sort out. Brenda's been working pretty hard to get things sorted out behind the scenes as much as possible. And one of the things is who is going to be the next director after Brenda. She's very acutely aware of Nick is not the guy, because Nick is, although really good as being a doctor, is not really admin material. He has helped out with the appointments. He stepped up to the breach that Annie's absence has left about the appointments, so Brenda doesn't have to worry about checking the appointments, although she does. And Polly has stepped up to volunteer to do the city councils. Brenda has to go tonight to the open council. Presumably there is one. Yeah. But Sebastian is a big candidate for next director in Brenda's mind. And also we just need to move Miguel up faster, because Miguel is also potentially director material. But we just have to move him up. Like he's ready for, obviously ready for resident, but the idea is to get him moved up even higher. And hi, Tuna, how you doing? Hello, nerd. Tuna calls me nerd. And they're not wrong. They aren't wrong. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Well, that's not necessarily great of Sebastian. Tuna. we got a thing going on here. Uh-oh. Fight in the chat. Oh no, it's got worse. Okay, we're fine. Phew. No dueling in the chat. No dueling necessary. Pistols at dawn. I was saying earlier how much, I mean, Polly is very good at what she does. Tuna is also very good at what they do. We are on a Red Dead server. That is a startup server that is really, really promising. I think it's going to be great. Yep. We're getting through this. We're getting through this. Now the question is just how much is gold versus gold ore, gold ingots versus gold ore, because she used to smelt everything in the foundry, but she is not wasting her time doing that anymore. I miss Annie too. There's certain characters that I just miss. I gather that Aries gone. There was when Kayla was there. I really loved Kayla. Kayla's been gone for a long time. Some of those people are still on the Discord, like the medical Discord, but don't spit on your pistols. That's like, that upset me too, hearing about that. But and the kind of like what I worry about is that it's okay for men to have like these complex, potentially evil characters, but if a female role player has a character, it gets so much more scrutiny. There's so much more expectation for female characters to be nice and polite and play by the rules, and for people to take it OOC. And I worry about that because it happens. It's happened to good role players that I know who happen to be female or female presenting to be treated differently by other players in game and out of game. And it's just like, I don't like that. As an old lady and one who always plays nice characters, like Judy can be a bit feisty, but she's ultimately very fair and very nice. So nobody really has a problem with Judy. And my other characters have all been helper characters other than Harvey. So yeah, it's very disappointing because I RP'd with Squares on Ignite. They got penned from Ignite very similarly. And some of those, the things, they, on the surface, one might think that those two characters were very similar, but in fact, they were on very different arcs, very different parts of their arcs, and I was really looking forward to the Ramona therapy arc. They did something very similar on Ignite with Ramona's arc there, and they do very good RP. So I definitely believe that what has happened in that case, and the problem is, that decisions of staff are final and not arguable, and you don't really get a chance to kind of state your case. But I guess we shouldn't really discuss it too much, other than to say, staff has the right to make certain decisions, and if they make them, they make them, and that's, I don't know everything that happened, but I have RP'd with Squares before, and I also know of other really good characters played by women and female presenting people that have had a really rough time with other players not accepting that the niceness isn't there. Like the characters are difficult. And some of those people have gone on to really amazing things on other servers where their kind of role play was more understood, or there's more accepted, or there's more, so there's this, not incel necessarily, but it's definitely, there's a lot of in character OOC bleed, and people have a hard time keeping those things separate. The more they spend on, the more they tend to have too much of those things blended. And I'm on a lot, but I'm an old lady, and I have a lot of perspective on things. I like to think. So it's anybody who starts thinking that a character is, who has never approached them out of character. Well, I'm old. I'm 64 years old. If I haven't learned a thing or two in 64 years, But yeah, you have to kind of have a perspective. Always have perspective. Well, that is true. That is true, Jenna. I know some absolute morons my age, but I've always been older than my years. I was one of these really old young people. I had a family that I had to take care of, and I had to do it at a very young age, because of family situation and characteristics. I played Marilla in my high school production of Anne of Green Gables, if that gives you any idea of what kind of person I was as a younger person. I was already playing, older characters as a teenager. So I had that gravitas. And now I am old, so I get to, it's the best of both worlds. Like this character who's 80 is closest in age to me of any of my characters. I have never dared to play a character my own age. Because I don't think people would know what to do with a 64-year-old character on here. They can deal with 80-year-olds, although it's not like they're definitely immediately granny. I really had the idea I might make her a little more crim than she is. She has stolen some vehicles because she can't just walk to get to where she wants to go. Back in my day, yes. She was born in 1915, which was incidentally the same year my father was born. My father was 40 when I was born, so that, or 45. I can't count. So I had older parents for a person my age. Because I was the baby by a long shot. My older brother was 14 years older than I was, my oldest brother. So my parents met in the war, in World War II. My mother was a Dutch war bride. My father was a Canadian soldier. And I have that history. Like the 1880s and so on don't seem that far away from me because I have, I met people who were born then, and my grandmother and who lived with us, and it doesn't seem as far away for me in some respects as it would with somebody who was born in the 90s or, that's a long, long way away. That's over 100 years away, but it's not over 100 years from when I was born. And, yeah, it is. It's really difficult. And also just the idea, like, you would get the idea from, if you only read history books, that people were very serious. People were just as fond of fun back then as they are now. They would have silly dress-up competitions and musical evenings and funny theater stuff, and they really were, yes, whimsical. There was a lot of need for that because life was difficult, and you really wanted the fun, and people were very, very drawn to fun. And one of my first, you spelled it fine enough. One of the pictures in my album, there's only a couple of pictures of my grandmother in my family album where she's not an old lady. And one of them, she's hiding behind a haymow with members of her family dressed up in stupid costumes. That is one of the few pictures of there's two pictures of my grandmother as a younger woman, and that she's doing something dumb in both of them. So it's really difficult because I only have older pictures of her, and I only have one picture of my grandfather, because he died pretty young. There's only one picture of him, and he was in his early 20s, I guess. So I could never put the pictures of the two of them together in a locket because I had old lady pictures of her and just this one young man picture of him, and it looked really awkward, and I couldn't really do it. It just felt really wrong to put a picture, because I wanted them to look like what they were, which was a couple. A young couple, and they had two boys, and I just never got a chance to really have a picture of the two of them together. I did eventually get to the point where, of course, I could scan the picture of her behind the haymow and edit it to the point where it was just a picture of her head and didn't look like she was, wearing a dumb hat or doing silly things. But that was the progress in scanning and photo editing that would allow me to do that. So we got 69 rocks. Ba-dum-bum. Okay. I was trying to think of whether my late husband would have enjoyed this. I think he would have. I think he liked the funny aspects to it. Like, one of the things that really attracted me to this as a watcher was how funny it was, how good people's sense of humor was with this. Even in tense situations, somebody would come up with some funny line and I would be laughing. And during the pandemic, everybody needed to laugh. And sort of similar to the 1880s and, times of difficulty, we had that with the pandemic. I felt really bad for the kids who were going through school and having such a rough time, not being able to, see their friends and graduate with others around, and just the things that we took for granted so much in all my ensuing years. And for me, the couple or 3 years of pandemic is a relative drop in a bucket. For them, proportionally, it was a big slice of their life. So I got I have a lot of sympathy for kids who, graduated during the pandemic, some of whom I ended up, some of whom I ended up playing with. When I first started working from home during the pandemic, I hated it. I felt so isolated. I felt so alone. I had already felt isolated because I was a widow and my husband died 6 months or so, 7 months before the pandemic hit. And it hit in March, maybe 8 months. So I was really just starting to feel like a real human again, learning to be without him, learning to be on my own. I hated coming home alone every night from work. I went back to work really fast after he died, just so I'd have the companionship of people around me. And just learning to cope with being alone when the two of us had been such a team for so long. And then I had to work from home too, and I was felt so isolated and alone. And then a couple of things happened. One is I've discovered Twitch, because I had watched The Guild and I got recommended on YouTube some stuff that was happening on Twitch that was then on YouTube. And then I met people like Rain. Hello, Rain. Because we were part of a streamer community from a NoPixel whitelist server. And then I started to make online friends with all these younger people who were so sweet and so accepting and so nice to me, and encouraged me to get a computer so I could play games with them. Yes. We can't complain about Felix not being around because he's off being a nurse, which is so important. Yeah, one of the NoPixel cop players has, in real life, gone off to be a nurse, so... I really wished more older people would find this. I have heard rumors of people older than me playing this. I know that Evil Shatner is around my age, maybe just a little bit younger. I kind of counting backwards, I figured out Jim is probably within like swinging distance of my age. So on that server, there are some older people. There was one... I know. I heard that there were older people. At what point do you become an older people? You're already an older people. You're in your 40s. I think that makes you an older people. You're 40? Okay. That is not true, Tuna. You're still little. You're just a babby at 25. You're just a babby at 35, to be honest. Keep hearing vehicles and wondering if it's going to be another person. One time Lenny came down here while Florence was doing this. And one time one other person came down here while Florence was doing this. So Florence has met very few people. She's been very isolated. I tried to do a library program. What do you mean you're basically a senior citizen? I don't believe you. As a very near senior citizen myself, with 1 year to go. Pretty much. That's the view of a lot of people. I really laugh whenever on the Discord, every once in a while, people get into this little pissing contest about how old they are, and it's always like babies. And I just laugh in old lady at them. I did meet on Ignite. I met Cool Katie Productions, who is 58 or 9. Hi, Dynamite. You young people today, you don't have an understanding of how difficult we had it. We had to walk uphill both ways in snowstorms to get to school. Yeah, I know you're Robert Dinham's in his 50s, still a baby. It could have been his babysitter, probably. The first person that Judy met, one of the first people that Judy met on the server was playing a character I could have sworn was older. And then he confessed to Judy that he was 20. And she's like, I could have been your babysitter. I can't, she couldn't deal. And he also fell in love with her really, really fast, which made her very anxious because hot babysitter. Stop it. Judy has a backstory that hasn't really come into play yet. I was going to do at one point, once they were married, or leading up to the marriage, which I didn't get around to doing, to have Judy's baby that she gave up, is 18 now. So I was going to see if anybody wanted to play that role, but I also didn't want it to be one particular player who seemed to be taking up all of those offers, so you should do it. I'd like to have an old people gang. There are some older players. I met 2 new older characters last night on Judy. The first older character that I met on Florence was a wizard who was an alcoholic, and he now plays Ajax and River. I met one other character of his on Florence, but I think they're not playing. Okay, hang on. I gotta go loud. I think there could be a fun RP, except I'm a little bit, again, I get a little bit wary of the way that younger people depict older characters, because there's a lot of reliance on dementia and fragility and not quite enough on cunning. Like, older people are smart and they figured shit out, so I like to see more of that kind of thing. Florence manipulates people a little bit, actually quite a lot, with her story. If she's gotten out of several traffic stops by telling a sad story. She also almost revealed, or almost knew, the baker's secret identity just by where she was at the time. He pulled up and was in his police uniform, and then he pulled up to change into his baker costume, and she caught him coming out of the clothing store. She almost knew his secret identity before anybody else. I don't agree, Rain. I actually think young people can do very good older people. The reverse isn't true. I don't think older people can be, and I'm talking about playing in like theater and movies more than RP, because RP is a little more flexible, identity-wise. But I think there have been a number of successful portrayals of older people by younger actors. The one that leaps to mind for me, and I'm very old, so you probably won't know this, but Derek Jacobi played Claudius as a young man and an old man. And there were some people who didn't believe that young a person could play an older character so convincingly, and I think he did a beautiful job with the older Claudius. But you'd have to go and watch that, and that is not really a current reference, so... Oh, well, there you go. See, if you've already kind of got... you can RP what you're not, because people do that every day. like most, I mean, I would like to think that the majority of people who play criminals on these servers are not criminals in real life. Yeah, that's the whole point of acting, darling. Oh yeah, I mean, actually, Space Boy's portrayal of James Randall has some real truth in it. Now, of course, he is again like the person who plays Dutch Matthews. It's very reliant on the dottery old dementia patient kind of thing. But the James Randall and Dutch Matthews both have so much humor and heart that you kind of yeah, exactly. We're all playing roles here. I don't manage a pub, but I'm, you know, and I'm not a doctor, but I play one in RP. I've never been in EMS, but I play that in RP too. So we get a chance to play things we're not. And we get a chance to play things we are, but don't get to be in real life, you know, in some cases. You know, that's why this kind of thing is really great for transgender people, because they get a chance to be, you know, physically look like what they want to be and know they could be, or perhaps could be. But, you know, bodies are really difficult to change. So there you go. There you go. Grandpa character coming in. So, but I really think that one of the things I really liked about getting into RP was running into transgender people and realizing that this is a really great place for them to be able to express themselves in a manner they enjoy. That's, you know, or that feels right for them. So. Yeah. Bye-bye. I'm sure it will. Tom, which Tom is this? It's another Tom. Hello, Tom. You have a Tom. Never enough Toms. Hello. Somebody here is actually messaging me while I'm streaming. Presumably because they want to offer me their services. I am not interested in being offered services, especially not while I'm streaming. Be nice to Tuna. Everyone be nice. Oh, and Brock. Hello, Yuri. Thank you for following me. Arturo, hello. Brenda did have a really good RP with Arturo. And now you wear animal. You wear animal now. Remind me which animal you wear, because I am an old lady and I forget. Crunchy! Judy got to meet Crunchy right away, I think. That might have been Crunchy's first day out. The old card? Yeah. I play the old card. Judy was really worried because she saw Crunchy running down the middle of the road on Strawberry and pulled over to try to help him not get run over and make sure he had something to eat and drink, because that's what Judy does. Judy feeds people and gives them things to drink. That's her entire raison d'etre. You didn't used to be. I was going to make Judy much more of a crim. Judy was born as a crim on Ignite and didn't. Well, and I know what he picked for Judy. He was more of a licker than a biter with Judy. But Judy is very good to animals. She just loves animals, and so does Ricky. We probably met on Ignite. I was Brenda Darling on Ignite, but she was an EMS and then firefighter. Oh, you were in one of the crows. Oh, okay. Crows were good. Yeah, I had fun on Ignite till I didn't. Fire was good. My character and Ranavakira's character, who was the fire chief, had a brief relationship. And Brenda got to be battalion chief, sorry, of the fire department by the time it was over. Yeah, LSV's good. I like LSV. Judy gets a completely different side of LSV than, well, no, I wouldn't say completely different, but Judy knows LSV differently than Brenda does, for sure. I like that too. I like how, yeah, the Fire RP, if it's done right, the fire script on here I would change a little bit because there's way too many fires when fire's not around. And EMS technically can't go to fires, so, because that's an agreement they came to. Although they have had to do some fire stuff with this, you know, if they can do something with fire extinguishers, they will if fire's not around. But I think the fires should be a little more scripted. Yeah. I think just to keep people from getting overwhelmed with fires just starting all the time. On Ignite, we had it that there had to be 3 firefighters clocked in before the fire script would activate. I'm not sure how much of that they can do because that's pretty resource heavy to have that kind of thing. It's fabulous, don't get me wrong. I'd love to see some of these buildings come down, but I don't think there's a lot they can do with some of them. There's so much stuff that's locked that you can't really do anything. Oh yeah, I mean, I think once you get a fire script, it's just a question of what you key it to. On Ignite, the first fires were all dev initiated fires. That was all Myrdal setting the fires, and then the script changed so that it would activate when there were 3 firefighters on. Tom, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for giving me your Prime sub. I appreciate you. I don't have very many subs. I'm not a big I don't chase subs very much. I'm an old lady. I just want to be able to pay for my internet when I'm an old lady. That's all I want out of Twitch. And to maybe come out positive because I have a big Twitch subscription addiction that I'm trying to pull back on. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Just it would be, well, the thing about there's always this issue, right, with the EMS and fire. It happened on Ignite as well, because fire got born out of EMS rather than the other way around, which is what happened in real life, right? So, and then they happened to have a kind of contentious situation between EMS and fire, which I don't know how that happened. That was kind of before my time in command. I think we're kind of past that now, and I'd like to think we are. There has been no talk about EMS and fire getting back together again, but the thing was that they were together and then fire pulled away. So it could have eventually worked out that EMS and fire united would have come out of SAMS and been the rescue unit, but that's not how the RP played out. So, and right now there's no talk of them being together, or at least I haven't heard, and I'm the director of the hospital, so. Yeah, if the new EMS kind of thing is open to that, then maybe that'll be a thing down the road or a thing for after the wipe. But there were some hard feelings that seemed to go OOC. I wasn't involved at the time, but I'd like to see that be. I think we'd have to, make sure everybody's happy and comfortable is the main thing, right? So. Technically speaking, yes, EMS is born out of fire and not the other way around. But on both servers where I've had both, it's been EMS first and then fire, so. Well, I think we're definitely headed in that direction, and I think that would be good, but I think there's some changes that need to take place for everybody to be good, and I haven't been asked my opinion, so I'm going to keep it to myself. I was quite encouraged when I saw fire starting up, and then things kind of went kind of bad. And it just feels like lack of comms. That was basically the biggest problem of all. And we still have lack of comms, by the way. It's something that that I'd like to chat with people about in character, not out of character. This is an in character thing. I want to do a character thing. Oh, will you two get on? No fighting in the chat, please. Yeah. I will, but I want to do it. I want to do it properly. I don't want this to be an out of character thing at all. I want this to kind of work out in character. Because I think it can. I think psych is more aligned with medical and EMS is more aligned with fire than the current splits kind of are. But there's a reason that psych and medical should probably be separate, and it's to do with the hiring process. So that Poly is free to hire felons and so on, and give people a chance in psych with oversight, obviously. And we can't do that with SAMs. They can't have access to medications. And Poly has to also, work that out on that side because they can't have access to medications over there either. So it's true, but with servers, the priority is always EMS to start up first, and fire came after, and there was they were together, and there would, if it had stayed long enough, like if fire had stayed part of SAM's long enough, I think that natural split would have happened with EMS and fire going off. But the way it happened, it didn't really allow for that. Many feelings were hurt, many toes got stepped on. That was all before my time. It's just a question of, it would be nice to have had that play out differently, and then it would be easier to make that split. We were making that split in Ignite when things went south, because fire and EMS had a lot more in common than medical, and medical was being run in a way that made that difficult, made everything difficult, because it's all about dick waving and power and stuff, and I'm not interested. I'm not interested in power struggles and dick waving. I really am not. That's not my thing. As a medical director, I'm into what makes sense, and I would say I'm more open to that idea than... And I'm not saying Morgan wasn't. It just... Morgan didn't get a chance to... Oh, okay. I got an error because I don't have any stones. This is the last one. Morgan didn't really get a chance to even voice an opinion, I don't think, about any of that. I think that all just happened, and Morgan was just kind of like, what? And then we got, there was some OOC unpleasantness that I got dragged into, and I just like, why am I getting these, like, aggressive DMs about staff things with grumpy hand slapping, and, that I'm just got here. Just got here. Wasn't me. It was unnecessarily unpleasant and dramatic. Let's just put it that way. I think that all could have been worked out. I don't think there was any lack of will. Like, there was kind of a feeling that Sam's didn't want to cooperate with fire, and I don't think there was, like, the players are all sitting there going, where's this coming from? Like, we don't it's not us. We're not trying to be difficult. We're pretty much into giving fire what they want, but, It just got to be such kind of weird, because I heard it in character too. EMS doesn't want to talk to fire, and I'm like, really? Where's that coming from? I need names. I don't need just opinions. I need names. Like, give me who is doing this so I can go talk to them in character. But we couldn't get names out of people because it was all just kind of this not concrete information. Yes. And I think they were just, then the staff involvement things just got a little unpleasant more when they shouldn't have been. It should have been handled in character, and it should have been, and it could have been, I think. But we still haven't had proper meetings. Like, Brenda and Chris have never sat down and had a meeting and talked about fire and EMS and, well, not EMS, but, medical. I'm hoping that we do that before that we initially managed to do that kind of thing before the, wait. There was an attempt to get all factions together, and that's just logistically impossible. That was just logistic. They couldn't even, the PD factions wouldn't even give times when they were available. They wouldn't even say, here are times when I was available. And somebody made it quite easy. Like, they set up one of those calendar things, and you could just indicate your availability. But and so I indicated my availability. I think Morgan did, and Chris did, and then nobody else did. So it wasn't a lack of will on our part. That it was just trying to get everybody together, and they wanted to get everybody together weekly, which is way too much organizing and way too much meeting RP, and you just have to be realistic about that. You can't expect police to come to weekly meetings of all faction heads when there's not necessarily stuff to talk about. Like, get them together when there's stuff to talk about, for sure. But it's not city council. Don't make them do a city council schedule. Honestly, city council meeting every week, and then twice, like, every other week, having them to be there twice. Because now there's a public meeting on Sundays and a city council meeting on Saturdays. Like, let's just be real here. Not everybody really wants to do that much meeting RP. Well, yeah, mayor's a horrible job, and people have wanted to do it, but it's not a good job. It's especially for women, apparently. So people are really rough on strong female characters, or even like gentle ones like Juniper was just wanting to help, but that got beaten out of her pretty quick. So, there's only so much that you can ask of players, especially women who are trying to just be, do a good job. Even, the tough as nails Sylvia got just so shat on that. You'll be mayor, vote for you? I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to do like okay, our primary concern right now is not falling into the water. So let me just concentrate on not falling into the water. Oh, no, 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 no. Do not. No. Phew. She's fallen in there. She's fallen in two other places. These tires should be better. These tires should not be that slippery. That should be a no-brainer thing for her to... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That should be a no-brainer. That truck should not have that much difficulty getting up that. I still, with all of that, with all of the kind of kerfuffles and stuff like that, I still think that medical is the best on their server of any server I've ever been on. And I really think that there's been some tremendous medical RP on here. And get away from me. Get away from me. There's been some really, really good stuff. And I think it's a good place to do Dr. RP. And I say that, you know, from the trenches of having done Dr. RP on a public server. It's only my second place doing Dr. RP. I've now done Dr. RP on... I haven't really started doing Dr. RP on Badger yet, because there hasn't really been everybody around when I've been on. I've revived 2 characters, both played by the same person, because they happen to be around when I'm around. All right, let's go in and see how much money we'll get for our stuff. That would decide whether we will make ingots or not. We have 14 gold and 3 silver. The lead's going to be very, very heavy. Nobody really wants it as far as I know. Copper. I have so much copper. Look at all the copper. There's my precious metal one. I just have a random margarita pizza and taco sitting here. How hungry is she? She's not bad. She's thirsty. Let's give her something to drink. She's an old lady. She needs to hydrate. There may be needed doctor presence in the coming days. Yeah. There's needed doctor presence all the time. Just, Alright, I have to write stuff down now. Need a chance to write stuff down. Oh, I think I gave up my Florence page to Brenda. Florence needed pages few in this book less than Brenda did. Okay, let's go look at some prices. Let's go look at what he's paying. I should have her on her with her cane because she actually works faster with her cane. Hello, Manny. How are you? Ingots. Let's see. Gold ingots is what? 20. Silver usually doesn't make any difference, but it's 15. I don't really have enough silver to do anything with anyway. Or silver ore. Okay. 60 for a 1 ounce silver bar. Zinc ore 3. These are never good. Iron. That's nuggets though. Hang on, what's iron ore? Gold bar 155. That's a gold bar. What are these bars? There's stuff you get from treasure hunting, probably. Copper ore 8. That's good. Gold is 4, so ingots are definitely better. Iron ore is 5. That's not bad. Silver ore 6. Which is more than gold ore. Crazy. Lead ore is 5. That's not bad. All right, copper ore, you are up. And that's pretty good. Zinc is always pretty bad, but No need to bother. Okay, copper is $8 each. How many can I put in here? Remember how heavy it is, because I haven't played this character in a while, so I don't remember how heavy. Oh, I can't put 40. 35. 35. I don't think anybody's going to come and bother her, but... $280 for that. Come on, stop. Lean over, you crazy old lady. Why you just all of a sudden start walking like you? My money back on my... Yeah, I did. Okay, so whatever I make is what I make. So we'll see how much she makes from her little adventure this morning. All my characters overshoot massively because I'm very bad at stopping. Another 280 for 35. She just, after she walks, like, talks to him, she just walks like one of my other characters. What's that? Okay, so she's got $840 from just from the, and she's got more. She's got 30 more. Oh no, she's got 60. Still has 60 left. Okay, so she's got over 1,000 just on... Come on. Florence, you have a cane for a reason, because you've got bad hips and knees. Who's your cane? Alright, so she got 25. So this gives you an idea. You have to invest some time, but it gives you an idea of what you can get. That eight is high for... 8 is high. Okay, now what we got? So we got 1320 from the copper. Stick that in her wallet and we'll see what else she can get. Sorry. Should do that separately. Okay. Ah, stop. Okay. Lead, what was, no wait, lead was 5. Silver is 6. Might as well take those 3 silver in, and then we're gonna take some lead. Wait, lead's very heavy. But it's 5, iron's 5. Sell that. Let's see how. So let's just not get confused here. It's not as heavy as... Okay, I can do all 86 lead, so let's see what the 86 lead. It's 86 times 5. And those of you who are good at math would probably have that all worked out, but does that many tell me? It is 430. Oh, I didn't look up before. No, I did. Probably don't need to. Okay, zinc. is the cheapest. Let's do the iron ore. 37 iron ore. I could probably do that. Yep. I'm bad at coordinating. 434. I don't know why the lead was less expensive or less heavy than the copper. Not a real life thing. Okay. Iron is. Ooh. Ooh. We just made that. Just made it. Okay. $185. Zinc is. Can I do all the zinc? No, I cannot. Okay, let's do. Can I do 40? No, I cannot. 35? 35. Okay. 35 zinc. This isn't going to be good. This is $3 each, but Florence needs the money. They didn't start doing those kind of combined names till the 2000s. But if I did, I would call her Flowbag. Because her name is Florence Bagnell. Might keep the gold and the silver just to have a bit more. Okay, 389 for the zinc. I think we can leave the others things in there. She's just got 14 gold and that many silver. She's good. Okay. What did you say she had? 389? Okay. Okay. Is there a bank here now? Yeah, there was a bank in Sandy. I mean, there's the bank in Harmony. Let me see. One map. Thanks. No, I have been lied to. There's no bank at Sandy. Or grapeseed still, so we will go to Harmony. I'm on the wrong side of the road. That's very bad of me. I should not be on the wrong side of the road. I get very confused sometimes when I'm... Oh, doggy. Has clothing? Oh yeah, I know the clothing. I know the clothing place because I've been there a couple times, but they didn't put an icon on the map because old ladies must not know where all the banks are. It's okay. She knows this bank. She She spent the monsoon at the refugee camp, and she knows this bank is there, so. See you, Dynamite. Of some lunk. As Lord Earl Grey would call it, lunk. Yeah, I need to grab a little lunk myself soon, and a little pee break. Anybody at 68? No. That's too bad. Flowbag could really use being a crim. She could make money, but she's sorting out her feelings. She was very, very good for a long time. She was a very, devoted wife and mother. And then her buckhead husband decided to gamble all their life savings away, and she was left with nothing. So an 80 instead of being able to retire with dignity. She has to scrounge 2,238. Panning. Okay, she's $7,000 again. 20 days ago. 20 days ago. I thought it was more recently that I did that. I guess it's a while ago. Bought something from Polito Mac. That is I think that's an automatic message. That was getting her truck fixed. Hot dogs. That was a very short hot dog session. Hot dog sessions, that was really good. I don't know if that having copper be $8 really helped her. It was really helpful. Yeah, I hadn't played her for a long time. 2 months ago, and then 20 days ago. So it had been a while since I played her. She's a sweet little old lady. Except she gets salty sometimes. Like when she talks about her husband, she swears. She's not a swearing kind of person, but she swears when she talks about her husband. Calls him that fuckhead. Okay, well I guess we'll go back to the city. We're okay for gas. I was kind of hoping somebody would be there, but might be a little late for the morning crew. I really did contemplate having her turn to crime, but then she didn't. Or she hasn't. She tried to be the librarian and was told, no, we already have a librarian who never shows up but nevertheless has to be, which is basically just their way of saying there's no way that anybody's going to bother putting a librarian job in anywhere. So she did amateur library stuff for a while. And she also really desperately needs a plushie, but she hasn't found anybody to tell her about plushies yet. She almost went trick-or-treating, and then she ended up not going trick-or-treating, so she could have got a plushie. She bought a treat basket she saw in the store. She almost went trick-or-treating, and then she didn't get to. And I think that was the day that she ran into Brock and Elena and got her. And then I just wanted to start playing Brenda, so. Which is the case with it now, too, is, it's time to put her to bed and put, she hasn't talked to a soul. Not a single soul. And also, she doesn't seem to have keys to the These are the shelter gates, so she has to climb up over the shelter gate, which is very not good for her hips. Not good for my bursitis in my left shoulder, and my hips and knees are very bad. Are the screamy people still at the compound there, or was that a Halloween thing? Right, the nice thing about the shelter is you didn't have to worry about getting kicked out. She's still got her key to the shelter. She's Oh, they're still there. They are still there. The shouty people are still there. Where is she? Wait a minute. No, they're not open. Burger Shot's open and the pier is open, but she does not need food. She has so much food. Let's just end Florence up a little bit. We'll get her. Oh, Kane. Oh, Florence. Kane. Yes. There we go. See, this is, I don't understand why this has like freaking barbed wire.
Thinking you can come with me to a party in Morningwood next week.
There's no other way in that I can tell. Oh, we have rats. The local rats. What? You stay down there. I won't have to hit you with my stick. He did such a good job with this. Look how amazing this looks compared to what this MLO is like normally. Okay, here's Florence's sanctuary room. It's very beautiful. Oh, except I pressed the wrong. There, you can sort of see it momentarily as as you exit what the original property looks like. All right, lock. Look how nice this is. All right, we can change out of our there. Where's her stove or her fridge? I don't know where her fridge is. I thought it was in there too. She has a little fridge. I don't. This is just clothing menu. Can't remember now. Over here. Yes, okay. Oh wait. Is this somebody else's? Do these plushies work? doesn't need a carton of redwoods, that's for sure. She does not smoke it. The only reason she's been smoking is because she's been stressed. Shelf wall. That's okay. Okay. All right, Florence is going to go have a little lie down. Actually, Florence had a. Oh, I just don't have it anymore. It's one of the previous iterations of the clothing. She had a. Nope, that looks terrible. Let's just get her up a little closer to the top of the bed here. There we go, that's better. Okay. Yes, there was an event yesterday, but she just found a plushie, so she's good. She's gonna steal that plushie and use it while she's here, and she'll leave it when she leaves the sanctuary. Okay, we are going to go have a brief break. We are going to switch over to Brenda. We are going to have a surgery at 3. We're going to put on Brenda. I don't think Florence has a slideshow. So let's put on a Brenda slideshow. And I will be right back, and we will put on some stream safe music because I have not got my act together. It is going to be very very modern GTA stuff, but we'll just go with that. And I will see you in a minute. I just gotta have a pee and grab something to drink and grab something to eat. I'll be right back.
Hello, this is Ava.
Hello, Ava. My name is Dick Chiglis. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey, listen, Ava, I'm writing a song, and I saw that you're an MDMR artist and you're a singer, and I wanted to see if your voice would maybe fit on something.
Try to keep me like a secret, like a bird kept me in a cage. Played my cards and I got cheated. Now it's time to turn the page. Every time you bleed me dry, waiting for my chance to say goodbye. You pull the reins in every time, and I'm addicted to your high.
less. Say less. Said you wanna leave right now. Okay, I'm gonna say less. Wherever I'm at, the only place you wanna be right now. Okay, then say less. Say you wanna leave right now. Said you wanna leave right now. Say less. Say less. Say less.
Say less. I got baddies from north, south, east, and west, but this one's outrageous. I love it's contagious. She got me putting down the stainless, but don't get it twisted. I still get you weak hit. You better keep it running, get your Fitbit. If she's in the passy, don't risk it. She'll let it off and turn a man into a biscuit. She ain't no misfit. Say less.
Said you wanna leave right now. Okay, I'm gonna say less. Wherever I'm at, the only place you wanna be right now. Okay, then say less. Say you wanna leave right now. Said you wanna leave right now. Say less. Say less. Say less.
Said you wanna leave out, let me grab the keys now. Baby, we gon' speed out. Are you want a real one and you know that I be that. Baby, got some freak and I'm just tryna free that. Fucking on your posture, looking like you reach back. Made me wanna watch ya, we ain't got no screens out. You just wanna be where I'm at and I believe that. Say less, baby, you know how to reach, man.
Said you wanna leave right now. Okay, I'm gonna say less. Wherever I'm at, the only place you wanna be right now. Okay, then say less. Say you wanna leave right now. Said you wanna leave right now. Say less. Say less. Say less. Said you wanna leave right now. Okay, I'm gonna say less. Wherever I'm at, the only place you wanna be right now. Okay, then say less. Say you wanna leave right now. Said you wanna leave right now. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say less.
I can't help
Look at these pictures. Nick has changed his hair 3 times. And Brenda just keeps having the same hair over and over. Well, it's because Dunn wants a specific hairstyle that isn't on the server. And he's making do with these other ones, but he really wants this one other hairstyle that's not on the server. Well, Nick's hair cut didn't change. He just changed the color the last time. The first time he changed like both the cut and the color. And I had to get used to that. Because he overnight went like from a short black-haired man to a long chestnut-haired man. That was fun. That monsoon event was fun. Brenda really kind of took some charge in organizing the airstrip, the air hangar to set it up a way that she thought would work. Look at that mash shot. It looks such a mash shot. I can't hear myself think with that music. I'm still kind of finishing up my lunch, but I just noticed how many changes Nick had with his hair. Yeah, there's a bunch of hairstyles that the Brenda hair from Ignite. Brenda had 2 kinds of hair. One was a really kind of mousy blonde, and then she dyed it bright, like white-ish blonde to become Madonna for the Madonna Day, and then she just kept that hair. But that hair hasn't been on the server. But she was ready for a change anyway, like from 25-year-old Brenda to 35-year-old Brenda. This is 35-year-old Brenda hair. I've seen a couple of other people with this hair, and they've always had like darker. Brenda's hair is actually blonde, but it's got a lot of gray in it because she's 35, and she's not fighting that. She's too practical. Oh yeah, we went through the Nick longer black-haired phase. I forgot about this one. I forgot about the Nick longer black hair phase. He had to have a tattoo for that hairstyle because it was too... Now they have a ton of braids on this silver hair. Thinking back at these pictures too, Brenda and Nick started out on the server as interns. They did construction, they did wheat farming, they did anything they could to make the money for their first home, which was only 42,000 or something. 45,000 nickel plates. They had to work hard for that money. They got paid very little as interns. And they did everything, like they'd finish a shift at the hospital and do a construction job. They window washed. They, delivered pizza. Even saving for their new house, they had to go do those things because they weren't making that much money. And there are people who complain, oh, my crim's going to have to build up from nothing. The faction people have to save and scrimp to get what they need, and they've always had to. There's nothing new about that. as director of the hospital, as a deputy director, Brenda had to do construction to help pay for her new home. And it wasn't even that expensive a home, really, in the scheme of things. They got a really good deal on it. But it's, some people really want stuff instantly, and they're not really happy if they don't get all the goodies as fast as possible. And I don't really understand that role play. Oh, of course. I mean, police trooper cadets get more money than the director of the hospital. It is big risk, big reward RP, and that's fine. We don't have to risk anything to get our money. We just go on duty, and we've got our money. We've got workers' comp. We've got, we will get bonuses. But the people who choose to do the high risk, high reward RP, I think so. I mean, to be fair, I wished we could have done a little less grinding to get that first house. That seemed like a lot of grinding. It was difficult. It was very difficult. And we were residents on resident pay when the monsoon came. Right after the monsoon, they get promoted to attending. They're still not making very much money. They're making more money than in the private sector. Judy, as an owner of a restaurant, of a business, makes what Beans does, who is the janitor. That's the lowest rank. That's what she does. As honest civs have it the worst of anybody on the server. But Judy also doesn't need much. Like, Judy's happy. Judy has a motorcycle. She's got a couple of cars. Well, she's got her Seminole. She's got her car that she's keeping, which is her Tornado Classic convertible. She has a Faggio that she just uses to go to the bank from Doherty's. That's literally all she uses it for. She has her first car was a Rune Orbita, like everybody's, and that's basically a purse. And she has a Doherty's van, and I don't feel like Judy needs more. Ricky would like to have a nicer place, and would have the money for a nicer place if he didn't keep buying vehicles, because he keeps buying vehicles. And Judy's like, well, how much do you have towards this new house you want? Well, nothing, because he just bought a vehicle. Yes, we have a massive kitty twerk, thanks to Big 50, who likes doing those. Let me get back on the server. I do have a couple more mouthfuls of lunch. Oh, we have about 45 people on. Poor Florence was there with nobody, so. Yeah, I think you need to be able to work for things. Now, to be fair, it shouldn't be the grind that real life is. And it's not. A janitor making $145 an hour or per pay period is unthinkable in the real world. But Bean spends all their money on sprays, so. However, like all servers, there's a bit of ask and you shall receive, and if you don't ask, they don't know you need it. And Brenda asked, and they received, and Beans we now have sprays in the hospital inventory. Or, Okay. Thomas is back. Thomas always has the word books. Actually, I need to put this back on. Put this back on, Brenda. You're not going to wear this today. That was for the interview you didn't do yesterday. Because probably need to get rid of some of these. Like these are my Halloween costume. We have beans. We went as beans. We even did the hair. We did the hair. Those were for the beach party. The Canadian cliche was another Halloween costume. The coffee girl was the first one. That was going to be her go as your favorite San Andrean, but then she didn't really think this was her favorite San Andrean. But it was because they were dressing up as Hector and the coffee girl. And that was a complete hospital joke. Oh yeah, we could change the title. It's still a Chill Sunday stream, but it's going to be Brenda. It's not going to be that chill because Brenda has a surgery to do. And there's Cowgirl. That's her Cowgirl outfit. She pulled out a pink guitar to play. There was the Groovy 60s. I found groovier pants than that, but after the fact. We can probably get rid of a lot of those. Oh, and then Peggy Bundy. Hang on just a sec. My phone is telling me it's likely spam. Phone's probably right. Okay, so it's Sunday. We're going with comfy. Going with this. Let's just check and see if my arms come off or any part of me comes off. I don't think Brenda has any more sprays, actually, but Brenda has now access to sprays. So we can... Oh, Beans has been around and has put the sprays up. Or... I'm not a big fan of the sprays coming through the floor. I think we have to really watch your watch your spray distance so it doesn't come through the floors. And I've been guilty of this many times. They are here. Look at that. I might still have some sprays. Oh, this is my problem. I have my dispatch is on 0, which it has historically been, but obviously that's not ideal for getting 10 things out of an armory. You see what I have here for... I've got hardly any bandages. I've got lots of painkiller. I have 2 sprays. I heard a dog. I actually don't need that many bandages. Hello? Pupper? Pupper? I heard a pupper. Where's the pupper? Oh, hi.
Hi.
How are you
Good
doing?
morning.
Good morning. I heard a dog and I didn't know.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Brucey and I were nearby and we heard something, so we were just wondering who was here.
Oh yeah, it's me. I just got here. Where's Brucey? I heard he got hurt.
Yeah, he apparently has some second-degree burns. I retightened his bandages for him this morning when I saw him in Polito. He's I don't know which floor he went to. He's looking all over.
I'm gonna do a stack of things here.
Yeah, I've been working on dispatch stuff. It's
Oh,
kinda
have you?
keeping me.
Fantastic. Let me actually go on duty. That might be a thing I could do.
I hear some doors. Bruce is in the hallway.
Dr. Brenda's 1041.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I've been working on a new dispatch form. It's slowly coming along. I just want to make sure it's a lot better than what we had during the monsoon. And I actually was going to start writing the SOPs this morning since we don't really have any official dispatch SOPs as of yet.
Fantastic. Oh, poop. Okay. That didn't work very well.
Though there is something I actually wanted to talk with you about if you had a moment.
Sure. Let me just put this up and I just like these signs, these forms to be a little neater, you know.
Mm-hmm. That looks good.
Yep. There we go. All right. Where did you want to talk?
We can talk here. We can talk elsewhere. Whatever.
Okay. Let me
is
just
preferable.
I just need to check the MDT and see what's going on. I have a surgery to do a little later in the day. Why does it do this to me? Oh my goodness, Melvin Supreme.
God. I'm curious. Hold on.
Oh yeah, there's my my surgery later today.
Hi, Brucey.
Well, this is talk about holy wall of text, Batman. This is a very, very badly formatted report.
Is that the which report? I can try to reformat it.
Oh, this is the Aryan Richard torture and head trauma. It's just one massive long thing with no breaks. It's two relatively new EMS, but Smiley and David were also on the call, so I'd like a little bit more formatting than this, please. It's just
This is
paragraphs
part
are
of my job, technically.
What's that?
This is technically part of my job. is to
Okay,
afford it,
you do it.
formatting
I'm glad you're back because I've been doing it, and I don't want to. Hi, Brucey. How you doing, puppy? I heard you got
I'll try to
hurt.
work on that. Yeah, from what I heard, because I was just actually talking to Kiva up in Polito because I ran into her while I was getting food. apparently it was, I guess, accidentally caused by Dutch Matthews. He caused like a pile up, and then cars exploded, and Brucey got caught in the crossfire. It looks like he has some metal still within the bandages or on him. I didn't dare touch it because, one, I'm not a vet. Two, I don't want to cause any pain or bleeding, so I left him.
Yeah. Well, we need to get him properly seen to by Isaac or one of the other vets. I'm sure he got stabilized because that's, obviously a thing we do, but we need him.
Tightened his bandages this morning because they were a little loose. So I did what I could to at least do that, because I have at least basic first aid knowledge, but anything else past that is beyond my capabilities.
Yeah, I'm not a vet. I just, if there's a broken bone, I can stabilize it. If there's, burns, I can obviously treat those to an extent. But I'm not an internal dog specialist. Oh.
He's been such a good boy, though. He's insisted that he stayed by my side. He's basically been my emotional support doggo.
Well, you've been his emotional support human, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've already spoiled him rotten this morning.
Oh, I expect so. Does he feel that he's been spoiled enough? Probably not, huh?
Probably not.
How many bacon, egg, and cheese has he had? Yeah, exactly. Two. How would the farts been? Thermonuclear or less?
I mean, it was just the two this morning. I haven't given him anything else.
Okay. I'm
And I
sure
also
he's fine.
spoiled Tenny
He's probably not that interested in eating or, other than just sustenance at this stage because, he's probably feeling kind of crap. So.
Yeah. And I gave him plenty of water, so hopefully he's okay for now. If not, I have extra water on me.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll let you know if you need something. Yeah.
Oh, poor buddy.
Buddy.
I'm sorry, Brucey.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we going to chat about today?
Okay. So I technically am the only person that is hired on for dispatch. Granted, dispatching and administrative assistance work in general is covered both by EMS and doctors. But I would really like to take a strong lead with this and see if I can be at least maybe some form of lower command, so that way I can help tackle more things and train people as necessary for the dispatch work, just so people are more aware.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Like, what are you actually hired as?
Resident. I got promoted last by, I think, Leaf before he was not command anymore. I was hired on as intern, and then I was hired on as resident. Or, promoted to resident, I should say.
Well,
it also brings up another point where if no one's around to do interviews, maybe dispatchers / admins can also help with interviews. Obviously not hire on anyone, but at least do the interview process and forward it to the correct department.
Yeah. Far as I'm aware, senior attending, and senior, and captain are plus, or well, senior attending. Like the grades are slightly confusing because it's all mishmashed together, right? Because you have to have numbers. So there's recruit is 0, intern is 1, resident 2, EMT is 3. So what they use is recruit and EMT. We use intern and resident. I think the pay grades are all kind of mishmashed up there too.
What's up, guys? It's me, Ocean. I'm on call. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you, Ocean?
So,
I'm chilling. Just woke up, stretching my legs, trying to see what's going on.
10-4, are you at the hospital?
No, I'm at my house right now.
Well, make your way over here. I'd like to see you in person for once.
Alright, I'll come on over. I'm just doing paperwork right now currently, but I can drop it.
Alright, I'm also sort of working on paperwork, so we can be in good company with that.
I can show you my new car. I got one last night.
Oh,
Good.
goodness.
There's a pug in the hospital.
There's a pug in the hospital.
Pug?
A pug, yes, and there's also a Brucey here.
Hello, fellas.
The hospital must be really loud then, huh?
Not really. It's actually pretty quiet.
You said the Q word.
Brucey's being pretty quiet because he's injured.
Oh yeah, that's right. My
Brucey
grandpa
should
kind of
say
set him on
Mickey
fire.
Yeah, your grandpa set him on fire.
We gotta take his license
Who
away
are you?
and stick him in a really nice, cushy nursing home with military-grade security, so he
Hold on,
can't
my
like
hand
keep.
Good luck with
Are you a
he
Catholic?
was at the city council, like the open house meeting. You know, 2 weeks ago, talking about making nursing homes illegal.
He's broken out about 5 of those things. At this point, I'm just gonna quit sending money over there, cause like there's no point. I need like his own private bodyguard situation, kind of keep him
No.
locked in.
All right, get some pets in, and then I'll check your collar.
Not sure what's going on today, but I put out like 15 fires this morning. One was massive in Mirror Park, and like engulfed the entire house. Took me like 15 fire extinguishers.
That doesn't sound like
Good
a good thing.
puppy, how
No,
you
not at all.
doing? Who's this little one?
The only one clocked in too. There's like no one from
Let's
fire or
see
PD
here,
around,
based
so
on
I
the
was like, all right,
tag,
well, time to go to the Eclipse and build a
Name
trunk.
of the dog is Chalupa,
Mhm.
owned by Steph
In America.
and America.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily lost. It,
It's horrific.
no, definitely looks well fed and happy.
Downstairs, I got my new car.
Okay, I think we better go down to.
Emergency room. We'll be down in a moment, though.
I want a. Oh no, the burger shot guys are here. They're gonna beat me up. I want a Cluck and Bell car.
Okay, let's
Oh,
go.
no.
Let's
We
go.
gotta go downstairs to save Ocean.
We gotta save Ocean. Come on, everybody down.
Ocean, let's go.
We're on our way.
Gotta take the elevator.
Oh yeah, there's a pug here and Brucey.
Oh, there's Brucey.
Yeah, they're going a little bit
Brucey.
slow because Brucey needs medical attention. He's
My grandfather set him on fire.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dutch Matthews.
I mean, he
Du-
didn't mean to. He just, you know.
Okay,
Dutch was walking across the street and he caused a 15-car pilot explosion.
Okay, can you head down?
He worked with Nurse Joy at ARC yesterday.
Okay, so he's good. He doesn't. Does he need me? Do you need?
No,
do you need-
no.
Okay.
He's in recuperation mode right now.
Okay,
Well,
I gotta take
actually, sorry,
okay.
he does have some metal on him. I didn't dare touch it when I was looking at his bandages earlier when they were
Wait,
a little
what?
loose.
What
Yeah,
metal? I
I'm
thought
guessing
nurse-
maybe from the explosions. I just didn't want to touch him because I didn't want to cause any
Okay.
pain to Brucey.
I thought.
Can you guys give me a few minutes? I gotta take these fellas somewhere, and I'll be right back to take care of Brucey. Okay?
Okay.
'Cause they
Thank you.
don't have very long, so
Oh my God, are they dying?
No, they have to go to sleep soon. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, when somebody doesn't have very long around here, it's a bad thing to say.
Yeah, tell me.
I think I'll see you guys in the morgue. Yeah.
I mean, the morgue's right over there.
Right there, real convenient. Just drive on in, guys.
Yeah.
So here's my Cluck and Bell car. I'm 2 for 2 on Cluck
Oh my
and Bell
God.
raffles. Yeah. So last time I won the first car, I was the last person to put an entry in. So I kind of walked up. I was like, "Hey, Sydney, I'm gonna put a raffle ticket in," and she was like, "Okay." I go, "I'm gonna win." She's like, "No, you're not," and I won it. Then yesterday, I was the last person to put a ticket in, and I walked up in front of everybody. I said, "Just let you guys know, I got my superpowers is winning Cluck and Bell cars. So I just bought a raffle ticket. I'm gonna win this." And Sydney's like, "There's no fucking way." And then she rolls the wheel and she goes, "No way." She won it again. You should have heard everyone just scream. They were so mad. Except for my sister, she started sobbing because she had to drive one of those back home, and she's so embarrassed to sit inside the Cluckenbell car that she started crying.
Oh, poor Annabelle. He's so
Yeah, Annabelle,
sensitive.
she told me she's so embarrassed. She's like, brother, I'm so embarrassed. Your car's so ugly. People are gonna judge me. I'm like, babe, this is Los Santos. Like, no one judges anybody. Like,
Nobody
people walk
cares.
around fucking
Literally, no
with,
one
like,
cares.
idiots, you know. I made her drive the horrifically ugly Albany Primo, though that was bright yellow and red and bright yellow and blue. Yeah.
Oh,
This is this car hums. This is fully tuned up. It's wicked.
Hell
Huh,
yeah.
Brucey? It's wicked.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so
you
this
don't
is-
have to keep it as a Cluckenbill car. You can do what you want with it. It's yours now.
No way. I ain't gonna touch it, man. Like both those cars are as Clucking belled out. You know what I mean? Like I want it that way. I'm gonna no, don't bite the tire. It's gonna blow up into your face, and you're gonna like be even more hurt.
So you're like a clucked up car. You're going to
It's
drive
all clucked
around
up.
in a clucked up car.
Yep. Yeah.
You don't care if it looks clucked up. If it is clucked up, it's just clucked up.
My sister hates it so much. She doesn't hate this one as much. She hates the other one like a lot because
So
it's
that's why you want to
it's
make her drive
horrifically
it,
ugly.
because you're cruel.
Yeah.
And
That
mean.
has hydraulics, so I like to bounce it around, around the neighborhood, and she just thinks it's stupid.
Hydraulics are great.
Right? I think it's rad, man. She just, I don't know. I was like, you don't have to be all pissy. Like, come on, like it's a car. You know. Engine looks dope. I bought her at Anna's Kauai for her birthday, so that's kind of like what she's driving right now. Oh, this is cool. I didn't know this was back here. I got NOS.
Oh my
Doesn't work, though.
god.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Doesn't work though. I think it's mostly just for show.
They probably had to legally unhook it, or
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, I got a canister right there in the middle of the, right there in the middle, but I don't know how to make it work. So.
Oh god.
Yep.
All right. Well, Juniper and I were having a bit of a discussion upstairs, so we're just gonna keep doing that. and,
Okay. Is it like a private discussion?
I mean,
private
you're medical
exactly,
staff,
but yeah, we're just gonna figure out the right level for Juniper so that she has access to things she needs access to, and also can, the benefit of her experience can be had by Sam's. I mean, yes,
Rad.
no, they've been away for a while, but there's still
Morgan's gonna retrain me.
a lot of experience brought to bear here, and expressing an interest in helping out with command. It's not expressed by that many people. It's just a question of, it's not a title so much as a pay grade that allows them to have access to the things they need.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
because I mean,
cool.
obviously, I'm not gonna be able to do doctor EMS work, but I'm technically the only one hired under dispatch. So, if I can help out with a variety of things to also make command's life not as stressful, that would be ideal.
Yeah,
wear a
especially since
stethoscope.
in my well, I don't think that's necessary because that gives the impression that they're going to be doing medical treatment, and that's not what Jennifer's here for.
I know basic first aid, but that's about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you can listen to heart rates.
yeah. I mean, there are some administrative type things that would be helpful if you'd have doctor access to do, like the appointments sheet updating and things like that. That's currently being done by Nick in the absence of Annie, whose baby it kind of was. Also making sure that appointments get dealt with.
Right.
It's just, something that needs doing. Scheduling appointments with people who walk in, and doctors being able to kind of indicate what their availability is for different things would be helpful, because right now it's all very seat of the pants.
That's cool. Well, if
so
you ever
yeah.
need me to step up, let me know. I mean, I got
You
command
already do
experience,
a
too.
tremendous amount with the forensics team and the autopsies and things that you do, so I'm not
Man, no
asking
one's
you to
died in
take
a
on
while.
more.
I'm bored.
Oh, for God's sake, you had to
Ocean?
just speak that into being, didn't you?
Yeah, well,
I'm
maybe
not
the
suspicious.
AOD
I'm not superstitious about the Q word, but I am a bit superstitious about saying nobody's died, because that.
I mean, David's not clocked in, so we're okay.
I know David's had to be away for a few days. That's fine. He's entitled to a break.
Right. I mean, so is the season title from a break
Also,
from him.
with the way that, things are going, I mean, the call has gone out to see if other people are interested in chief of EMS, but failing that, there seems to
I'd
be
vote
a
for David.
reasonable candidate in David, so.
Yeah.
And so if he wants to take a little bit of time off before that happens, that's no, no,
But
don't
if
you
anything like
dare.
pops up on like the doctor side, let me know.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, something cropped up yesterday. I came in specifically just to do an interview for a doctor, and Smiley didn't put him in my office or upstairs. He put him in the ER, and I got in the ER. Somebody immediately needed surgery, and I really couldn't. I couldn't do the surgery. I was not in the headspace for it. I just came in to do the interview, so I put the gentleman in the ICU, and I'm going to do the surgery today with Nick.
Oh, gotcha. Did he get his interview?
I don't know. Smiley was going to do it later.
What's the guy's name? I could always reach out to him.
It's oh God, why am I looking in here? I honestly don't remember the gentleman's name. I'd have to look it up.
Was it Lance Williams?
Lance, yeah, that's right, Lance.
Okay. Did we get a phone number? Because I remember the appointment he put in there. He
He had, the appointment request. He didn't have a phone, but he subsequently filled out an actual application, so it's in there.
Oh, I'll pull it up then. Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want me to interview?
Well, Smiley interviewed him. I think Smiley did interview him. Now that I think of it, I just wanted to make sure he seemed like a good fit, because he on paper he looked great, and Smiley confirmed that he thinks that he did look good. So I mean, I'm prepared to hire him, but I gotta get hold of him.
Oh, he did interview him. Yeah, let me read these.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
he's
thanks
an
again
Army med
for not.
evacuation.
Yeah.
Guy. Cool. So he has experience.
Yep.
That is nice.
I mean, he sounds like a very competent doctor, and obviously going to be a real advantage for us to have more people of that type. Also, Miguel. I'm just waiting around to find Miguel so I can promote him. Actually, I can promote him.
Is a rock star.
I can promote him. I just want him to be around when it happens. I don't want to promote him in a vacuum, but that's all I'm waiting for is for him to show up.
That guy is cool. I really like him.
I really like him too. I did one shift with him, and he's just like a sponge in terms of he doesn't need to be taught most things. He just needs to be taught how we do things, and he's just a sponge for that. He just picks it up.
His first day, he literally clocked in plain clothes.
I know, and you brought him into a surgery.
I was running down. It was like a bloodbath.
Well, that's kind of like Sebastian did too. Like Sebastian got a really early surgery, and I haven't seen him in a while. But Joseph Forstinger, I've got to message him because he's like, I can't reach out to him. He has to reach out to me, but I've got to find out if he's still around. Because if he's not, he's gonna be gone. He's not shown up. Dorian shows up very little, but he's still heard from, so I'm not upset about Dorian. But I want everybody's IBANs. It's really, really important. Everybody's IBANs. It's got to be in the system.
That's something I could try to work on.
Yeah, I've been nagging. Miguel's needs in. He hasn't got it. Forstinger's in, but I mean, I'm going to fire him if he doesn't reach out to me, because he's made it impossible for me to reach out to him.
Who, Miguel?
No, Joseph Forstinger. He's a German doctor or something. He showed up to like 1 or 2 shifts, and I haven't been seen since. And I think it's
about.
No, that's Miguel or Lance or no, Miguel's fine. Miguel's great. No, Joseph Forstinger. I've been trying to reach this guy.
Oh, okay. You said Miguel, and I was like,
no. Miguel is fine. We've moved on from Miguel. We're talking about Joseph. Joseph came in. She said Miguel, right? He kind of tried to direct a surgery. He was for day one intern, trying to direct a surgery. He obviously knows a lot, but he thinks he's way too good to be an intern, so he hasn't shown up. And I don't like that attitude, and I don't want him around if he's not going to put in the time.
That guy yet.
No, I haven't met that guy yet. Nobody's met that guy because he hasn't come to work. So as far as I'm concerned, he's out on his ass. I'm not going to give him keys to the kingdom if he's not going to show up. If he thinks he's too good to be an intern and do his time like everybody else does, then I don't want him on team. He's not a team player. He's not interested in the medicine. He's interested in the status of being a doctor, and I don't have time for that.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I just want him to reach out, and I've tried to reach out. I've asked for him to reach out, and because I can't reach out, he has prevented me from being able to reach him. So I can't.
Oh, his fax line is like
his fax line is blocked for me, and I can't.
Gotcha.
Do it. I can't reach out to him.
What's the beginning? You said Joseph what?
Forstinger. 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 I can't reach him. I have tried to reach out to him. He has not. I can't. And he never in the city, so I can't reach him that way. He hasn't given me information. Like I can't reach the guy, and he won't respond. So as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be out in his ass.
I'll just let him go at that point then.
I really feel like it. Like I don't think I should have to wait around for a month for him to decide to respond to me either. Like if he wants the job, chop chop, man. Last time he was heard from was like a month ago. No, sorry, 2 months ago. Fuck it. Oh, he's out. I can't with that.
Yeah, you gotta do what's best for the department, especially if he's gonna have the attitude that you've described, that he doesn't really seem to fit our department very well. Because we're all in this together. We're not pitting ourselves against one another. That we stand for. Oh, those are big words, Brucey. Oh, Brucey. It's okay. Isaac will hopefully be back soon so that way he can take a look at the medal that's on your fur, buddy.
If he remembers to come back.
He better remember to come back. Or
I mean, you do know that you guys, you know who those guys in the van were, right?
No.
That's the cartel.
What cartel?
Yeah, that's the cartel.
What cartel?
You know, the cartel. They're a gang.
No, I don't know.
They shoot people. They're you know, always in trouble with the law.
I mean, 90% of the people we treat are shoot people and are in trouble with the law. It makes no difference to me.
Well, okay, so you know, like the mafia, right? Like the Italian mafia. There's
Where
like
is my little duckling?
Like,
I love my duckling.
Latinos, you know, but more violent. I'm just curious why Isaac Fitzgerald from Burger Shot is hanging out with those dudes. I was gonna be like, yo,
he's giving them a lift somewhere. He said, but you know, well, they let him come to the hospital to do a side quest, so you know,
I never had an issue with those guys. Honestly, they don't fuck with medical.
Well, exactly, and we don't like. It's not our place to police what people do. It's not our job. Literally, not our job.
I do like knowing what people do, that just so that way I can ensure my own safety. You know.
Yeah, same here.
I don't care what people do; they can do whatever they want. As long as they ain't shooting me, I'm good, man.
Exactly.
If they shoot other people, that's job security.
I don't want him shooting other people either. But there's not much I can do. I guess we should go back upstairs and finish our conversation rather than being down in a parking lot where we could be run into by a trooper who's coming 1,000,000 miles an hour, because that happened to somebody. A trooper drove down here, claimed he couldn't see, but he wasn't going to slow down either, and he ran over somebody. So.
Well, you know.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
We were just talking about getting run over.
We were just talking about getting run over like seconds ago. Seconds ago, we were just talking about being run over by people who come in here at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
The timing of that.
That was incredible timing.
I honestly thought you forgot about us or got kidnapped.
Yeah,
No,
we.
there was some accusation of the guys that I was buying a vehicle for. They kidnapped somebody, hey Brucey, and they had only been here for 2 days, and they did not in fact have guns, and they actually admitted all their crimes to me, which is not very smart to do, but anyway.
They've only been here 2 days, and they're already telling people about what they do. That may be. I mean.
It's a risk for them.
Brucey,
Extremely risky.
I need to say that one more time. Look there be one more time.
Okay, it's none of that is embedded, is it? We could just see glints of it through his fur.
I didn't dare touch it because I wasn't sure how severe it was. And
I mean, people don't read signs. It's bad. I see that Beans was in doing signs. Maybe a big slow down sign. Maybe a big slow down sign up here. Can you think that we could do that? A big slow down sign? On the ground? Slow the fuck down. Yeah, I think I might ask Beans if there's possible to get a big slow down sign. People will probably not pay attention to it, but like they don't pay attention to anything else. Like they don't literally run right over to directional signage and go, "There's no signs in here. I don't know how to get anywhere." And I tried, you know, reading. Okay, I'm having a grumpy Sunday. Okay, I'm grumpy today. I should not be grumpy, but it's just, you know what it's like. Like it's really hard to get people to help themselves, you know.
oh, trust me, I'm very familiar with that.
Also, we have sprays in the armory now, so Beans won't have to run up to U-Tool and spend so much money.
Oh, that's great.
I know. It goes right out of the hospital, you know, fund, so I'm going to tell people they have to use these responsibly and for hospital purposes, not just grab a whole bunch for themselves, but, you know, I mean, I don't mind if they grab a few. Obviously, I don't care, but, you know, it's for hospital use, so.
Look what I got, Brucey. Come here.
Oh, Brucey. Oh, Brucey. You don't
It's
have.
okay.
Don't be near me with that, because who knows what that'll do to my wheelchair.
It's not that big. It'll just stick to your wheelchair. It's like the palm of my hand. It's not that big of a magnet. Here.
I could. Never mind.
Oh my God, Ocean.
What?
Brucey,
Stop
Brucey,
myself.
come here. Brucey,
feels
come here,
gross.
please.
What are you
Here,
trying?
come.
What are you trying? What are you trying to do? Isaac?
Come put your head in my lap, Brucey.
Just here, Brucey. Come here.
Brucey, he's trying to help you.
I hate to give you this thing, but here. Come here.
Ooh,
Come put your
look,
head on my
a
lap.
Big, delicious cat.
Did you say cat or cow?
Cat.
It's a cat plushie.
It's a burger shot
Oh,
cat.
plushie. Oh, okay. I was so confused for a moment. Oh, Brucey.
Brucey, do you want me to get this stuff out of your fur or not? Oh, he likes the lion flesh that I gave him, I think. Is that the one I gave you or no?
No.
I've given out so many plushies. Okay.
My admittedly limited experience, I think animals have more plushies than people in this state.
Yeah, if anyone finds a rabbit plushie from Easter, I need that one.
I can ask Sophie. I gave her like 50.
I mean, if you can get a couple off of Sophie, if you don't mind, that'd be
Alright.
great. Because I'd love to give one to Beans as well.
Gracie. Oh, wait. You're all good. Let me get you something to help with your skin.
Good job, Brucey. I'm very proud of you. You were such a good boy.
Percy is a good boy. Okay, let's go upstairs, Juniper, and finish our conversation.
Okay. Brucey, we'll be upstairs back in the emergency room. Ocean's great seeing you.
Huff huffs. Oh, the police just do whatever the hell they want. Anybody who's used this MLO does whatever the hell they want. I've noticed that. Anybody who's previous experience with this MLO has many years of experience or many months of experience with ignoring the internet signs, so we have more spray remover. I can get it. But it doesn't really want to carry around a ton of spray remover or anything. But spray remover is 50. It's 50. I thought it was 25. It was 25 in the freaking police one, right? I feel like a bit of a churlish person asking for this, but why are we paying full price for these? Just noticed we're paying full price for the sprays and spray remover when the police get it for half price, so... Oh,
You okay?
you ran me over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were still in the door.
No, so, we're paying full price for those, and the police get them for half price, so I'm a little bit grumpy now. I'm even grumpier now than I was before.
That is not ideal, so we'll have to see if we can address that. So, yeah, we were talking about the
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to just unilaterally make a decision on that, but I would put you up to senior attending so you could be part of command if it was just up to me. I can just ask command what they think.
because before I know it, at least when Leaf was still in charge of the EMS side of things, he would just promote me. So I don't know if that was just if he talked about that with anyone in high command for doctors, or 'cause I'm not sure what the protocol is nowadays. Now that there's been a big
I don't really
change in
know
laws
either.
and
It's,
what position. 'Cause I know Rook's in her final days of being in charge of EMS side of things.
yes. And, you know, they asked for what they do, and I basically said, you know, put it out there, clarify who it is that qualifies for the position. And if anybody, you know, if nobody else comes forward and says they want to run, then David gets anointed, basically. I got anointed. I don't even know if Morgan did a call because it was pretty obvious that because I was promoted to deputy director that I was next in line. I would still, you know, like to talk to the doctors. I think it's a little different with the doctors because we don't really have that. Oh God, another fire.
Trash fire.
That's not far from here. Really not far from here.
That's really not far. That's down the street.
Oh, I'm not putting out trash fires. This is just literally not my job.
Yeah, I don't know if Morgan talked with anyone else. I know he was talking to me about it, because I honestly was one of them that recommended you to be director. You know, Morgan definitely agreed.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan and I, you know, work really well together. He was a really good instructor, and, you know, the monsoon kind of made a bunch of people stand up and have to do things that they were potentially out of their comfort zone. And one of my things was helping to organize the hospital up in the aircraft hangar. And, you know, I think to the extent possible, I tried to you know, help people organize things up there. And I think it worked pretty well.
And you're an amazing worker. I know I haven't gotten to work with you too much, but from things that I've noticed, you definitely go above and beyond. But yeah, if that's something you need to discuss with
I don't know that it's a discussion so much as a here's what I'd like to do. Did anybody have any reason no, I shouldn't do this? That, you know, is sort of based in kind of SOPs or policy or, you know, anything practical.
Yeah.
I have to go to the well, I've committed to go to the, if they have it, the the open city hall meeting tonight at 7 Eastern.
I don't think I'm gonna go to that.
I don't think you should go to any of those if you don't want to. Like, just, I mean, the open thing is fine, but I don't want anybody turning on you and saying, blah blah blah, mayor, blah blah blah, because it's over and done. And the next mayor lasted a very short time. You're the only mayor that's made it out of term so far.
That's what I've been hearing. Crow basically got hired on, hasn't been seen since. Aaron, I think was recently has stepped down.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I asked for the last, like 2 weeks ago at this event, I asked Jason to set up a meeting with me and Aaron so that we could have a meeting. And apparently she was eager to meet with me and looking forward to it. And the next thing I heard, she quit. So maybe not looking forward as much as all that. And that's like very short time into her mandate. And as far as I know, there hasn't been any horrors or scandals or, you know, other than she didn't even have an inauguration. She didn't issue any kind of communications at all officially. And I don't know what she was doing, but there was even less communication than there was with you. And they complained about yours. So, you know, and now she's gone. So I'm not a real fan of how this city, you know, chews up and spits out mayors, especially, you know, women.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they'll elect them apparently, but they won't let them do their jobs or make the job feasible. So, you know.
But yeah, aside from the mayoral stuff. Oh, hey everyone.
Hey,
He refused to take the elevator. He's being stubborn, dog.
No, Brucey.
So, here is some pain pills for him. Okay. He can get one. He could get one every morning and night with his You can take it with food. You just can't chew the pill. Okay, like it needs to be swallowed whole.
Brucey.
If you put it in food, he needs to swallow it. If he chews it up, it's just gonna make him really groggy really quickly and make him a little bit sick.
Right.
So should help with the pain and swelling. I reapplied his. I got some new creams on him and some coconut oil to help with the dryness in the skin. his bandages. I replaced his bandages and his dressings. Once his skin starts healing up, he'll need a little bit of a bath. But till then, you know, just keep using coconut oil on the dry spots. Don't let it get too dry and flaky. Keep him really well hydrated. Yeah, that's about it.
That's good. Thank you so much.
If he starts having like really dry skin, his nose starts to get really flaky, or he starts like panting a lot without stopping, like over an hour if it's just panting straight, he may need to come down to Animal Arc and get IV fluids because the burns on his skin, he's not able to retain a lot of the body heat. So warm blankets, warm environments will be better for him.
All right, you hear that, Brucey? Lots of cuddles.
Yep. If Brucey gets too cold being outside and whatnot, because, you know, we are in the fall season at this point, it's starting to get a little colder. You know, just be wary of their temperature, okay?
Okay.
So, because a dog that's hypothermic is no bueno. It's a very quick decline into, no, bad place. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you need me, I'll be down at Burger Shop. So.
Sounds good. Thank you again.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Of course, you're welcome. All right, your total today will be $5,000.
Brucey, bite him.
Brucey, pay
just
him
messing with you.
pay him in Becks. Pay him in bacon, egg, and cheese. $5,000 worth of bacon, egg, and cheese.
Just joking. So last night, do you know how much money we raised last night in total after AOD sent in their donations and then Black
$98,000.
So that was
That's a lot of Becks.
So 100 the 198 was just from the raffle, right? Blackmire also did another 100,000, and then AOD donated another 100 or 270,000.
Oh my god.
So we ended up with $570,000 in donations to Park last night.
Holy cow. I guess you don't have to worry about your medical bills, Brucey.
Yeah. So like we'll still charge people, but if they can't afford it, you know, we'll go ahead and do it. But we never charge the working dogs for anything. So but I did place a $93,000 order. Oh, yep, thanks. Appreciate it. I did place a $93,000 order with the farm for a bunch of materials to make treats with. So and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing our trainings. So if you want to bring any of your EMS canines out to be role models, it'd be appreciated. We're also going to be doing, if anyone wants to be hired on as a tech, we'll be training them as well at the same time.
Fantastic.
So, and if anyone in the city wants to be trained as a tech, they can come out. So,
you know, I kind of do because I'm usually the guy that gets roped into hurt animal situations when there's no vets around.
Yep. And actually, because you're not a felon, you can actually transition into a full vet as well. So you'll be able to attend and treat animals and stuff. And do surgeries and stuff.
Kicking, you know. I don't know a lot about.
I stretched since they're hydrated.
You know,
I wish you could be awake too. That's okay.
Well, so a majority of our emergencies deal with.
I do want to get Dottie hired on. We did do experiments. And
their anatomy is
Judy and Ricky's
extremely similar to ours, especially cats. Cats.
Judy and Ricky had
one-to-one of our
an idea of what to do with Dottie,
with the exception of like
proved to be
lobes
workable.
For their lungs. And
Dottie can work for
some other muscle groups. But for the most part, their anatomy is it's exactly like ours. You'll find all of the same muscle groups, the same arteries, blood vessels, all that kind of stuff, in the exact same place you would find it on our bodies. Just if we walk on four legs, you know. So actually, a great way to teach someone anatomy without having them do it on a human cadaver, because some places you don't have access to human cadavers all the time, is by using, unfortunately, a cat that's been donated to science after it's lived its life. So,
Aoife, don't listen to this. She can't hear it anyway. I've got headphones on.
Yeah,
well, I think it'd be really
right
fun
here
to,
with me.
Help out when there's no other vets around.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, so
I'm not looking to do
Tuesdays
like
Yeah.
a full-time job of it. But like, you know,
No,
in the rare
so-
situation that you or Michaela is not around or Ellen is not around, I can at least tap
Yeah,
myself in and do the basics.
we don't want people, like, once people are trained as vets and vet techs, we don't want you to be doing it full time. Like, we want you to be trained in the event that you're needed and you're able to help.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much
that's
all I
what we
wanna do.
exist to do.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to kind of step in because like I'm here in the morning, the early morning hours when
Yeah, and it'll
usually it's like me
be
and
good for
sometimes
Dottie,
Ellen.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
It'll
Yeah,
give Dottie a
there's
different view of the
lots and
city.
lots
And
of dogs
we also
around the
need
morning
Doherty's
for some
open
reason,
more
so
hours,
they're always getting
and
hit by
because
cars or
people need
attacked by
food
cougars.
and the
Like the
NPCs
other
are
day
gone.
where
So
we had to rescue Kiva.
Doherty's
hear
been
about
doing
that
quite
yesterday, Brenda?
well since. What was that? What happened?
Yeah, yesterday was fucking nuts. So yesterday,
It's fucking.
I had my radio on. I was like on call, right? I'm in the middle of the ocean with Sophie. We're doing scuba diving, and then I get an officer down alert. It was Kiva, and so I swap over. I'm like, you know, Kiva, can you hear me? Kiva, can you hear me? I got nothing. So PD pops over, and PD's like, I'm going to 76 to that location. I'm like, cool. I'm in the middle of the ocean. I'll make my way back to shore, right? And then next thing I know, the PD guy went quiet on radio. I'm like, are you there? Hello? Are you there? Nothing. So me and Sophie make our way back to shore. Hop in my car, get all the way back down to Route 68. I find Kiva down and Lady down, the dog.
Oh god.
Because the cougar took them both out. The cop code zeroed and never came back. So as I'm sitting there trying to help Kiva get her back to her feet, another cougar comes running across the fucking highway at us, and gets slammed by a local car inches from me as I'm like, you know, like elbows deep in Kiva's guts, right, trying to save her life. That local saved my butt. But okay, I gotta rewind it back a bit. As I'm on the way to Route 68, we had to take Cassidy Trail back. My Jeep slides off the bridge upside down into the water and submerges itself. So me and Sophie had to
68
run
cougar.
down the street and essentially get a nice local to taxi us back to Route 68. Afterwards, Polly and Sebastian took a big ass truck up to Cassidy and yanked my car out of the water. Flipped it over a couple of trees because that thing was wedged in it. It was like I just wanted to like have a day off and go scuba diving, and it becoming like a 4-hour train wreck. And it was so fun. Except for the whole cougar attacking Kiva thing, that wasn't fun.
That was fun. How was Kiva?
She seemed to be doing okay. Yeah, I talked to her earlier.
Okay.
I think I saw her at the car dealership a little bit ago.
Yeah, but he just said that he wants you to. Brucey has to swallow the pill hole, and if he chomps it while eating a beck that it's hidden in, it's
Yeah, I was
gonna
just down
hurt
there with
him.
them
So.
before I came here.
Also, Brenda doesn't
Can I
have the
say how much I've
pills.
missed working with
He
you?
gave them to Juniper, I think. Yeah, we don't know that, Brucey.
I think I'm gonna run for mayor next time elections go up.
Where is Brucey anyway? Where'd he go?
I wish
Did
you
you-
best of luck.
Did
Yeah.
you just leave?
I don't know if I want it.
Yeah, no, okay.
I feel like I could do some good with it, but
I'm gonna assume so since you're in chat, but
oh, I know.
It's
I
okay.
know.
You'll quit in 3 weeks, Isaac. Don't even worry about it, bro.
God.
No one's beaten my record yet, so.
Yeah,
Because I think the current mayor is resigning.
that's what I
I thought
heard.
she already resigned.
Oh, yeah.
She
So-
was there at the meeting yesterday. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
You guys had a meeting yesterday?
Well, we were going to. And like there's 15 events going on. So, you know.
Yeah.
Can I leave the
Use upstairs in
weekly
the rec room?
training
Okay.
poster in here? Is that okay?
Yeah, just put it like on the wall here, for
Okay.
example. Just don't put it on this because we've had to take off things that are right here. You can put it right there, sure. We'll see it. You can put a pretty big one there, actually. If it's here, it has to be smaller.
Hey, Brenda, the reason I came by here right now is I need to know, when did they reschedule the meeting for? Today.
Reschedule the meeting. I didn't know which meeting.
Oh, the city council meeting. I thought it was
Oh, no.
today.
Well, there's supposed to be an open city council meeting today at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
It's every 2 weeks. But again, they can just cancel those for nobody tells us anything, so
All
I
right.
don't know.
Yeah,
I
don't know
was gonna
what's
go
going
to
on.
I was gonna go to that one because I said I could go to those ones, but I can't go to the Saturday ones.
Okay.
So
All right.
I don't expect you, like, I don't understand why they have why they have Saturday ones on the weeks they have a Sunday one. Like, why
Yeah, that
wouldn't
don't
they
make no
just
sense.
why don't they just have an open meeting one week and a closed meeting the next week? Like, why do you need 2 meetings on the day, a week on the day, half the
Okay.
time?
Make me mayor and I'll fix that. Haha.
I I have no objection.
I just called all the people on my list to call,
He
and
is on the ground,
nobody
yeah.
answered. So
We'll figure
I'm
it out. Let us
assuming
figure
that
it
people
out.
are either asleep or don't want to talk to me. As far as the
Yeah,
people who have
there's no spawns. You
requested
got to go
things,
from the
I
vets and
think
yeah.
Elena and I might have something later.
Little
But
shit cougars. Fucking.
yeah, I tried to get a hold of Ramona because I have somebody that needs counseling for drug addiction, and I have not been able to get a hold of her.
Yeah, I understand that that's not going to be a possibility. So, yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Has she left town?
Yes.
Wait, who left town?
That Ramona Reed.
Yeah, she left town.
Yeah, she's going to be one of my counselors for people who are
Yeah.
addicted and getting over addiction. Because I don't know what that's like.
Yeah.
Addicted to anything.
Unfortunately, that's peer support's really important for that, and
Right.
I'm sure we will have some people who have gone through that. I think we might just do a little bit of outreach to the MCs, for example. A person that I've heard might be helpful is that I've only met a couple of times is Chris from AOD, who's their chaplain. I would recommend maybe reaching out to her. I think that might be a
She
really
and I
good
have
resource.
a little bit of a
Yeah, but
I know,
spiky,
but
thorny problem.
well, this might help you get over your spiky thorny problem because I think
wait.
that would be a
So
good
it's my
way.
problem.
No, I'm saying it would be a good way for the two of you to get past the spiky thorny problem to something that's more productive.
Yeah. And she would 100% jump at the chance to do that. I think that's something she would love.
Helping other people can be a very big way to bridge gaps.
And she has trouble. She has not. I didn't say trouble. She has. She's working on ways to communicate with people better.
Polly's a little
and I think
prickly about
discussing with
that.
people doing peer support is something that would help her help other people too. So.
Also, this is your show, Polly. So if that's not an appropriate person or you feel uncomfortable with that, then maybe there's another person that you can find. Most of the clubs would have some kind of chaplain. So if you ask, for example, who the Blackmire chaplain is or the LSV chaplain is, I'm sure there would be another person who might be able to help in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the one I know. I know that that's the chaplain of EOD, but I mean, just do what makes you comfortable.
I know that Brock Turner what's his
Brock Silverman?
Name again?
Brock Silverman, yeah.
Silverman keeps coming around, and
I
just don't trust him at
You
all.
know, I've had several women tell me to keep him away from my sister.
So here's the thing.
Oh no.
Brock isn't like he's just weird. He comes across weird. He's not that kind of creep. I'll say that. But
he's another kind of creep.
Doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut, and I would not trust him with knowledge or information on medical stuff.
Yeah,
this is what I've been told by people. That I've been told the fact that he could never keep confidentiality.
And yet, I mean, he as a priest is doing confessions, so presumably that isn't something that's
now he can like if he wants to, like, I would say, like, the only, like, if you ever brought him anywhere near stuff psych, is here's the name and number of a priest if you want to go talk to a priest. He doesn't work for psych and he's not affiliated with psych.
Yeah,
we just have his information.
And also that Doug Fiedler or whatever the hell his name is, the guy that wanted to be in psych.
Oh yeah, he's a game therapist. I got his business card.
I understand that part of his therapy is to give people LSD. I was told that.
Homeopathic remedies.
LSD is not homeopathic.
I know,
Yeah,
it's a joke.
It's a
literally,
controlled
yeah,
substance.
yeah. He shouldn't be doing that. Obviously, he's not going to be affiliated with Sam's in any way, shape, or form if he's giving people illegal drugs. That's just not happening.
I know, but I'm concerned that people are going to think, hey, look, I can get high and go to this person and not actually get any help whatsoever. But, you know.
Well, if he's posing as a doctor or a therapist in any way, shape, or form, we can get him arrested.
Oh, he is.
Yeah. Oh, a therapist.
He
So
is.
yeah, a therapist requires a certification, and if he can't produce that,
Yeah,
through
I already had
some governing
a
body.
bit of an argument with how totalitarian that is, because somebody who is pretending to be a different person, who has a criminal record long as your arm, wants to do therapy now because they went to Nepal and kissed an elephant's, I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
They
but-
drank elephant milk or something, and
Rusty donut?
they literally are not even using their proper name. They denied being that person at first. I did an interview with them, and they got mad at me for being, totalitarian, and I'm the only way that people can have that. That's wrong. That's blah blah blah. That's literally what medicine's about. It's state controlled. Sorry, deal with it. And then he wanted to do therapy, so I said, it's actually Polly you have to impress. Don't, but you really are not allowed to have felonies. And, he has 29, convictions on his record under his old name before he drank the elephant milk or whatever the heck it is. So, and
Drink
it's
the
not,
elephant milk.
that's what he did. He went to, apparently he changed his
Is he
name
one of
after.
Melvin Supreme's guys or what? Like, who is this
No,
dude?
apparently not.
shit.
No, Melvin Supreme does not have a monopoly on crazy. Apparently these
Got
guys
the
just,
monopoly on monkeys, though.
He has a couple of LLCs on crazy though, that's for sure.
yeah, exactly.
Well, Polly.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's.
As long
I've
as
actually
it's
talked to the
properly
players
if
since
you're
about
not- if you're free.
doing maybe a real psych
Em,
character.
have you worked with anybody else? Because I can't show if you've worked with somebody else.
I've worked with Jason,
Yeah.
and
I
then
don't think
that's about
Jason's
it.
showing much right now. I think he's more setting shit up.
Yeah.
Sorry, setting stuff up.
In the past, I think it was Bill. Like that was like back in maybe June. Bill's not around.
Okay. All right.
So, and then the most recent, I was talking with Jason, and I think he got Sydney to come over and do stuff. But other than that, no, I don't really have like a set realtor.
Well, I can reach out and see, because we're not allowed to step on anybody's toes.
But shouldn't it be my choice? Like,
Technically, but
shouldn't
yeah,
it be my choice
okay,
on
you
what
know
realtor
what?
I want to use?
I'll take you. I'll take you.
I just want to see what's available. That's all.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right, and I've got my realtor clothes on right now, so it's my money outfit. See?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
figured
it's
it'd look
it's
like-
more
I thought
so
those were Sebastian's clothes.
yeah, and it's more so like a business
I mean-
purchase. So like, it's gonna
He's
be
not using them right now. He's tied up in the closet. No, just kidding. No. Okay.
You know what? We're
Sorry.
neighbors. I'm gonna go and totally make fun of him. They're sneaking through your back window.
Oh my
Alright.
god.
Kind of.
Okay.
By
All
the
right,
way,
honey.
I have line of sight right into Dan the man's bedroom because he's my neighbor.
What the heck?
Oh my
That
god.
guy really needs to keep his curtains closed when he's with Blake.
Hi,
Opposite.
Whimsical Cookie. How you doing?
Dear.
He also told me that
Okay.
bad publicity is great publicity. So I'm pretty confident he was trying to give me the wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the camera up and then like sell it to the
Oh
paparazzi.
no.
I wouldn't do it.
No.
I'm just saying though, but he's he's a movie producer. They live on that shit.
Oh God, that's how movie producers get, in trouble.
Cocaine and sex tapes, baby. That's Hollywood for you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but I literally do not want to even think about Dan the man in his in his smalls. You know, I don't want to
He's not a
think
bad
about it.
looking guy. He's okay.
Yeah, I'm
As long as he
not
keeps
saying
the
he's
hat
bad
on.
looking. I just don't want to think about it. Okay, it's hard to work with people. Ooh, ooh,
Yeah, it's
good
easy for me.
character.
I just a figure, you know.
Okay.
Whatever, it's just skin.
I'm
I'm
just,
desensitized.
I don't look. I'm a doctor. I don't mind seeing skin. I just don't want to see anybody's skin recreationally, except Nick's. Okay.
Oh, I went to
Yeah,
UC
same for
Berkeley. I've
Cass.
seen a lot of recreational skin. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I mean,
We used to play strip twister in our sophomore year. All right,
well,
you guys have your talk. I'll
yeah,
see you
we're
later.
well.
Yeah,
I
that-
mean,
great,
yeah,
great,
we're
great. Have a good one, Ocean. God. I don't know how I feel about all of that now.
just yes, just have a seat.
I'm gonna sit down now before
Just
my
sit
legs actually
down.
give out on me.
Just sit down. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you know, this is going to be positively received. I just want to make sure that there aren't any particular objections. So we just give it a little bit of time, and maybe the next time you're around here, we'll be getting you into command and having the advantage of your expertise. Regardless of the fact that you might be a little rusty at doing this job, you've got a lot of knowledge to bring to bear, and I think it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Recreational skin.
I mean, if it's cool with
Yeah.
doctor
Well.
side and EMS side, you know, helping out with interviews, I feel like that would alleviate a lot of things.
Well,
for
just that
you all
also
too.
it will give dispatch, you know, you something that you can do, you know, when things aren't particularly busy.
Yeah.
And you know, sort of expand your repertoire, your, you know, of interest. You can really help out in that. Like yesterday, if you were around yesterday and you were able to do an interview, that would have saved a lot of hassle.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
For me,
weekends
but-
usually aren't the best for me. Usually I'm pretty
Yeah,
sick
no, I know.
and
I understand that.
it's a
I
rare
understand.
day.
I understand that. But, you know, it's just like if there was somebody else who had the capacity to do that. I'm not a real I don't have a problem with EMS doing doctor interviews, but I do want to kind of have a say in the hiring, because when they hire people like Joseph and I don't get a say, you know, then all of a sudden we get somebody on our hands that has never talked to a doctor before, and that's a bit of a problem for me. It's a bit different when people are referred, like Miguel was referred by David, and that's different. If there's a personal reference, it makes it a lot easier for me to say, yeah, sure, go ahead, hire them, you know? I'd like doctors a little bit different than EMS in terms of what you need, and I just want to make sure people are a good fit, that they're not, oh, I'm the most experienced doctor in the world, and I'm going to be director next week. You're going to promote me that fast, and I'm great. And, you know, like, I don't need arrogance. I need people who want to do a really good job being a doctor. So it's just,
Yeah, I get it.
you know what it is. Like, you know these people. Like, you can tell. And I don't know why. Like, sometimes this old stereotype of the male doctor who knows everything and is, you know, a complete shit, but still a good doctor somehow. Like, to me, that's in the past. We don't have that same expectation of doctors anymore. We don't need the know-it-alls. We need people who can work with people and make them, you know, and be a team in the health care decisions, you know, and not just come down from on high and say, I'm the doctor, I know everything, and you're the mere patient, and you must listen to me because I am a god among men, you know. And among men is the operative term either, because, you know, the more they let women into medical schools, the more women who graduate from medical schools, the kinder and gentler this profession is going to become, and that's all for the good.
Exactly.
Patient-centric care, not doctor-dictated care. Speaking of which, let me figure out who's on duty. Just a little time for me. Not very many people. Rick Johnson, Lincoln, Miami, who I thought was disgraced and gone, and Chris
Yeah, I
Johnson.
thought so too, but he's been back recently.
Apparently he's back, so.
Also found out Kimball's now chief of EMS, or
Chief of police, yeah. I actually have to talk to Kimball. I upset him when he was in the hospital, and I was having a bad time. And see, one of the things that I don't think Kimball understands that I have to kind of walk him through is the idea that this playing field is not level. So police scenes are their scenes. EMS scenes are EMS scenes, except for when the police decide to make them their scenes. Hospital is my scene, except when police decide to make it their scene. So the police end up, because they have the power to arrest people for obstruction, being in charge of all the scenes all the time. Right? Because saying no to a police officer when they ask for anything in the hospital, in the field, whatever, is dangerous for us. And I don't think Kimball understands that threat that hangs over our heads.
Yeah, because we also just can't give out information willy nilly. They have to
Yeah, they
follow
get
proper
they get shirty at that too. Although I think they understand that more and more, that it's not us trying to be delaying or being destructive. It's because we literally are required by PIPA to get that subpoena before we can release information to somebody who's not an emergency contact. So I think more and more of them understand that and don't, and I think they learn, like Stanfield, for example, some months ago when we were at Fiacra, was causing a ruckus because we weren't handing over an autopsy report before it was written. It's chopped up, quick, time's passing. He was trying to, and then he basically said, I'll subpoena her personally, meaning Nikki. And it's like, she literally don't care, dude. Like, this is not a threat. This is literally something she needs to do that job. Not threatening to subpoena her personally is not it's literally not even a thing. Like, it doesn't matter. So I think he's since has come a long way, and he understands a lot more about how this works. And he is becoming quite a decent person to work with. He also ran for chief, but he did not get it. Kimball did. Kimball, I think, is a really good cop, and I think he's really good with medical, but he also doesn't understand about the really bad cops and the really bad experiences we can have. And I would like to meet with him about that and explain where I was coming from. So I do want to apologize to him about the tone I took when he asked me for permission to GSR test somebody that I was just about to take to the OR. So I had a very negative reaction with it, and I want to explain to him why. It wasn't that I was trying to be unprofessional or being rude to him or anything. It's just literally he doesn't understand what the police have done to medical and how they have been with us in the ER. So I just want to explain that. And I'm sure under Kimball that he will foster an environment where, respect for medical is important in the PD. To the extent he can, given that he's only the chief of one part of it,
Let's see, if he's on duty, I can radio for him and see if he's available.
He isn't, as far as the MDT is concerned, he's not. But the MDT can also be very iffy in terms of that. I left him a note. It took me forever. It took me over 40 minutes to leave him a note because people said they were coming to Davis and didn't. And then the person who was at Davis left Davis without talking to me. And I wasn't trying to pull rank. I just said it was medical. I didn't say it's the director of the hospital, blah, blah, blah. I want them to just, I don't want to have to do that to get respect and attention from them. I ended up having to go to the courthouse to outside of that trial, a trial that we're having, to get somebody to take that note from me. And as it was, I gave it to Martinez, who seems stoned all the time. So I don't know what's going on with that. He didn't used to. I don't know what's going on with him. He's... So it basically took over 40 minutes for me to get any attention from... And then I got... The troopers wanted to come and help me, but like Thomas Green, because Thomas Green knows who I am. But I didn't ever at any point say, it's the director of medical, I'm pulling rank, blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to have to do that.
No, I get it.
But I didn't want to send him a note. I actually put off sending him a note because I wanted to 25 with him. I wanted to talk to him in person. I wanted to have a face-to-face conversation about this. I didn't want to have to apologize by way of a note. And I didn't want to explain by way of a note when I didn't. I said, there's something behind it and I want to talk to you about it, I want to talk to him in person. I know it's a radical concept to not just send notes, but, I really do want to talk to him in person about this, and I'd like to have a good working relationship, and I want to explain why there's been friction and why there's tension and why doctors get upset when we feel like we're getting trod on in our own turf,
Yeah. Trust me. I understand that.
And I actually understand now from his note that he sincerely wasn't trying to bait me or do anything other than respect my authority and my space. But I've had that happen before where it seemed like they wanted to do that and then they just tread all over you. And, I've seen it happen. And I want him to understand that we're not equal to them because they have a thing they can hold over us always. And it's been threatened before.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, there's been a lot of command changes since I was last here. A lot of people that I was good friends with in BCSO are no longer in BCSO. A lot of people I was good friends with are no longer in LSPD. Moro, I don't think is no longer in the troopers, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure troopers aren't a fan of me for obvious reasons.
Well, I don't know. There was a change of command there. I was at a meeting where, as you know, that happened. I don't know what happened subsequently. That was the only glimpse I had into that world. But it's, the ones that remain presumably are good. The ones that left, you weren't going to be able to work with. And sometimes people don't, deal well with the in-city aspects of their jobs and decide to leave the city, and that's up to them,
Yeah.
It seemed to me you were being forced into that position. They decided to take it out on you when it was not just you that wanted that situation to be resolved the way it was. So.
Yeah, I wanted a more lengthier process. I wanted to go through every hoop we could possibly go through, and I wasn't allowed that.
Yeah. It's very bad when you feel like you're being forced to do something you don't want to do. And as the mayor, I wouldn't necessarily even do it. I would say this is the way it's going to be done, because that at some point, you have to stop the buck, it's not up to other people to tell you as the mayor what to think or do. And then unfortunately, I think you got forced to do that a little bit more than you should. And,
I tried pushing back on it and
yeah.
it just wasn't good because a lot of people were threatening to quit if I didn't.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that they decided to do that route of things. Sorry, I'm still spraying things apparently.
It's okay. We kind of got distracted a little bit. It is nice to be back here at least. This is where I feel most comfortable at, so.
Good. I'm glad.
Gonna have to get used to some of the newer faces around here. I know that was kind of a struggle during the monsoon when people were hired on after I became mayor. And I was just like, I don't know these voices. I also don't know these call signs. It's gonna take me forever to get used to them. But okay.
Yeah, I understand that. Change is pretty inevitable in this place, and it's very difficult to keep up sometimes. But like the Joseph Forstinger thing, I was hired without input from medical, as far as I know, and and I think Morgan met him once, and thought he was a competent doctor, but what I worry about is this idea that somehow he could be running surgeries when it was his first day and, telling people what to do and what not to do. And it's like, literally, dude, it's your job to be learning right now how we do things, not telling us what we should be doing. After you've proven your worth and after you've done, a few shifts and you got to know people, maybe you can start making suggestions. That's a way it normally works, right? It's not that we don't want to hear suggestions or we don't want to improve. We just don't want you imposing it on your first day,
Yeah. Like,
Like learn to fit in first and then start changing things. Don't go crazy.
Yeah, it's like with me first being hired on, I was getting to know everyone first and
Yeah.
picking up as much.
Sorry, I am listening. I just have to keep putting up things.
No, it's okay. I can roll and talk. No worries.
Please.
Yeah, it's just like absorbing information. And it's like I'm at a point now with all the other experience I have to start making certain suggestions to see if, what would help, what would not help. And I mean, yeah, I have my personal projects of writing the SOPs because sure, we could follow the medical SOPs and EMS SOPs, but a lot of that stuff doesn't really
A lot doesn't apply,
doesn't
and
apply to us. So
I think
feel
the
like if we
only
had some
thing,
quick dispatching would be great.
with the admin interviews, the only thing is, are they willing to learn first aid? And that's really all they, if they're not willing to learn first aid and they want to work in a hospital environment, you got to ask yourself why.
Yeah.
They
I
want.
know first aid and CPR. Granted, CPR aspects kind of terrifies me because
Yeah.
that's a big responsibility. Like I'm willing to put on bandages and all that stuff, but CPR is just like I'll do it if I have to, but I try to let whoever's around that knows it better than I do to handle that situation.
Yeah. 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 It's you. In the end, you've got to have a passion for this work. You have to want to help, and you have to want to be the right. Like Lancela apparently answered the last question wrong, just like everybody else, which means that he's got the the right attitude about it. I'd be afraid if somebody actually answered that question right. To tell you the truth, I mean,
I don't even know what the questions are.
Oh, okay. Well, I can let you know what the questions are. There's 3 scenario questions. The first scenario is if somebody asks for morphine for a minor, condition, and seems to be pretending to be in pain. What do you do? EMS don't even have access to morphine, so it's kind of a theoretical question. But it's basically you don't give somebody morphine. Just to placate them, obviously. The second scenario is they're demanding morphine and they just pulled a gun on you. What do you do? This is about being able to preserve yourself. This is about making sure you're okay. So, they have to not try to be a hero in that situation. And you just want them to answer the question based on what will get them out of the situation alive. And if it's giving them a placebo, if it's, being able to distract them in somehow so you can run away and get police, just something to show that they're putting themselves first in that situation. It's can vary. The answer can vary a little bit, but the end result has got to be this guy really wants to get out of here alive, this situation alive, preserve themselves, not, oh my God, I'm not going to give this guy morphine no matter what. I'm going to get shot because I would rather preserve the morphine than, stay alive. That's not what we want, right? And then the third scenario is you're at the end of a long, difficult shift. You've clocked out for the day. You've changed your uniform. You're walking toward the parking lot, and suddenly you see this person dragging their injured friend and asking you for help. What do you do?
Okay, yeah.
What do you do?
Actually, I do remember these questions.
Everybody fails this question, and everybody should,
Leaf asked me this because I do vaguely remember these now. It's been a long time since I was talking.
Indeed, it has.
I don't even remember what I answered. I'm pretty sure I answered along the lines of I had obviously we had a very long shift, tired. I'm not going to be able to give full capable medical abilities to the person that needs it. So, if anything, direct them to any EMS or doctor that's nearby or to Hector to assist because I don't want to mess up someone's treatment.
I mean, that's as close to the right answer as anybody probably is given, because it understands both sides of the issue. It actually gives you help. You're helping to the best of your ability, which is all that we want people to understand. Is you do not have to set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to take on clock back on duty and help them. Is what the answer probably 80% of people give. I would say. And they say, well, what if there's not another doctor? And I said, there's always a doctor. There's Hector. And it's very specifically says they have a friend to help them. They didn't crawl in here on their own. They have a friend to help them. So they are not alone. They can get them to Hector. Hector is a competent doctor. And, I mean, he obviously has the jitters from drinking too much coffee, but other than that, he's a very competent doctor. Yesterday, I saw 2 of him. So maybe I had too much coffee.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times to me now. He's a singular human today, though. Hello, Hector.
No twins for you, Hector, right?
Do you see him twice?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, he's been twins for me the last couple of nights. Like last night when I was so kind of, I came in here to do the interview, and I found, a patient desperately in need of surgery, and I had the jitters, and I think that contributed to me seeing 2 of him.
Oh gosh.
I tried sending him away and sending him, bringing him back, and there were still 2 of them, so that didn't help.
Hector, if your twin is not medically certified, they can't really be behind the desk there with you to assist patients.
I mean, and normally his twins up in Bolito, so I don't know why he was down here.
Fair point. Forget
Yeah.
that he has a twin up in Polito.
He does, yeah.
I think I've been inside the lobby of the clinic, but I haven't really been through the clinic.
Well, it's a very nice clinic, actually, and it does technically have an emergency operating area, but we really don't want to do operations out there when we have a better facility down here. So, and the ICU, of course, they don't have an ICU up there. So it's a limited use clinic, but it's a pretty good one. And we also have Parsons. I don't know if you've ever been up at Parsons.
I have. Dr. Thorne a long time ago gave me a tour of it.
Oh, I didn't even know it was, open until fairly recently. I think we're just going to start using it even though there's not locks on the doors. We don't have an inpatient facility there. Apparently there's supposed to be some ways that we can do that, but I don't know what they are. The other thing I was going to talk to Polly about, I noticed she started getting very defensive very quickly about my choice of words regarding the chaplain. I was kind of upset with that. She doesn't trust me, and I don't like that.
I don't understand why she wouldn't trust you. You're a very capable doctor.
Well, she thinks, I don't know, so it's my problem. I just said the problem, and she decided that I said it was her problem. It's not her problem. Obviously, 2 people need to be involved in a problem like that, but I also don't want her to be resistant to getting help for it or to, trying to resolve it. Like, I don't want her to just ignore a problem. I want her to, as a psychiatrist, I think she should understand that problems don't go away just because you're not paying attention to them. So that's, I think working together on something like that could really repair that bridge. But apparently Polly's just incredibly defensive about the fact that she's got a problem with AOD right now. And I don't think that's helpful. I think she needs to work at resolving it and not to the point where she feels unsafe, but, she's got to be open to some suggestions.
Yeah. I've heard from different people that Polly is an interesting person to interact with, so I will have to try to get to know her better, just understand her more.
Polly's really great in many respects, but she also sometimes says things that she should not, and she needs to, with respect to work particularly, be a little less forthcoming, and maybe it'll be a little more reserved when speaking to people who are in the, general public. It can be, and I'm not trying to get her to be somebody who's not Polly, but at the same time, you do have to be more guarded when you're working professionally than you would be, if you're out and about on your own. She's a very blunt person. And she was in the military and was a psychiatrist in the military. And I think that kind of sheds a bit of light on where she comes from with her interactions with people. She just doesn't mince words. And that can be a little diplomacy is sometimes required in situations. And
Yeah.
I think sometimes she doesn't really want to do that, but at the same time, that's what's called for. And I understand because in the end, honesty is the best policy. Just sometimes you have to couch honesty in more careful terms.
Yeah, the run reminds me of Doolittle because he was also a very blunt person, and sometimes the way he came across could be upsetting to some people. He doesn't mean it. I've taken the time to get to know him throughout my tenure with Mayor, and genuinely, he is a really, really great person. He just doesn't know how to speak to people. And that's something I kind of was working with him on. Like, whenever he would always ask for my feedback because he valued my input on something. So I would always, with respect to him, just remind him, not everybody might receive things.
Go for EMS.
I have an individual here that's been in a fist fight. We're going to be on the corner of Altar and Innocence. Can we get you guys down here, please?
Brenda, are you good to respond to that call?
Yeah, I can.
10-4, I'll have a unit en route shortly.
Thank you. I'll be on channel 1.
10-4.
Where was that? Alta and what?
Innocence.
And Innocence? Okay. Yeah, you can come. I'm not going to bother putting on the uniform, though. Oh, is that it? Okay.
That's probably it.
Okay.
Gets me out of the hospital for a little.
Yeah, may as well.
All day yesterday or not all day yesterday, but all day Friday, and then
Oh my God.
basically so far today. Yeah, it's pretty just much been me at the hospital the entire time. There's really no one on duty when I'm around, so.
Yeah, I can see that be a bit of a problem. But...
Yeah, which I don't mind, but then PD kind of get like, oh, you're a dispatcher, and it just because I think they see my call sign, they think I'm a doctor, but then they're
Oh yeah.
so Delta, so I don't get the confusion. But
Yeah, we don't even have call signs. Echo 64 is 76 to the Alta and Innocence 47 call 52 request. Lordy, it's both.
yeah, they're on TAC 1. I don't know if you want to be on TAC 1 or if you want me to be on TAC 1.
Why don't you go on TAC 1?
Okay.
They have someone who can go on TAC 1. Just stop already, dude. Technically, I should be in my uniform for this, but frankly, going up and changing is... I mean, there have been times when Nick and I were the only two people on duty, and we just went up and, we just wore our EMS uniforms the whole... Dude, just don't. Why? Why do they do that? Why do they stop in the middle of the road?
I don't know.
Damn it. You gotta pull over, but don't pull over in the middle of the lane. I have to go down there. Signs and I just don't get along.
Trust me, they don't get along with me either.
Oh, they're on the other side. They've already got them to the side of the road. Good, good.
He's conscious and breathing. He's been in a
Excellent.
fist fight.
Incredibly good news. Thank you so much. Okay, hello, sir. Dr. Brenda Darling. Why is that not working? Why am I not on the frickin'... Okay. Okay. What happened?
I got punched really hard in the face.
Oh my god. Okay, let me get a nice pick on that first and foremost. Okay, do you feel like anything else is broken or bleeding or anything? It's just the face?
Oh yeah,
Not
just some bruising.
just the face. Okay. That
black eye,
yeah, you're gonna hold that on 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off. I'm gonna give you some over-the-counter pain medication for that, and you should be good to go. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, let me just get you up to your feet here, and then we'll just continue to give it something to deal with here. Is that a local individual who punched you, or is
Yeah.
you know, they can be so pugilistic. They're really not
I
happy
know.
with them at all.
Had a hard punch. Stretch it out a little bit.
Okay. Okay. What's your favorite number today?
203.
Okay, there you go. There's some naproxen. It's got a good anti-inflammatory as well as pain relief. It's the strongest pain relief I can give you. That's not a prescription medication. So take a couple of those now with water. Do you've got some water?
Actually, I do. Yes.
Okay. And also, what's your favorite color? Pink, blue, or yellow?
Ooh, pink. Oh my God,
There
you're
you
the
go.
best.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Okay, and now just keep that ice on, like I said, 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off till that stops being cold, and then take another couple of those maybe in an hour or so, maybe 2 hours, see how you feel.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and you can just hang on to them. They're not prescription. You don't have to take the whole number of them, just, as needed till you're feeling better.
Okay.
You're probably going to have a bit of a shiner. Just keep icing it, and it should start to reduce in a few days.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem at all. You guys good?
Thanks, Doc. Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, you take it easy now, man. Stay
Yeah.
out of road rage.
Oh.
Try just lock your car and stay in the car if they look angry. And
I forgot I locked it even.
It's okay.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna switch back over to TAC 8 since
heat
it
of the
seems
moment.
code 4.
Alright, anything else you need from us?
Okay, he's standing right behind me, Ambo, so I don't really want to run him over.
Davis, yeah. Yeah. Alright, take it easy, man. No
Have a
worries.
good one.
Have a good one.
Bye bye.
We're gonna be code 4 on Alta.
Echo 64 is 76 back to Eclipse with 1 code green treated on scene.
10-4.
I know, it's just us talking to each other. It's hilarious. I appreciate the practice, though. I don't do EMS all that often, but I do if I'm on earlier in the weekends, days, that's what I end up doing. I could put my EMS uniform on, but somehow I feel like because I'm director of the hospital that I shouldn't have to.
Yeah. Trust me, I understand that.
Right, hang on. Whoa. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to right a small wrong. I ended up doing those glove things in the Discord, which is not where I wanted to do them. Yeah, I feel like I was thinking about gloves in the wrong place.
No worries.
Yeah, so things are quite a bit different. I think we met when I was still, an intern or a resident, one or the other.
I think you were a resident at that point.
Kimball and I met when we were both relatively junior as well. I think he was more senior than I was, but now we're both, at the head of our departments, so that's interesting. Turn of events, you stick with something long enough, apparently they put you in charge of it. That's a thing that's happened. This looks massively beat up or not. I could leave it out if it's not massively beaten up, but... So, when we were down at Fiacre, Beans wanted to have a business working out of our coffee shop, selling fruit and healthy foods and so on. Is that a frickin'... Oh my god. That's a local Air 1 bashing into things. That's exciting. Anyway, and they were told no, they couldn't do that because we were moving up here and the bean machine was going to be across the street. And then I was in talks with Catherine Thorne, who of course, was head of us and now is heading up the commerce department because everybody else in commerce died. I mean, literally. And they told me that the bean machine is up for sale.
The bean machine was the reason why I couldn't get my bakery that I wanted.
Yeah, so, interestingly, so I passed on information on to Beans. Beans doesn't want to run that bean machine, but they also can't, get any construction done at the hospital bean machine. They just want, but they just want a business license and they just want to run their business. They don't necessarily want to hire 1 billion people and, I think they just want to be a little independent business.
Yeah.
So I don't know what actions that's going to come as a result of that, but if there's nobody running that bean machine, there should be no bar to Beans running a little business out of the hospital, I wouldn't think, but that's my opinion, but I didn't even get that guy's name. It was such a small call. Doesn't need follow-up. I think I'm going to put some sprays up in the elevators up here.
Okay.
The problem is, people then try to take the elevator down and they don't know what to do. Oh, and I just happen to have 3 sprays. That's handy. I had to do this all while Beans was away.
I haven't
Thought-
seen Beans in a while. Hoping they're okay.
Oh, I think they are. Beans is Beans, just the most joyful human.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen them since they visited me in France with Morgan, so it's been a long while still.
Yeah. Beans is great. Every place should have a Beans,
Oh, for sure. not to be biased, but they are my favorite kids, so.
All right, that's a little biased, but also you only have the one kid, don't you?
True. Exactly.
Then that's okay.
I mean, Beans chose me to be their mom, so.
Oh, that's a
Or I
big
wouldn't be their
honor.
mom yet. Oh, it definitely is a big honor. I was very shocked and wasn't expecting it because I thought I was like the aunt figure, you know? But
Well, I mean, Beans' concept of family might differ from most people, so, you know.
yeah, that's okay.
I think if you're chosen by Beans, that's pretty darn special.
Indeed, it is.
Okay, let me just have a quick look here, see what's going on. I do have an hour before that surgery. And then I'm just not going to be available. That's just...
I'm glad I was able to catch you today, though.
Okay, hang on. I just have to think about something very, very quickly. I'm just going to go back here. I just set a timer. Yeah, just, I'll be right back. I just gonna deal with some paperwork here.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. There, I just had to put my washing in the dryer. Stuff to do, grown-up stuff. Let me just look and see what I need to do today. Other than the surgery and the open meeting. Have to look at the medical SOPs. Check stuff. I guess I really should look at that doctor interview response. Lance Williams. Mountain time golfer hanging out with friends. He has life outside of the hospital, not a dancer. Army Med Evac. Calm patient. Establish information. Drug seeking behavior. Put up hands. Right to notify authorities. Use sedatives and muscle-relaxant. Obligated health person enough to clock back on. Wrong answer. Yeah, he's good to hire. As long as he is a reasonable human, and that was what the interview was supposed to do, and Smiley said the interview was fine. So... budgeting, reimbursement response, beans, equipment, PC for home loan, Dad said to expense. Okay, I have an expense claim for a couple days ago I have to go pay. I also have another project.
Oh, mind if I hear about it?
Yes, you can hear about it. I have to pay bonuses to everyone. I have to. I want to. That's been a kind of a pet idea of mine for a while. And everybody's on board with how much and to whom, so I think we should be good.
Honestly, that's brilliant
EMS
idea.
color coded theirs in various shades of blue, which wasn't my real choice for I wanted just check marks. Check marks of everybody who should get a bonus is what I suggested. What I got was color coded shades of blue. So
Oh gosh.
it's fine. It's fine. I do remember, I think, what they told me. Oh, another really important duty to do is move Jennifer Beaumont from LOA to back into admin.
Oh, I thought they already did that.
Well, not on the doctor side.
Oh. Makes sense.
Well, what I don't understand is they have like a very, very long list of LOA people, and then they have you at the bottom, behind several deceased people. And like, maybe active people should go up higher? It's not really my place to say, but it's, you know,
Kind of feels like being tossed aside at the bottom.
it's. I'll just mention it to David. I'm sure he'll change it. It just. I don't think we should have to look after the dead people, like behind the dead people, to find another active member of staff. You're certainly not that way on the doctor list.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so that's fixed. Then hiring dealt with, budgeting is dealt with. I have to do a budget. I have to go down to the bank because there's a couple of things I need to do. I need to go back in the financial records for the hospital and have a look so I can actually create a proper budget.
Okay.
Maybe
that's something I can assist you with.
Perhaps. I Hmm. I'm gonna think about how to do it. Yeah, I mean, there was a budget before. There was a budget done back in April, I'm thinking. So I use that as a basis, but things have changed quite a bit since then. We haven't really had any major expense other than we're going to be paying these bonuses. The other thing I wanted to talk to Polly about, but decided not to since she got really shirty, was what psych needed for a budget. I didn't feel like continuing to have a conversation with her. I need her to be calm, and I need her to be in a good headspace, and that wasn't a good headspace for her. She was in her DA clothes. She was, here to talk to me about something, but then it got a little, she decided to personalize something that didn't need to be personalized, so I thought maybe that's not the right headspace for to be talking about budgeting and stuff, but it's yeah, she needs to stop being defensive and just, just I love Polly, but I don't want to have to wear walk on eggshells around her, and I don't want to wear kid gloves around her. I want to be able to just talk like a normal person and be me and not have to worry about phrasing everything carefully. And I want her to, I just kept thinking, she's got to be a grown up. Like, we need grown ups here. And I'm sorry if that's blunt, but she's blunt. So, I think she gets it. Okay, let's go down to the bank. I'm not going to do the bonuses yet because I still have a couple of outstanding IBANs that I really want to get. Joseph was employed, I think, back in August or September, and he never gave us a phone number or an IBAN.
Well, then why don't we just release him?
I did. I already fired him.
All right, there you go.
If he wants his job back, he can come back and ask for it. It's kind of my position with everybody. We had an intern here named Casey Jones, CJ. Really promising. Then he stopped showing up, and I talked to him, and then he asked, went on LOA and was on LOA for a lot longer than he was an intern. And then I released him. I talked to him about it, and I released him. And I told him he could come and ask for his job back, if he's ever in a position to actually want to do it. Then he contacted a bunch of people other than me and said he wanted to come back because he wanted to do forensics. Well, forensics is like paramedic plus. Yeah. You don't just get to do it as an intern. And I said he could be rehired on the understanding that he had to go through an intern phase, and he had to go through a resident phase, and he had to go become attending to do it, right? Like, it's an attending plus job. And he never heard from him again. So there you go. I mean, just wanting it's not good enough. Like, you don't get to do the groovy stuff without doing the grunt work. You gotta do the work. You gotta put in the work.
Exactly.
If he thought we were going to make him a, forensics right away with the unproven track record, then he's crazy. We're not doing it. You get that in there? Does any look like eyes to anybody else? Those little lights? They look like two eyes and a nose and like part of a face. You know what I mean? Anybody get that? I don't really know how far back to go getting the medical records. I've got, I just want to see how much income the hospital gets from Hector. If there's income from any other sources, like donations, kind of what the average would be for a month. I guess I'd be saying this out loud. So what I'm trying to do is go back a few months in the medical accounts to see, average how much income Hector brings in, how much we get from other sources, if any. I mean, back when the hospital was new, I was talking to Catherine Thorne actually about this, and back when it was all new, they had to get grants from the government to, float SAMs, and there was a lot of output in terms of buying ambulances, buying helicopters, buying other things like Parsons, the Bledo Clinic, whatever else needed to be purchased. We had to get that done. And now we have mainly just got income. We don't really have a lot of output because, we make a fair amount of money. But we don't also want, we don't want to go in the red. We want to know how much money we have coming in for various things. Let's get you out first. Because I want to kind of tuck this in. This is because Stanfield caught me parking illegally and mentioned it to me. He was being okay about it. He just, he said, I came in here because I saw somebody parking illegally from EMS. And I'm like, okay, William. That's fine. I usually do this in the Granger, but I have this out, so. Make sure that's worked. If I go back maybe 4 months, that'll be enough. Oh, I think maybe I didn't get, September. Hang on. Back and get that. Okay, maybe 4 months will do. If I think I need more, I can go and get more. Oh, I still have to pay that expensive request as well. Okay, that's done. Let me just double check, make sure nobody is asked to be have workers' compensation. Important documents. Workers' compensation reimbursement form. No, that's all paid out, so we're good.
Awesome.
Yeah, we don't have, fortunately, not many people get hurt on the job or that in a way that affects their job, so we just pull this out. There we go.
Excellent.
Yeah, so when, you know, we get this all organized, you'll be able to help a lot with those things, with the reimbursements and so on. Make sure one of the bigger things is just to remind people that they can reimburse things and also remind them. I think they're a lot less reticent on here than, you know, here than in some other places to actually claim things because they know the hospital's in good financial shape and they don't have to worry about that. But they want to claim, you know, because the gas is expensive now. Very expensive. So I expect more gas claims. The only person I've seen do a gas claim is Leaf so far. I know a lot of people do tend to want to just, you know, get their vehicle into the shop and get it fixed up and gassed up that way, but you know, I wish they would just, you know, claim gas.
Yeah, and that was a big shocker that my friend Billy told me about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, gas is astronomical. And I'm like, oh, goody. I'm glad I came back to higher gas prices.
Oh yeah. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Everything's more expensive. And it's like, great. That's what I wanted to hear.
Alright, well, we'll get you a raise. You know, that'll help.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let me drop you here.
Okay, sounds good.
Can you get your chair out?
Yep, got it right here.
Perfect. Here we go.
Alrighty.
Yeah, this is my weekend. This is my weekend task, is coming in and having, using time that usually is not too busy to get all the admin stuff done. Why am I hearing ATM? I just heard an ATM noise from the elevator. Maybe somebody's downstairs using the ATM. Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, well, I do have half an hour before the surgery. I'm going to have to change into my scrubs. I've got 2 compound fractures on the left leg, 1 compound fracture on the right leg, and a broken pelvis. Ooh.
Sounds like an interesting time.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need a lot of titanium on this one. Yeah. Yeah, I left him with a morphine drip. He's probably spent a lot of time sleeping, as he needed to be in a lot of pain relief. So.
Yeah, so I do have an idea for being able to work on the other documents that you all work on, as well as the banking needs for like bonuses, reimbursements. Maybe we could obviously, because we had ranks based on doctor ranks for dispatch. Maybe higher positions can do all that, so that way we work towards people being able to be trusted with that kind of access and information.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the help we can get, the better. I don't think any doctor really wants to spend all their time running around doing, expense claims and stuff. Rook hasn't had to do it because I've been doing it, so it's something I was doing as deputy, and it's something I've never stopped doing. But at the time should come for me to have, another deputy or somebody take care of that stuff, or to learn how that stuff is done. And it might take me, a couple months to get there. But I mean, Morgan had, I guess, a month with me being deputy, before he was, he was confident to hand over the reins. Actually, maybe more. I think I became a deputy, and when did I become deputy? That's a really good question. Let me think on that. August, maybe?
Feel like it was during the summer, yeah. So July or August.
But July was just after the monsoon, so I became attending during the monsoon. I never became senior attending. I went straight to deputy.
Well deserved, by the way.
I'm not even sure there was this. Yeah, I guess there was a senior attending, because technically that was the job that I had for the pay I got for deputy, but it was. And then I had like a $10 bump because I got made chief of medicine. And chief of medicine is apparently some kind of rank that is in the machine but isn't anywhere else. And I was paid a whole $10 more than I was making as deputy. And then we got that sorted out so that I got the director pay.
There you go.
But a director cannot promote somebody to director, nor can they fire somebody as director. Like, they can't demote them. So Morgan actually had to quit, and I had to rehire. And the same with Catherine Thorne, because apparently Morgan never wanted to get Catherine to resign so that he could demote her. Like that, I think he felt uncomfortable with that because of the situation. And so I called up Catherine and said that, and she said, "Oh my God, thank you. I've been waiting for somebody to tell me to do that." Actually, I think was making it her reluctant to come on duty because she was getting overpaid and she knew it and she was upset. Like that didn't want people to think that that was a, you know, something she wanted. So, you know, she got to pick her rank basically, and she picked attending, and so that's where she is now.
Yeah. Although I can't blame Morgan for that. He is a very soft soul.
I know he is.
Can be strong-handed when he needs to be. Trust me, I've experienced it. It's not a pleasant feeling.
Yeah, if somebody, you know, upsets him or is, you know, going to be hurting somebody he cares about, I wouldn't want to get in his way.
Yeah, trust me. Him and I had a small amount of tension before my term was up. It wasn't great. Would not recommend it. But him and I are good now. We're back to the way things used to be.
Why was that about hospital stuff?
No, this is personal.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I didn't think you had a problem with hospital stuff.
No. I do not have a problem with the hospital staff. Not at all. I love the hospital. If I have issues with staff, it's other departments. It's not here.
Yeah.
But no. Yeah. He is very soft, so I totally understand why he may or not have been uncomfortable with wanting to do that, you know. Because I think him and I briefly talked about the situation with Kat because there was a period where she wasn't around, so he just kind of stepped up and took director, even though I don't think he was ready at that point for it, but he did what was needed for the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of left a bit up in the air, I think, and he had to step forward because literally he was the only attending plus who was around. And that was when Nick and I were interns and Derek and I think then Annie. So there were 4 of us who needed to be moved along, and I think his time overlapped better with Derek and Annie than with us, and we just weren't getting any shifts because we couldn't go on duty without supervision, and we really felt like we were between a rock and a hard place because we wanted to help, but we couldn't go on duty because there wasn't an FDO. Literally only one FDO. And now, you know, obviously we're in a better position, but it's still difficult to cover FDO shifts for all time. So, you know, we need to have that more people, and we need to get more people moved up. And fortunately, we were able to get Sebastian moved up really quickly. And so we have another person. Annie's been having to be away and not of her own volition. So, you know, so we really have Derek and we have another resident. We have Dorian, but he comes around very seldom. He's a good doctor though. So it's a bit tricky because and Dorian's just a resident. I haven't been able to promote him because I have not seen him and he's not doing enough shifts. If he did more shifts, I would promote him to attending, but he hasn't been around, and if you don't do the time, you can't get the promotions, you know?
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to promote Dorian to attending, but can't really in good conscience do it because he hasn't been around. And I literally haven't seen him. I think he's done maybe 2 shifts or something. Yeah. I don't know for sure though, because I don't hear from him, and I should be hearing from him.
Yeah.
I told Miguel,
Explosion. That's fine. That's nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's right down the street. There's a PD right around the corner from them on Vinewood
Yeah.
Boulevard.
Yeah, they're coming this way. They might turn around.
He turned around.
Yeah, there he goes.
There's another officer looks like on Elgin, so they're gonna intersect.
Yeah, I think we'll see if there's
They'll talk to us if they need us.
I hope so.
Yeah. I mean, I could pop on channel 1 because I'm allowed to do that, to be like, hey, do you guys need EMS? But sometimes I just like them to come over to our radio to just check in.
That's Alex Schaefer in Lincoln, Miami, going to check it out.
So I do have at least the introduction written for the SOP. So that's
Good.
a step in the right direction. And then I'm working on the branches of the work and what's priority first and then what's least priority. Because obviously dispatching is priority. If there's calls that need to be tended to, 911's obviously that goes first before anything else. After that's basically patient flows like reception work, and then after that be more administrative and I guess HR stuff. So working on the reports, spell checking, all that, and everything else that falls under command paperwork too. I feel like that's a good flow.
I'm sorry, I just had a massive sneeze. Yeah, well, I think we were just talking the other day before you came back around that it had been a long time since we'd had a dispatcher on, and I just, like most of the doctors in EMS now, don't really have any recollection of how things flow with a dispatcher, and I think they're about to be pleasantly surprised.
Oh yeah, I'm having to correct some of our EMS because they were talking over me on radio, so I'm gonna have to be like, "Hey, if I'm on, don't worry about answering radio. Only respond if I'm calling out to you to do something." So they'll
Yeah, they'll
realize
get
pretty quickly.
Yeah, they will. They will. They just have to understand because they're not used to having the help, and help is fantastic, and they will get it. They will get it when there's a dispatcher on. They can relax a little bit and just they are pretty used to chatter. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of informal chatter, and so you're going to have to, introduce them to the concept of shutting up. So that you can get your messages across. But we can have a little chat with them about that as well. We can, make sure they understand that if there's a dispatcher around, they do not take the lead. There's certain people that are used to doing that, like Ocean. He's used to taking the lead on communications. So he's going to have to break that habit when you're around.
Oh yeah, and David said he's already grateful for me being back because he doesn't have to worry about the radio anymore.
Exactly. Like the people that use like you, the way that I wish they could hear the way that you guys manage things during the monsoon. I wish they had an inkling of how bad that would have been if you weren't doing that.
Yeah, because I literally went to the state. I'm like, hey, there's no way I'm leaving this team hanging. Dispatching is going to be a very crucial point. I, as a mayor, I'm not going to be able to do, pardon my language, shit during that time, just like sitting somewhere safe, it's like, and I wanted to be an active part of that. So, I came in and created that very informal dispatch sheet, but it worked because it kept track of everyone, their locations, and it's I don't like to brag about it because I really don't like bragging about myself, but I feel like that's like one of the things I'm very, very proud of.
Well, you should be proud of it. It worked beautifully. And, I mean, Johnny was the only other dispatcher at the time, was really impressed with it, wanted to learn how to use it. Other people were pretty impressed with it as well. And I think they need to understand that, dispatch can be an extremely crucial part. I think PD and EMS have been doing without dispatch for a long time now, and I think they fail to understand how important a role that can be because they've had to deal with it without it for so long. And I think they'll be very pleasantly surprised at how much easier dispatch makes their life.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's like when I was on radio earlier, they were just like, wait, there's a dispatcher? You guys have a dispatcher? So,
We do now.
yep. It's like, I'm back. I don't plan on going
EMS
anywhere.
from PD.
Speaking up.
Go for EMS.
Do you guys have any active ambulances?
Brenda, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, we do. We'll be 76. Where do you need us?
Copy. Yeah, we're gonna be needed up to the 24/7 right near the U-Tool. I'll go ahead and put in a 311 for you guys.
10-4, thank you. We'll be 76.
Copy that. Thank you. Switching back to 1.
10-4.
Where did they say? The 24/7 by the U-Tool? Yeah, okay.
All right. He paged us the location.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, let's go.
Hello there. We're going on a call. We have to go.
You going on a call?
Yeah, come. You want to come with? Jump in.
Yeah, sure.
Let's jump in.
Echo Station 4 +2 is 76 to the 52 request on Ransom North.
10-4.
I know, it's so funny. We've just been talking to each other all day.
God.
For the longest time, it was just me on duty, and then Brenda hopped on duty. I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not by myself.
I don't have to just talk to myself on the radio anymore, as though I can't hear myself and then acknowledge myself.
Oh, no. It's good to talk, you know, on the radio when there is no one, but the problem is when you start answering.
Yes.
Then it's Parsons for you.
Also, it's great to see you again, Dr. Nick.
Yes, do you
Nice
see
to see you
Dr.
too,
Nick's
Jennifer.
new hair?
I do.
He's very red now. That was Polly's fault. Polly told him to go red. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse me.
Wah.
I'm sorry. That,
She offered,
that went a
but
little
she didn't
wider than...
command me.
Yeah, well, she suggested it. She didn't order you to do it, which is a little beyond... Wait a minute. She actually dyed your hair?
No, she offered to... Well, she said, why don't you, dye your head red like the other guys?
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of redheads hired in the last little while.
And I tried to convert David, but he said, no, thank you.
Convert? You can't convert somebody to being a redhead if they're not a redhead in their heart. You can't proselytize redheadedness. Honestly.
Oh, a piece of candy.
I forget how darn zippy these things are.
Not that zippy.
I mean, they're zippier than they're pretty zippy going uphill at 90, almost 100 going uphill.
Oh, I'm surprised your engine check is not on yet from that hit.
Hush up.
Hush up, okay.
Oh man, it's good to be back.
Where do I sneak through here?
Yeah, go for it. You're illegally allowed to. You have sirens.
I do. I mean, I'm not gonna do it stupid, but I just don't want to, you know.
Oh, a doggo.
That's alright. I gotta take a second to do that.
Wait, I was gonna say is that Scout, but no, it's not Scout. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here because I'm not on duty.
Alright, what's up?
He's right in there. He said he got hit or something in his head.
Okay.
I'm a reformed man.
I was the one that arrested you back then, dude.
Alright, hello, sir.
How's it
I'm
going, ma'am?
Dr. Brenda Darling. How can I help you today?
I took a little bit of a knock over the head. I was told you
Okay.
might be able to fix me up a little bit.
Okay, you're conscious and talking. That's really good. I'm gonna just have a quick look at your eyes, make sure that they're equally dilating and doing the right thing. So you can just, I'm just gonna check them right now.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah, you know, just got a little bit of a bump on your forehead there. I'm gonna get you a little ice pack on there. Got a little bit of a scrape too. I'm gonna get that cleaned up and get a little bandage on there.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that already feels better.
Yeah. Okay. What's your level of pain like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say I'm a pretty tough guy. Like 4.
Wow, 4. Okay. Okay. I don't know that you'll be able to get, if I give you some naproxen sodium, you might have a little bit of a hard time getting that if you're in cuffs, but maybe I can get them to your officer here to give you when you were out of cuffs.
Yeah,
I just want you to take 2 as soon as you can. Officer, what's your lucky number?
I'm feeling about 207%.
Okay, so if you could give him 2 whenever he can take it with some water, and then the rest he can take. These are not opioid, they're not prescription. It's naproxen sodium over the counter. And it's just an anti-inflammatory and pain reliever so that you can feel a little bit better as you progress about your day.
Appreciate it, man.
Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, definitely. I'm
Okay,
feeling
yeah, just we'll just when you are able to just slip that ice back in your pocket. When you're able to use your hands, you can hold that to your head and 10 minutes on and 10 minutes off. Okay.
All right, I appreciate that a lot.
Hey, Ben, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you, Doc.
You're very welcome.
Being a mayor.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about
And I mean, you are a hero because you survived your whole period, like the 3 months that you were. This current mayor quit in like 1 week.
No, it's been a little longer than a week, but honestly,
Okay, 2 weeks.
I don't know how long it is. Hello,
That's
hello,
local.
ma'am. You're just gonna have a little nap there. I know it's a local. Echo 64, 1 code green, treated on scene, 76 Eclipse.
Was it the Man of Steel?
No, well, I mean, I have no idea. He was standing, he was conscious and talking. His pupils were equal and responsive. He did not appear to be in any great distress, but he did get bonked on the noggin, and there were 2 policemen there with, sticks, so I'm gonna draw a little conclusion there, but,
Yeah.
anyway, he wasn't complaining, he was fine. I gave him some naproxen, handed it to his arresting officer so he could get some pain relief. He reported a 4 on the pain scale, which is a bit high, but, there's a head injury after all.
Mm-hmm.
You're still a better driver than Annie. I get the hang of I always forget what these are like in between driving them, because I don't drive them very much. They are very zippy. Very zippy. Oh, no. Jeez, dude. Just pick a side and go to it. Don't do that to me.
I mean...
Yeah, like that guy. He just pulled over. All right, that's not that difficult. Pick a side. I don't know
Nah,
why
he
I
wants
went
the
down
middle.
this far, but you know.
It's fine. We can get off the next exit.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. I just went down a little further than I needed to.
Also, by the way, do we have back up in behind the receptionist desk? Do we have any files with the logo for Sam's that I might be able to borrow?
Yes, that was designed by Catherine Thorne, actually, the revised logo. And I would be able to get you access to that file.
Excellent, because I would like to revamp. I mean, the SOP that I have to make it look more formal and
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of cool looking.
Absolutely. Like, I would like to, you know, zhuzh up ours a little bit too, but, you know.
I could do that.
I just, you know, I don't know how. I mean, Nikki did the SOPs with Catherine, I guess, and I haven't really been trying to make too many changes. I did kind of. I got the impression
Hey,
that there was
I
something.
proposed that we have an automated form, and I got jumped on the throat. So no.
I wouldn't say jumped on the throat, but I did, you know. Sir, please.
I mean, you have to, you know, accept changes. It can be everything like old. I'm not saying that her is
Yeah.
bad, but still.
I know, I know.
Okay.
It was fine, Nick. It was fine.
No, you just went to the gate.
I didn't. Okay, you guys are ready to get out?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
ready to get out.
I'm
Juniper,
ready to
get your
be.
yeah.
Grab
Get your.
that.
I need Juniper to get her chair out. That's all.
And then just place it down here. There we go.
Yeah, ready to be evicted from the
Mhm.
ambulance.
Probably. I'm just gonna put this one away as well. 'Cause we ain't going nowhere.
The pelvis is what the problem is. If it's shattered,
Gotcha.
I have no idea about the state of the patient.
Yeah,
Do you have
I
any
mean he's.
X-rays?
No, I didn't have time to do X-rays.
Okay, we can do them.
Yeah, we can do them when we get before we go to surgery. I just literally came in here to do an interview. I had no time, and Hector reported on what the injuries were, but he didn't share the X-rays with me. So we just run some new ones before we do the surgery. The patient's been kept comfortable on a morphine drip, and I think he should be good to like it. It will relatively be easy to put him under, and you know, obviously the surgery is not going to be easy. We have 2 compound fractures on his left leg, 1 compound fracture on his right leg, and then the pelvis to deal with. I don't know whether you want to just do the pelvis and leave me to do the compounds, or what you want to, how you want to do that.
Depend how the pelvis is broken. What is the condition of the pelvis? Is it fractured too much? Is it, you know, just a clean break? That's why I asked about X-rays. We need to be sure.
Yeah, I didn't.
Where we're going. No, you're fine.
Yeah, we can just get you to do X-rays beforehand, and then we'll just figure out what we need to do. And I'm assuming we will have done plenty of time for me to go to the Open City Council meeting at 7 o'clock. So that gives us 4 hours. We have no. If we aren't done in 4 hours, then this guy probably won't make it. That I expect it'll probably take at least an hour or so before we can get, you know, out of there.
Okay.
More if it's more complicated. So.
I think I'm gonna go upstairs though and take a nap. I'll be back around.
Yeah, I've got to go. We have to go get ready for the surgery too. So. All right. Well, it was great hanging out with you today, Juniper.
Nice getting to work alongside you as well.
No, we'll get you out of there. We're really prompt at doing doing the compounds. No, it's the
Yeah,
pelvis.
well,
it's
there's a
as
lot of
complicated as
things,
you want to
including
make
the
it.
cry
You know.
room, so.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm not
Yeah.
surprised by that actually.
I don't know what to use it for.
Okay, I'm going up to the offices.
Also going to the offices. See you later, Brenda.
Bye.
What?
Nothing. Right, if he's not right behind me, then. Oh, you guys all go this way. Okay, I keep forgetting that there's a this way because
And
it's sort of in the
then
middle.
I wanted to pull out my wheelchair,
Mm-hmm.
like way in front of Hector's bed. Bed. Oh my god.
Oh, you might have a
And-
spider on your foot.
Me? Yeah. And my wheelchair dropped from the ceiling, killing me and exploding.
That's not fun.
Yeah, surely. And Hector
Hey,
is ha
I've
ha ha
exploded
ha
my
ha.
wheelchair in a side of a skate shop, so.
Yeah, but there was nothing that, would explode it because, just fell from the ceiling.
Did you see this? The beans did of us.
Look through the glass. I didn't want to enter your office without permission.
You have permission.
Okay. So cute though.
I know. I'm wearing the same set of scrubs.
Nice.
Let's see if Nick changes into his green ones, then we can just stand here and you won't be able to tell us from the picture.
I know, right?
Yeah, he did. He did. Okay.
Look at this.
All right, Nick, come over here. Stand over here.
Yeah, look at my hair though.
Yeah, his hair's going to be completely different because he changed it, but still. But you know,
No,
other than
it's
that, and
just-
actually, are you wearing a different top on your scrubs than you had?
That's my
That one was a
surgical outfit.
V-neck. Yeah, okay.
It's so cute though.
Yeah.
No, I have the green scrubs. And just this is, more for surgery.
Yeah, I know.
But the hat is just. Ugh. Mostly, I cannot wear hats unless it's the cowboy hat.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it just cuts my hair and makes it like it's growing from my middle of the forehead. Creepy.
Alright. Well, thank you for showing me the art. It's
Yes, well, I
Beans is
mean, it's
very talented.
Beans. Beans is very talented. You are very, very lucky to be their mother.
You've just seen us as.
Oh yeah, you didn't
Oh,
see our
God.
Halloween costumes.
Oh, I know I wasn't here for Halloween. I'm very sad about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do it.
Which one?
Beans.
Oh, beans. Okay.
Oh my gosh! Wait, seriously?
We had the hair. I had the hair too.
That's so perfect.
I had the hair too. And Nick was also Beans. And
my God.
Jordan, no, somebody else was also Beans too. Like we had 3 Beanses.
Yes.
I'm really
But
sad
we
I
don't
wasn't
have
here
that shirt, so I had
Yeah,
to,
They had to make do. But yeah, we had 3
Yep.
Beans.
That's so wholesome.
I just messed up, actually. I just fucked up my surgery costume.
Hi, Juniper.
Egg.
Oh.
We were Beans for Halloween.
I was wondering if you're gonna do like a a beans operation or something.
Yes.
No, we're not doing a
We're
beans
just gonna
operation.
put strawberries in his belly and fix him like that.
I know Jennifer can hear that.
They're gonna grow
Yeah.
good and tall there.
Oh my god.
Strawberries is so accurate.
Yeah, it's
Stuff
pretty
it through
pretty
full of
accurate.
Strawberries.
Yep, gonna fill him with
Look,
strawberries.
who's gonna look? What's gonna win? A compound fracture or a belly full of strawberries? Come on.
I mean, belly full of
Yeah.
strawberries obviously is the winner here.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly. There's much modern medicine does not know about the healing powers of the strawberry.
Exactly.
Especially
in the
just like
SOPs.
surgically inserted into your stomach.
Can you imagine?
No digestion at all. God, Nick. God.
Nick is looking a little bit like a strawberry himself these days. That's Polly's influence right there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you turned my husband into a strawberry.
Stem on the top of his head.
I mean, he has that hat.
Well, besides, right now he's kind of like, all green stem and just a tiny little strawberry up there.
That's true. He's kind of a reverse strawberry.
Yeah.
An
I think there was
upside down
something
strawberry.
that was with the red hat, green, and then the hat was red or something.
I don't know.
There you go. There's your next Halloween costume. Just
I do like that red though, Nick. I think it looks nice. It suits you.
I'm still
Oh,
getting
thank
used to
you.
it, honestly. I find it very, very bright compared to. He had black hair when I married him, and he had short black hair when we first came to the city. Then
No,
he
it
had
was
longer
green.
black hair. It was sort of green, but technically black, and then
Because
it
when we
was.
stepped on the airplane,
Yeah,
probably
when
one
you
kid
stepped out
is
of the
just-
airplane, it was green, but you
I swear
subsequently it
to
was
God,
black.
Yeah, I
Look, you're
stepped on
you're
the plane
messing with
black.
my narrative, okay? You're just your technicalities are messing with my narrative, okay?
Oh God.
So you had black hair,
Someone's
then you
getting
had
abducted.
chestnut hair, now you have red hair.
Oh,
Ow.
and he's kidnapping you.
Yes.
I mean it happens.
Wait. Yeah.
There's nothing I can really do. I mean, I outrank him technically. I could order him to put me down, but he is my
I mean,
husband,
I can
and
force him to go 42 as an administrative assistant.
that's true.
But
You
there's a
can.
problem though. I'm not even on duty.
Fantastic. He's not even on duty. Fantastic. Okay. We're going to take a minute. We're going to go. It's not going to be so much surgery. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I didn't mean to stream for 6 hours. I didn't mean to stream for 6 hours. I was just going to come on for a few hours and then was going to go off until it was time to do the surgery because I was going to try to fiddle with my OBS and reinstall Voice Meter Banana and see if I could get my stream to split. And instead, I was having fun doing RP, and like always, I ended up losing track of time. And yeah. So during my work week, my off time during my work week, I'm going to try to work out this budget thing. I have to find the it usually takes a bit for this to reset because they push things all the time. All right, let me find the file. There, I found the Okay. This might take a few minutes. Okay, let me see what he says. Pain medication, IV blood from paramedics. So Hector's nurse did the x-rays. 2 compound fractures in leg. 1 in right leg. Pelvis, it just says pelvis is broken, but there wasn't, we need to get more clarity on the break in the pelvis. So you can just, he can just RP that he's got a x-ray. He doesn't have to actually take him to x-ray. Let me just send that to All right, let me just, I'm just going to put you on the Brenda slideshow, and I'm going to take a sec and refresh my fluids, and I will be right back. Music back on, hang on. All right, I will be right back. Okay, we're on our way in to do the surgery. That was a lot of fun. I know I don't normally stream on Sundays, but I didn't stream Friday, and I felt bad, so we were doing doctor shit today. This is what we'd be doing. I did Florence a little bit. We just had some chills time doing metal detecting. No, metal detecting. She does do metal detecting, but we weren't doing that. We were doing gold panning. So we had chill gold panning while I just chatted to people, and then she went and washed the stones. Oh, we got a crash here. Fantastic. Absolutely stellar. We are so happy right now. Just fantastic. Can we just stop? Stop. Foxtrot avocado oranges. Can we just stop, please? Again. Come on, 5M. Be nice to me. Let's try again. I remember in the 80s, the first friend of mine who got a Walkman, like a cassette Walkman, like a compact cassette Walkman, and it was so groundbreaking. No, it is not just you. It is 5M. Oh, there's somebody running in the running there. That looks like Blair. These are live scenes, I'm given to understand. All right, Brenda. I know what we're looking at with binoculars. Microscope might be more to the point. All right, here we go. I'm also eating a pork bun. Pork bow. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Let's go see if our patient is awake. Ready for surgery?
Who knows? Might not be, might be.
Oh, we just have to wait a little bit, maybe. Mm-hmm. Oh, sir, are you ready for surgery?
Doc.
Aye, we're ready to take you into surgery now.
Let's get these chopped off, yeah.
No, we're not going to chop anything off, not unless we have to.
Oh, fingers crossed, now.
Well, you also have a broken pelvis, so chopping that off would be really a problem.
You can't chop the pelvis.
Exactly. So what we don't really have, we have decent X-rays that Hector's nurse did of the compound fractures on your legs, but what we need now is maybe a closer look at the condition of the pelvis. I don't know if they have another X-ray of that indicates whether it's a clean break or whether there's a lot of shattering, whether we need to do extensive reconstruction or whether it's just something we can pin back together. I don't know if they have that, so we could just take you in and get you some more, get another X-ray very quickly before we take you into the surgical suite.
Yeah, might as well get a quick one, don't I?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think she said anything about none of that.
Okay, did you have a comfortable night with the morphine drip, or?
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, it is the good stuff. We did want you to be comfortable. I'm just going to unhook you from these monitors and unhook you from the drip here, your best friend, the morphine, and then we're going to get you into surgery. Nick, do you want to,
Jesus.
yeah, do you want to take him in to, just, should be able to get the stretcher there and we can take him in to the, you can go take him into the x-rays. We get that closer x-ray of the pelvis and I'll get the surgical suite ready. As this kid, so he knows what he's doing. He's going to be good for medical RP. This is going to be a really good surgery. I don't know. I don't know how I loaded so fast. I have no idea. I don't have anything special turbo powers or anything. Yeah, the Walkman CD player. My friend who had the Walkman, the Walkman compact disc player was also the first person I knew to get the regular Walkman. Oh god, I hate this. Wait a second to do this. Sure, I just asked for one. Can we just have one, please? Right, did him whiteboard? Where is this thing? Okay, anesthesia. Actually, let's just one at a time. Oh, maybe I better do it for 2 hours. I think this is going to take about an hour. Oxygen's blue. I'm doing this because when Mr. Dunn does it, sometimes he's quite big with it, and I don't want them to be that big. There's an accepted color for anesthesia. I think I'm just gonna go with green. None of these x-rays are legs or pulses, so we gonna make believe. Sushi, yes, I could eat my bow too.
No, you wake up in a couple hours. I hope. Because this is probably gonna be a difficult surgery.
Oh boy, that's a lot of tubes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
We're gonna
surgical
need
suite.
well,
What?
we're probably gonna need a some wires and tube. Sorry, it's tube. No, not plates.
What do you want? Wires?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna
we've
need
got
that for the
yeah.
pelvis.
Well, we might need plates for the legs. I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
We have 3 leg fractures to deal with, and plates are
Mhm.
often the best way to deal with that. So let's just. Okay, I'll get some wires.
Yep.
There you go. You can just help yourself to that when you need it. What's the game plan here?
I don't know.
Oh, I was more asking him, but yeah, you can chime in. What I'm going to do here now is we're going to put you under because obviously you don't want to be awake for this.
Nope.
You're going to have a nice sleep, and we will take good care of you, and you will be wired back together when we wake you up and we talk to you next. Okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, sir, I'm going to get this anesthesia going here. What I'd like you to do is count backwards from 10 slowly, and we'll see how far you get, okay?
Gotta be honest, however you asked me to count, it was going to be slow anyway.
Okay, well, also you've been on morphine, so I'm expecting this might not
One
take that
PPP?
long.
2 me PPP?
PP, what?
This
Okay.
guy keeps talking about we and P. I'm a bit worried.
Okay, he's my husband, but you know.
Oh, okay. Say no more, say no more.
He should be fine. Okay. Okay, here we go. And you can start counting backwards from 10 anytime now.
10, 9, 9,
Mm-hmm. Just keep going.
8, 7, 6.
Got to 6. I'm pretty impressed considering how much morphine he's had. All right. Now I got the oxygen set up here so he can have a nice comfy sleep. I'm going to keep monitoring all of that and monitoring his oxygen level, his oxygen saturation. I've got an IV saline here. We got some Onic blood because I have a feeling he's going to need it. We'll
Oh,
just
yeah, we're
keep
gonna
this
need
on
the blood.
athletic monitoring. He's been on broad-spectrum antibiotics, so I think we're fine with that. I put the x-rays up on the wall there along with the new pelvis x-ray. So what did you learn with that?
Well, his left ilium pubis have fractures. There is also some damage to the cartilage there. So we'll see how extensive it is. But yes, like I said, we're gonna need some wires to keep this together. I don't think plate will be fine for this particular fracture because it's, like I said, the pelvis.
Okay.
It's a bit hard to recover.
Yeah, he's going to need some rehab, and it's probably going to be, I mean, it's complicated, but obviously he's going to need to be in a wheelchair for his leg fracture healing.
Yeah.
And also, he's not going to be able to be very mobile with the pelvis fracture.
Nope.
So that's
because
going to
you
require
put
some.
probably rods in there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, I didn't get any
Just to
rods.
keep the
I can
fracture,
get some
yeah.
rods. I can get some rods. Okay.
Probably.
What is the
Let's see
game
what-
plan in terms of the surgery? Well, let me just have them ready.
Okay. Because we'll probably have to put some rods and some. Oh my god, what's the red thing? Okay, never mind. And some screws to keep this together.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the plan of attack here? What do you want to do first?
Okay. So he has two. Wait, let me see. Two on which leg?
He has
not showing me
two on the left,
nothing.
two left leg compound, one
Okay.
right leg compound, and then the broken pelvis.
Mm-hmm. I think we should start from the lower part, like the legs first.
Okay. And did you want to just lead the surgery and have me do suction and irrigation? You want me to just assist with the plate positioning and stuff, or what do you want? What would you like?
I mean,
You're
you can start with
more
the right
you're
leg.
much more of a surgeon than I am, really. I can work on the right leg if you work on the left leg. You've got two fractures over there, and I've got one over here, so we can
Where
do
are
that
they
too.
exactly, though?
Well, you can consult the X-ray and find out where exactly they are.
Hmm.
Let's see if it's a tibia fibula or
Yeah,
above the knee.
Okay, tibia fibula. Okay.
Yeah, I
what-
think I have
what-
an easier job on the
how
right
he
hand
got
side.
that, but, yeah.
I've got an easier job on the right hand side because I have a tibia
Yeah, I have only
only.
one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me get all this all scrubbed up. We gotta sanitize everything here.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's looking good. Okay. I'm doing well here, and we're gonna just make a very careful incision here. Smallest I think I can get away with. Usually you can always make it bigger, but you can't make it smaller, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like start small, and if it's needed, you can widen it a bit. But if you make a big one, you cannot widen it if it's a smaller one needed. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna get some suction here. I'm gonna get that irrigated. It looks good. Oh yeah, there's my boy. There's my. You know, that's not looking. It is gonna need a bit of work to get that back into position. But it actually doesn't look that bad. I'm going to be able to get a couple of plates either side of that and the screws. Probably about 6 screws or so, and then we should be good. I'm going to try to get this one quick so I can assist you with the other stuff. Sound effects.
Oh yeah, probably need help for the pelvis because
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a
there's-
massive
yeah.
bone, and we'll need help with the rods. The problem is with the rods, they'll be sticking out of him for quite a while until we have to remove them. Because we can't just mask them inside. It's gonna be
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can make them as small as you can, but still.
yeah, but it's still is gonna poke through his flesh, and it's gonna be very uncomfortable.
Oh, that went together like that's perfect. I'm really happy with that. That should be good. Well, maybe not so well. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here with this bone. It looked perfect in the top, but you know.
I mean, the tibia is a big one. It's just gonna have a couple attempts. It just has to.
All right. I mean, there's quite a bit of damage here. It's actually not a bad fit, but I think I'm gonna have to do a little bit of filing. See if I can get a little slight better fit.
Yeah, but a little bit. Right. Let's see.
Yeah, I just want it to be, to not be protruding in any way, and to everything to kind of be as aligned as possible. I'm gonna just get this shaped down a little bit. I'm gonna get that fixed together a little bit as much as I can. It's not bad. I mean, it's not going to be perfect because there's like some chunks that I cannot replace.
Just gonna check if when the bone breaks, it tend to leave a little bit microscopic bone fragments.
The bone dust is actually fine because it actually helps the bone to knit together better than if it's a completely clean break. So I'm always kind of telling people, don't worry if there's a bit of a mess there.
There's a lot of realigning here.
Okay, I think I'm good to proceed with this. Yeah, I think you might need to do a little bit more of work to get that lined up. There's bits missing that are just not going to work together.
Yeah, it's the same on my end. It's a really bad break. I don't know how he got this. That's a very, very traumatic injury that he had.
That was a accident. I think the police said that he was escaping or fleeing or something, and he was in an accident and fell from a height. They at first thought it might be his spine, but it's It's his pelvis, which is not quite the same thing, and actually I'm quite happy about that.
I mean, PT doesn't know for shit anything about medical, so.
Yeah, just get these plates into position here. I think that'll do the trick. And I'm gonna get these screws inserted. Just give me a little minute with that. Check and see if that looks good. And we'll move on to the next one. You better not roll for everyone. I'll have to give you grief.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get next to the next one. You hear that okay?
I'm just gonna check again if this is correctly placed, and we can start with the plate and some screws. And we're gonna move to the fibula. Jesus, that was a bit aggressive. Well, he'll trigger some alarms at the airports.
Oh, there's titanium.
Well, the break was kind of bad, so he'll be a little bit short on the left side.
Okay, I'm gonna get my last one in here. I think 6 will
Okay.
do. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. How are you doing over there?
Doing fine.
Okay, yeah,
Just gonna
that's
place
looking
this
pretty good.
titanium plate. I'm gonna clean around so I can see better.
Okay, now I'm gonna start doing some repair work here, and prepare to close. So I'm gonna get everything nice and clean, and make sure everything's reattached where it needs to be. I mean, I could
Yeah,
use
that's
I
always
could
the
use
tricky part.
I could use more jargony talk, but we literally don't need it. It's just gonna put these
Yeah,
muscles
I
and
mean,
tendons back where they need to be.
if we were doing, like I said to him, conscious brain surgery, that sometimes it's needed.
Yeah.
Like
true.
if the blood pressure is very high, we don't want the patient to be sleeping.
I'm just gonna check and make sure our patient is doing well here. I didn't even go on radio because I literally didn't want to be
I'm
listening
on
to
radio,
it.
but probably not gonna be no one unless
Okay.
Juniper comes.
Okay, I think
Maybe I
everything's
should go
going
to that
okay.
meeting today.
What meeting? The open
Yeah.
thing?
The pulse is a bit lower than usual.
Bit low. I'm gonna monitor it. We're gonna keep an eye on it, make sure
Okay.
everything's okay. I mean, sometimes you know, the body kind of objects to being open when it's not supposed to be open. So you know, you have to keep an eye on that.
Of course, the body will object being open, wouldn't you? Like, you open a fridge and it starts melting. Yeah. Oh god, I just read that code back. Jesus.
No, I said he is back, not he's code black. Holy cow. All right, let's get that all fixed up. All the stuff I moved aside to get the At the bone here, I think we're doing well. Gonna get that all cleaned up. Looks good to me. And we're gonna do some very, very nice stitchery pokery here. Well, more stitchery than
Yeah,
pokery.
your
Anyway.
famous embroidery. Yeah.
In my famous embroidery, yeah. So tell everybody. I didn't do so much embroidery as a kid. I wouldn't be as good a surgeon. I mean, I'm not a great surgeon. Like this is not my forte, but I certainly have done
Sometime
enough
I'm
of
gonna
these.
observe you doing a brain surgery and gonna tell you what to do.
Thank you so much.
Of course. I mean,
I don't
that-
really want to be a brain surgeon. I'm a respiratory diseases gal. You know me.
come on, it's fun. Just you have to be very careful what you poke there.
Look, I want to do a lung transplant. So I don't want to do brain surgery. I'm not a neurosurgeon.
Well,
You're
you
a
can.
neurosurgeon. Okay, and here we go. I guess I'm going to close this up and think it's looking pretty good here. Everything was back where it needed to be.
I'm just gonna push and see if I miss something here, and I can close that tibia and can start moving on the fibula. Again, I don't see any issues here. And start closing. Just gonna grab some needle and
Done closing here. I'm going to
thread.
apply the bandage here. Looking pretty good. All right, before I move on, I'm going to just check the vitals again. See how our blood pressure and pulse is doing. Oxygen, I think, is still doing well. I mean, he's on oxygen. His breathing seems pretty regular. Blood oxygen looks, I think, good.
Yeah.
Let's see how he's doing. Okay, yeah, I think he likes having not open wounds, like closed wounds
Yeah,
seem to be doing
wow.
well. Now he's going to have a bit of a problem probably with the pelvis because we're going to have.
Well, we have to be. I have one more here to do.
Yeah,
Before
oh
the
yeah,
pelvis, so.
you do. Okay. Well, I can do your flushing and suction.
Yeah,
For
of course.
that.
But yeah, like I said, I think I did more compound fractures than any brain surgery or like spinal surgery. I think I made only one brain surgery on Polly. That's it. Most of the surgeries we do are compound fractures, and God forbid, punctured one. Because those are a thing.
And you remember that? What was it? A week or two where punctured lungs seemed to be on the specials menu.
God, please no.
Everybody had some.
Yep, I don't know how many we had like in one day, like 3, 4.
We had a lot. It got to be
This
like,
was
oh,
the
not
punctured
another
1 week.
one. No, not another one. It was so many.
Yeah.
I don't think I've done a broken pelvis actually. This is new for me.
That's a very rare thing. It's usually a really strong bone. But like I said, he probably fell from great height and, well, on his ass, most likely. Or maybe on his leg and then on his ass. Like a shockwave. I don't know. I wasn't there to see how he fell, Okay, I'm gonna start doing the fibula. Just a little bit of suction here. Thank you. Right, let me cut all these.
Oh, I just had a very, very nice little mandarin orange.
We're gonna see.
So nice. I have another one too. Hmm. He's gonna be rolling all through this.
Doesn't look that bad, but it's still the smaller bone on the leg, so.
I mean, I think it's looking pretty good
Yeah.
myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'll see if we
I
can
have,
one
I
easy.
have, I have to go over here for a second, eat something.
Yeah, go in the corner.
I'm going in a corner for being a bad doctor and not checking before. I hope she's got something to eat. Oh, she got a big salad.
Very clean bake.
I just saw this sea of red, and I'm like, holy crap, she's gonna die. The thing with long surgeries is she just, you just have these long surgeries that take a very long time, and then you start not paying attention to your health, and then all of a sudden you're dying.
In there.
And you're just gonna quietly hug this bear in a corner because she's stressed. I just want to fix her up.
Maybe a tiny bit of your whining won't need reshaping this time, so that's good.
Okay, I feel much better.
Okay, let's see.
I just scrub up
Okay.
again.
A bit too far.
Excellent. Now I should probably not fall over during the surgery.
Probably.
Yeah, I feel top notch now. I should have just checked that before I went in. Because, you know how this goes. I just realized my stomach was growling like crazy.
Can you apply a bit of pressure here?
Yeah, just gonna put
The bones
bear in
scrape
that
a
corner.
little bit of the flesh.
That's just what I'm doing. Just, she got stressed driving the ranger and the ambulance today. Yeah, I don't know what stressed her now, but probably just starvation stress. Starvation and dehydration stress. I looked really low. I think I was about to receive the tone of death that basically said, you're if you don't eat, you're gonna die. Putting my Dremel tool away.
Yeah, a little bit of suction, maybe. Just a little bit of damage.
The other thing that Brenda gets that none of my other characters get is your car inside is filthy. You filthy cow. I get these messages all the time that Brenda's car inside, that the inside of the car is dirty. It doesn't really matter
Honey,
whose
can you
car.
apply pressure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Maybe even try to cauterize it. It's bleeding slightly. Just have to make that before putting any plates.
I'm just gonna clamp this off a little bit, and then we'll get that to stop bleeding there. So I don't know why it is, but ever since the get-go, Brenda's just been like, I've had to go with this.
I'm gonna wait.
Brenda has a secret trash panda in her own car.
Okay, I see it's starting to slow down.
Yeah, it should be a pretty secure clamp there. And which really goes against the Brenda that I created as a very kind of fastidious person and very, obviously her clothes and everything about her is just very, very clean and measured and she just, but and the idea that she's somehow this secret car eater who throws garbage wrappers all around.
Displayed.
It's just hilarious.
Since it's
to
clear
me.
brake, maybe 4 screws?
Yeah, you can
Just to be
do
sure, yeah.
4.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like jiggery inside. I want it to be secure. Just I want to be secure to the point that it's not like a door hinge. Because that was gonna be looking if it was 2.
All right. That's looking pretty good. Now, do you need more of a flushing or suction or anything?
Yes, please. Would need that so I can see if there is anything. Yeah, wow.
Wow.
No street. Okay.
There's a vehicle explosion somewhere.
Yes. Not our circus, not our monkeys.
Indeed not.
Our circus is the patient, the monkeys are his injuries.
Yes. I would really like one of those circuses doesn't have monkeys, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We'll just get these monkeys cleaned up and out of there. That metaphor really needs to be taken out and shot at this point. I think I've pretty much just
Yeah.
stretched it as far as it can go. Okay, I'm going to just fix up this bleed here. I think we've got it stopped, and I'm going to just get that dealt with. I'm going to be able to take that clamp
okay.
out, so...
Now we're gonna, if it starts bleeding, we can cauterize it. Just remove it and we'll see if it starts bleeding again. And then we can gently flip him over to wind his belly so we can work on the
On the pelvis.
pelvis. Yep.
Okay, that looks like it's going to be fine. Let me just get that all
that's
tidied
good.
up here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then when you're ready, so I can start suturing.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Did you want me to suture that, or did you want to?
No, I got it.
Okay, okay. His patient's name is Douglas Bragg, but he doesn't want to be called Douglas. He says it sounds like his father, so likes to be called Dougie.
A dream memories.
It's fine. It's fine. I think I was thinking about him because I actually referred to you as Doug earlier. Just kind of a strange thing to even think about. There we go. That looks so good.
Yep. Okay. Are you ready to flip him over? Gently, of course.
I'd like to be referred to more as a roll than a flip, but sure.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, flip roll.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me with a little bit with this. So I'll get him over to the belly. There we go. Looks good to me.
Okay.
Just suspend your disbelief on this, please. I'm not gonna have a belly.
Exactly.
There, see? Rolled. It's more of a Swiss roll than a pancake, okay?
Jesus.
Okay. All right. So what is the game plan for this pelvis repair?
Well, judging by the X-ray, his left ilium and pubis have transverse fractures, and there is some cartilage damage. So, depending on the damage of the cartilage, we will even have to replace the cartilage. I hope it doesn't, resolve to that, but we'll see.
All right. Well, that certainly will extend the length of the surgery considerably. So
Yeah.
ideally, we'll be able to get this done. Okay. You're gonna take lead on this. I'm gonna just follow your direction because.
Okay.
Don't you
it's
laugh?
my first too.
Me too, but you're a better surgeon than I am, so I'm just admitting that. Okay.
Okay. Okay, are you ready?
As
First
your
we have
boss,
to-
I order you to do what I say.
Wow,
and be.
pulling ranks.
I'm gonna just order you to be a better surgeon than me. Okay. I don't have to order that. That's
rank
just
surgeon or senior surgeon. That's
that
an
is
idea.
possibly. Well, I mean, everybody has to be a surgeon. That's we don't have time or energy to specialize in not surgery
yeah.
versus surgery in this hospital. Many do.
I mean, some are not comfortable doing surgeries.
True. Many are not comfortable doing surgeries.
Okay, just gonna sanitize this with some iodine. And we can make an incision. Starting from, since it's in the pubic area.
Okay. That's just giving an eye on his blood pressure. It's looking a little low. He didn't really like being rolled over, I don't think so.
That or he have a rib cage injury?
Nothing like that seemed to be the case.
Okay.
I think he probably just doesn't, he's on his chest now and that can compress a little bit, so he might having a little more difficulty.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's going to be easier to go from the cheek rather from the side, because if he wants to go to the beach, the scar will probably be visible if it's from the side. Okay. Focus.
Okay. He is not dead yet. We are keeping him alive, Moon.
Okay. I'm just gonna cut through all this. Just gonna wash it with some saline and some suction, please. And if there's any bleeding, we can clump it.
You're on
For now.
two minds with but a single thought on that one because I was just getting ready to do that. Oh, let me see in here.
Major bleed? I mean, it's a very saturated area.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got a bleeder. Okay.
Yeah, we have a bleeder.
Let me see if I can find that and clamp it up. Yeah.
Clamp it. We will suture it when we go out. Just clamp both sides. You don't want the other area to degrade.
Yep.
Ugh.
Sorry about that, honey. You seem a little bit
it's fine.
Red-faced on this one.
Yeah, but for sanitation purposes, I'm gonna replace my mask.
I mean, yeah. A little bit messy here. Oh. That isn't what I like. Literally not here. I don't know why that's even said that. That was suction. I'm not stitching. I'm really not. There we go.
Yep.
If you had enough to eat and drink, are you good? While you're over there, while you're doing that, check
I'm
your
good.
belly. Make sure you're okay.
I'm fine. Now be a clean mask.
Oh yeah, this looks like there's some problem with the celiac artery. So let's get that
there is.
repaired.
We can suture it. Okay, let's see.
Well, you know me, I'm the queen of sutures. I can go in there.
Okay.
Well, you continue to work on that.
Yes, please. We don't want to cut blood to his leg.
Let me get that tied off here. It's gonna get a little bit of stitch here, a little bit of stitch there. Hooray! Lunch and supper. Fantastic.
I'm gonna just carefully cut till the left pubicle. Yes, he won't like the rods.
Okay, that's not gushing blood is doing wonders for his blood pressure. He's much better now. Not great,
that's
but
good.
not plummeting, so that's good. Get that out there. Got you
think
get a good
we
view
are
of that.
almost there.
Okay.
I mean, it's a meaty part because the butt cheek.
Yeah, it is a butt cheek, but it's like I said,
It's better from there.
It's better from where you're going in. And to be fair, his butt was probably going to be sore
exactly from
anywhere.
The top. Yeah, no, it's not from the
Yeah, I know you're not. You're
from
going
the side.
in from this angle because it's not. You don't want to go in the thickest possible part.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of suturing, a lot of recovery if it's the thickest part. All right, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, there's clear fractures there. It's oh my god, that was I afraid of. That's a fracture that is not following the bone, it's like sideways.
Transverse.
Yeah, transverse.
And there's definitely some cartilage damage there too, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, the X-ray showed that there is cartilage damage, but didn't show how much extensive the injury was.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Take a moment to talk about how alarming the numbers are on this monitor thing. 100 over 65, 90 for blood pressure. He has no pulse. He has that at least I think it's sort of centered in one area and not kind of all over the place, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Well, it's a bit out of alignment. We can. That's gonna be really hard because it's really heavy bone mass.
Yeah, there's just way more zeros than they should be.
The problem is he's gonna feel the pressure when he wakes up.
Yeah, but
Unless we give him some really strong painkiller.
he's going to be on strong painkillers for a little while, I'm pretty sure. I'm
Yeah.
sure he's going to need the morphine drip for a while. For as long as we keep him in the ICU, and then it's a question of how how long he needs to be in there. I'm going to actually get, I didn't actually contact any emergency contacts for him last night because he was going to be out of it for the most part, and you can't really have visitors while he's unconscious, but we'll, if he's going to be in there for a few days, we'll see what he has in the way of emergency contacts and make sure people know he's in.
Yeah. Right, well, we'll see if this is going to be a internal fixation or external with the rods. I mean, we can try with the wiring, but I wouldn't. That's going to be the internal fixation.
Let's see if we can
But
do
we
it
have
though.
to
I mean, that
repair
is,
the.
yeah. I mean, it's just, I'd like to obviously do the least intrusive thing possible.
Yeah, the external one is going to be very uncomfortable since we will need. We will need. If it's external, we'll need to put a pin in his right leg, then 2 across the pelvis, and then 1 or 2 in the left side of the pelvis. And the left ones are going to stick out from his leg that are caught with sorry, with like a clamp, like with metal clamp to hold all this together. And he will need, again, when his pelvis is healed, he will need a surgery to remove this again. So that's very intrusive, and the recovery process will be long. But we can try with internal fixation first to see if we can do it with the wiring. Alright, it's going to be wiring and some pins, the longer one. Okay, ready to start tying this?
Mm-hmm. Let me know when you wanted me to do it.
Well, we'll need couple of drill holes across the middle of the pelvis, going to the left pubicle, and some on the pubicle that is broken, so we can connect the center and the right side of the pelvis with the left side and keep this all together.
You know me.
So
I'm the
if you want
queen.
to do
I'm the queen of
Yeah.
drills.
Okay, I will monitor the artery that I nicked. Jesus, that scared me.
Okay, there's one. You need two, right? You need that one there.
I need couple. Like more like 6 minimum.
Okay, let me get this. What do you think of that? That look okay?
Yes. One more on the right side, please.
Okay, let me just clear out this out. See what I'm looking at here.
We need as much as possible on the healthy side that is going to keep the broken side
Okay.
connected together. But we also have to think about the cartilage damage. We'll inspect it after the pelvis is in place and, well, the screws are in place actually. Okay, we will use one of these little plates that have holes in it. I'm going to place it now. Okay, I'm going to slowly put the screws in the right side. Okay. That's looking good so far, I believe. Okay, you flushed that, right? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start connecting the healthy plate with the left side of the pelvis. And we'll see how it's looking after I'm done with this. I really wish that this will work. That one is very intrusive.
That's pretty lousy. I think it's pretty much low is bad on his rolls. Sometimes people do low is good and high is bad, so I don't ever know. What are you seeing there?
Mm,
Oh, looking so
it
good.
might. Maybe we need a bit more plates and screws.
Okay.
Let me check. As it's looking a little bit loose. Maybe we need some plates.
Yeah, it's not looking that great. I mean, I would say that
Yeah.
looks a little weak. So
Yep. Couple more screws or
yeah, we
pins.
can do more, but
Yeah, we don't want to lose
yeah, but is internal fixation going to be it, or are we going to have to move to the external option?
probably.
I hate to because I know how uncomfortable it's going to be for him and how it's going to be confined to the hospital until he heals enough for his second surgery.
I mean, I can try with 1 or 2 more pins, the longest screws.
Yeah, he
see
won't even
if
be
the
able to sit in a
bone is-
wheelchair. That's right. You know, he's going to be flat
Yeah,
on
he
his
won't
back.
be.
He can't
He
sit with
will
that.
be needing to wide down with the external fixation. He won't be able to sit. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
and
correct.
I mean the other problem is, that the more you're confined to the ICU, the more chance you're going to get other complications. Delirium is a really big issue with people who spend a lot of time in the ICU, so we really don't want that.
I don't think he'll be that much in the ICU, just until there is the time to remove the rods. Well, the one that is going to be in his leg is not going to be removed. That's the thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right, you gonna try those extra pins? See what's going on there. Do you need more holes? Do I need to drill more holes?
No.
You know how much I love drilling holes.
No. We don't want to weaken the pelvis.
Okay. You're able to just tap those pins in?
Yeah. I mean, they're sharp. Hello.
I know they are, but it's bone.
Okay, I see. We might have it. I think the pins are holding enough. So at least he will be able to sit in a wheelchair and go around either the hospital or, around do his daily duties. Well, not the heavy ones.
No, he can't. You shouldn't be working. That's a problem.
No.
He can't really do anything unless he works with his head. Should be fine to think.
I mean, if it's a homework, with on a computer or so, like on a desk, sure. But football,
No, I know. No, I don't
Okay,
think I don't think he'd
let's see
even
that
imagine
cartilage.
football at this point. He's not gonna be kicking any soccer balls anytime soon.
It's a joke.
Okay.
You know.
You and your jokes.
Jesus.
Hi, Boss Mystic. I'm trying to remember. Brenda does like Prince. But I don't remember if I got Dove's email. Also, Harvey misses his mom very, very badly.
Inspect this
Harvey's
cartridge
dad
damage
has been a beast
before we
while
do
he's been
anything to
away.
it.
Absolutely beastly. Harvey is really thinks that he might need a new
If
dad.
it's just a
Oh, right. Maybe so.
surface damage or
I think I
just
did actually. I
scratch
think that looks very
might be
familiar.
able to recover by itself, but we'll see
Harvey's
how
Harvey's
much damage it
misses
has
his
sustained.
mom and his dad is being a beast, and Rex said something horrible to him at the Animal Olympics the other night. He's very sad. Oh, he is. He literally is a hot mess with her DC. I mean, he's sort of massively blunt at the best of times, but without Daisy around to help him find a filter, he's just beastly. Daisy just kind of reminds him that he needs to be a little bit nicer to people and not just brutal. And Harvey was very badly hurt in
it's
was
not
very
that
badly hurt in
extensive,
this
maybe
explosion
little,
on a Halloween night with
little
all of the
graph
buses
might do
and
it. Do you want to do it?
a graph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
And he was hopping around trying to get Church's attention. He was very, very injured, and Church just would pay no attention to him at all. Literally no attention. He didn't say anything nice to him or anything. He just like, yes, but she has to be there. She has to be there because he's just being like really grumpy, really, really grumpy. And Harvey just felt so despondent after that. After that, he got taken care of. He's been taken care of by Kane and Iris and Sam. Those are his three people when his mom's not there. All of Blackmire kind of takes care of him, but Rex just said something really beastly to him last night. He said if he didn't win, that he wouldn't have any home. And Harvey just hopped out, like basically threw the race at that point. He just hopped over, stared at him, and basically just threw it because he refused to listen to the kind of, it was terrible. He was very upset, but he wasn't upset enough that he was going to try to win because that is what he wanted. He refused to give him what he wanted. He literally threw the race at that point. Not that he was going to win anyway because it was against a dog. Here we go. Get that graph dealt with. Poor Harvey. He misses his mom. He's very well set up though. Like his mom set him up beautifully with the keys to the house, the fridge. He's got everything he needs, other than his mom. Okay, that's looking pretty good.
Okay.
I think that's going to be sufficient.
We can check.
Okay. That went a little faster than I thought it was going to. It took
Only hour and a half so far, yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, brain surgeries take at least 3 hours.
Not...
Also, I think polysurgery took.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Yeah, Harvey's coping fine. He's a mature bun. He doesn't need as much as like a little bun, but he's still very You're ignoring it. Oh, and the one time like Harvey had to take medicine after the bus accident, and he was
see.
very reluctant. Like
sure
he
he did
didn't
a
want to
good
take his
job, but
pills.
I'll have to
And
check
Iris
again
was and Kane were kind of in charge of giving him
before we
his pills
close. You
because
don't want his organism stressed
he
more than
was
it's
actually
at the
staying with
moment.
them because Church was ignoring him, and Church observed him being reluctant to take
Yeah,
his
that
pills
looks
and basically
perfect.
just yelled
There's
at him
no
and threatened him, and it was just a
issues
very
that I see,
very
and we can
unsympathetic.
start suturing.
Yeah, basically Iris and Kane have been taking care of him. And he did it for Iris. He didn't do it for Church yelling at him. He did it because Iris was, the one that was trying to get him to do it. Yeah, Church just basically just yelled at him and told him he had to take his pill. So Harvey's very upset with Church. He's just very... He's kind of avoiding Church in some respects. Like, he goes and greets Church sometimes, but sometimes he just doesn't even go and greet him. He just... If Church makes no effort to kind of come over and say hello, then Harvey doesn't say hello to Church anymore. Because he got yelled at, and he didn't feel supported at all by his dad. And I know that Church was... I mean, he understands. Like, Harvey's quite bright, of course, and he understands that Church was... emergency contact to 2 other Blackmeyers during that incident, because there was a lot of downed people because we had buses explode, and so that was he knew that the people were important, but he, when Church was just standing around after, he went over to him, and Harvey went over to him, and Church just basically ignored him. So, oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if stuff got messed up. That's no fun. How are we doing here? You need anything from me?
Just a little bit of section.
Oh, God, I hate that. Technicalities. Yeah, I can do that.
Right, you might want to put him on broad spectrum again.
Oh, yeah, I was planning to. It's set up in his room.
Okay.
Aw.
And yeah, let's keep the morphine flowing. Like in a sword drip, of course.
Yeah. He's... I mean, I'll get a pump ready for when he is able to manage it himself, but he's been coping fine on that. The nurse told me everything was good overnight, and he didn't overdo it. And he got the pain relief he needed, so we're all good. Also, I've been waiting to do a brewery RP now on duty, but haven't got the bumps fixed yet. And I've got a request in to switch the beers up in the pumps, in the taps, so I want different beers. So I've been holding off ordering until that gets done, so I know I'm going to have those beers, and then I'll order the beers, but I haven't got that beer swap done. There's a dev on it, but he's on a lot of stuff, so I'm hoping to get the beers switched up soon, and then I'll be able to put in orders for the 4 beers that we have in the taps. We don't sell a ton of beer, unfortunately.
Wow. I was gonna say bandage it, but
Yeah, Max and Sam, I think, have been the main ones that have been doing things. They were very present at the Play-Doh event the other night. Harvey was there, of course, and he did the Animal Olympics. He came in second. He was not going to come in first regardless, because he was up against a dog. Dogs have long legs and can run fast. I mean, we miss you too. That's looking good. I'm glad we were able to do that the way we did it, rather than, Patient
I wouldn't
agrees.
wanna drill a gigantic hole in his right tibia.
Oh yeah, I was so worried about that. I really want this guy to have decent quality
Yeah,
of
'cause
life, and I
it's-
think that's going to be a very problematic. I mean, it's going to be a problematic injury to heal anyway.
Mhm.
I just don't want
Yeah,
him
it's
to have
very hard.
more things to deal with than what he's already got. you
Yeah,
know?
that pin, well, not pin, rod, let's say rod, it was going to go from the top of his tibia all the way down to at least half
And
of the
Puddles
tibia
got
side.
third. Puddles didn't even run the course. They were just the only other animal that was there
I
at the
think that it's not
time. Puddles was
you
so confused and didn't know what to do.
needed, but
And basically,
for
and
stability.
wasn't getting any cuddles or any attention, so
Thank God
stood
it
backwards
didn't,
on the podium and refused to stare,
result to
look
that.
at people because she was very upset that she didn't get
Because
first.
that was gonna be the foundation from what we were going to build the external fixation.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to reverse the anesthesia here or in
I kind of want to
ICU room?
bring him back to the ICU room and leave him under for
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
I'm just gonna move all of this stuff over
Yeah, just put you in
on the
trash cart.
pole, and yeah, we're just gonna get him over there. Okay, let me just
Yeah, that's what the crash
let me
carts
just
are
move
for.
all of that over.
Mm-hmm. Phew.
Okay, let me just get this
There is no
extra
EMS
stuff.
on duty, and only 2 doctors, and we are in surgery.
Whoop. Yeah. Those two keys are awfully close together. Okay, let me just get ready here. We're gonna get him off of the table here. Okay, we can just get him up off the table there. And we'll get him up to the back up to his room.
Was it 7?
Yes, 7.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I thought you opened it, but then again.
I don't know. It just kind of something strange happened. Oh, hello, David.
Oh, wow, look at who it
Hi.
We just finished a fairly long surgery. The police were just looking for somebody, I think.
Yeah. I think they're coming here.
Why are we not even on radio? We've been told that all these rooms are not going to be locked by default. They're going to be open by default, which kind of... I don't really understand the reasoning. Actually, I haven't even heard the reasoning. I'm sure there is reasoning. But if the reasoning is people need to get out of the hospital, then it's a bit of a problem because we
Walking
need
all
to
the
know
doors,
if they're
yeah.
leaving. Okay. All right, I'll get him hooked up here to the monitors.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. Why? Why, Fingers? Why are you so old and miserable? Okay, let me get. I can get this all set up, Nick, if you want to start working on your report. It's going to be a long one. At least Brenda didn't starve to death. I actually caught Brenda almost dead, so I was able to stop it. I hope you guys, you to see you soon as well. Harvey misses his mom.
Continue
Okay.
the report.
Yeah, I'll get this anesthesia reversed. We're gonna get him give him on the morphine drip so he's not uncomfortable. See if I can get some emergency contacts from him before I put him, before he drifts off to sleep. Okay. Let's see if he comes around or if he's, he's got a fair amount of morphine, so. Everything's looking good in the... Hello. Hello there. Well, you've been through your surgery. You've come out very well. You're, you still have a broken pelvis. It's going to heal. It's going to take time. We were able to also set all of your other compound fractures in place, and with time, you should heal pretty well. Okay, yeah, I getcha. Okay,
Fucking hell.
yeah, that is gonna hurt like a son of a bitch. I'm sorry. We were able to, affix your pelvic break internally, which means we didn't have to put external rods in place, which is going to help with your recovery. You would have needed a second surgery to get that out, and we wanted to put you through as little as possible. Do you have any friends or family that are emergency contacts that I could reach for you?
Don't really know many folk. Could try Melvin Supreme.
You know Melvin Supreme?
Yeah, he gave me a bunch of weed to sell.
Oh my goodness. Are you sure you want him to be an emergency contact? He's kind of a cult leader, and also, yeah.
I thought that, but he told me it wasn't a cult.
Yeah,
but then he started playing a song at me, and it definitely sounded.
All cult leaders say it's not a cult. It's definitely a cult. I don't think he would necessarily have your best interest in heart as your emergency contact, to be honest.
No, but he might get me some more weed.
I mean, maybe, but why don't we wait till you're healed and he's not given any authority over your medical care, because he will probably, let's just say Melvin's own approach to medical care is problematic. Melvin once wanted to attack the hospital so that they could access to drugs, so, you know, I'm not a big fan.
Sounds like a right prick then. Alright, then I ain't got nobody, love.
Okay. All right. Well, we are going to have a nurse here around the clock. There will be someone to take care of you, and obviously, you know, you have the morphine drip there. There's a limitation to it. So you won't be overdosing on it, but you will be having a lovely sleep. I'm gonna, you know, just consult with Hector and see how long he thinks you need to be in the ICU. Hector, got any guidance on that from your position of having done many of these? Hector, you're gonna, you know. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me, Hector. 48 hours in the ICU, and then you're going to need to be in a wheelchair for a while. Fortunately, because, you know, we didn't have to do the external fixation, you can have a wheelchair. So we will get you set up with one of those, and next time we hear that you're up and around and ready to go, you will be probably, you know, before you are released from the ICU, if you're awake, we can get you in a wheelchair and get you a chance to get some fresh air or something outside. But, you know, right now enjoy this lovely view of this, the heck is that? Some kind of ventilation thing. Can you there's actually, you know, some greenery, but it's not the best view, I have to say. But at least it's sunshine and you can see the outside.
What do you say?
You're gonna probably be sleeping a lot anyway. Okay, you nicely settled in? You comfortable? I mean, as comfortable as possible?
I mean, I feel like someone just chops me arse and my legs up, but yeah, apart from that.
I mean, two people technically chopped your ass and your legs up, but sure. Yep, that did happen.
Oh, well, that makes it alright then. I'll just drift off to sleep happy as fucking Larry.
Okay, you just have a nice rest, and I will indicate on your ICU admission that you got 48 more hours in here, and Nick will write up your surgery report, and we'll have that all ready, so that we can do whatever the next steps we need. Okay. All right. You have a good rest, and we'll yeah. Here we go. All right. Let me get to the ICU.
It's gonna finish it down. I want him to, you know, feel comfortable and rest.
Okay, Mr. Bragg. I've got his ICU record updated, so he can. We know he's going to be in there for a couple more days. Okay. I haven't heard anything on the
Let's
radio
go
either.
down there. Just wanna change.
what's going on? Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad.
You think so?
Hello.
Very true.
Oh, for the canines? No, no, it's not in there.
They're both taken care of. I'm just about finished on
However,
this one.
it should be in the
Actually, he's
regular use
requesting
of
a rabies shot over here if you want to get him one.
Sure.
They probably gave that dog rabies before they let it bite me. You know, I don't trust them. I'm sure they probably rabied it up, you know, before it rabied me up. You know.
Oh, it was a police canine that bit him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the likelihood of rabies is extremely low. They get checked
They-
regularly.
They probably rabies them up before they let them bite me. You know,
I
that's
don't
something
think
they would
it's
do.
really such a thing as rabiesing something up, but
They
yeah, I can
probably
give you,
did.
I can give you a rabies shot.
Yep, that's me. Now, please, if you don't
You,
mind, doctor, please, I would love the
sorry, you
rabies
doing
shot.
all right?
I don't. Yeah, I'm good. This getting precautions for rabies because I got bit by a beast.
Yeah, it seems about right.
Yeah, it's a pretty big dog. I like that dog though. It was a pretty dog. Yeah, I get it. I get it because I got bit. Yeah, it was very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to your nose?
Someone clocked me, you know.
Okay, just gonna get the air out of here so there's no way we're going into you, and then
Is
we're
that
gonna
needle
give...
clean, doc? You know what you're doing here.
It's
Just don't tell me when, please, okay?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I
she's
will
about
just...
to do it, Griffin. She's about to do it.
So, Griffin, I got some questions for you.
2 seconds. She's
Okay,
going in, Griffin.
Don't say anything.
Do you know what
Almost
month it is by
there.
chance?
Griffin, she's really close.
Do you know what month it is?
Do I know what month it is?
Yes.
Saturday.
Saturday is not a month, just like mayonnaise is not an
Oh,
instrument.
Sunday. Yeah, Sunday.
Oh,
I'm asking you what month it is.
Oh.
You didn't even notice. It's already done.
Did she do it?
Yeah.
I was just
Doc, when
distracting you, sir.
You're gonna do it yet?
She did already.
Oh. Okay. Hey, thanks, Doc. Appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
You're very good at that. Thank you.
You're lucky we don't have to give the other 12 of those we used to give right in the belly button.
Yeah.
I used to give him in the ass.
Yeah, I don't want my ass touched.
You used to give them right in the belly button. It was really bad. You're okay? I'm guessing you're okay.
I'm sorry you have to see this.
As good as I can be.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I just have to ask you other concussion questions. Do you know what 4 plus 4 is?
8. Yeah.
Okay, and what city and state are we currently in?
Los Santos.
Perfect. All right. Doesn't look like you have any signs of concussion. You experiencing blurred vision, double vision, anything like that?
No, man, no.
Mr. Columba, you still want that bench trial?
All right, so.
Don.
So what I'm gonna do is.
Yeah.
Still want
It
the
looks
bench
like
trial?
you're. I don't see.
Ooh,
any
yes, baby, come back.
Wait, trial. Hey,
Honestly,
trial,
I don't even bother doing the
Griffin.
sort of, oh, by the way, you need like a bunch of injections in the belly button.
Check your pupils real quick.
Oh, this is
Because they don't.
I
am so
No, it's
I
okay. You
am
can give
so
Nick kudos
fucking ready.
tomorrow
Let's
if
do
you
this.
want. Mr. Dunn.
Yeah, I'm actually so fucking ready for this.
You're gonna need medical records, so I'll be sure.
Thank you so much for that. That would be, you have to do that. He doesn't get ever any kudos, I don't think, because people don't really know him. And he does such good medical RP. He just, you know, he's just not as outgoing as I am, so people don't really know him.
I'm stitched up. I'm feeling loose as a
Yeah,
ghost.
that was a great surgery. I love that surgery. You did great. I was worried about the rolls, but you did fine with the rolls. It actually ended up being really good. So thank you for that. That was like, what, an hour and a half? An hour and 3/4 or something? It was a good long surgery.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I love these types of reports.
No, the
I mean,
surgery
there's-
was fun. Quote.
There's no, the it was no, I'm, you know.
Where's Dickie going?
I'm gonna represent myself
Oh,
in
it was,
court.
you know,
I know,
good.
gotta do something with the net one. I saw that.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get one. But
And
I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
say fuck it.
to chat, like, I know the low numbers are bad. Low numbers are bad for him. Because sometimes low numbers are good for people. Like, it's really hard to know.
Boy, this is gonna take a minute.
It's really hard to know if,
Trial for aggravated assault.
but by that time, I think you'd done a couple, and I figured out the lows were bad. But thank you for that. I mean, it was a nice long surgery. It was good. We didn't have to be overly technical. But Mr. Dunn loves doing like the research and doing the thing on those. So, and there's me with my trusty Dremel tool. I don't even know how that sounds to you in the game.
And probably not a trial. No, I don't want to. I want to go to this trial though. I want to see this.
I basically just keep my Dremel tool there now because I do enough of those surgeries that I just want to be able to roll things, have a little bit of sound effect, you know.
I'm gonna be in jail while he's fighting.
I have more tools downstairs. My late husband, you know, had a lot of tools. So.
Yeah, it is. It is.
God bless America. I love my rights.
Can I just pat you down, Dickie?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dickie, hey Dickie.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck, man. I'm gonna be probably in a cell for a little bit. You know why I'm waiting for
The Dremel's it's literally a Dremel motor. It's a Dremel multi-tool. And I just keep it under my desk here. And when I need to do it, it's a Dremel Multimax. So you can put a bunch of different attachments on it. So it's pretty handy, except I mainly use it to do sound effects on surgeries. So. Just for
they
the
don't know
compound
legal
fracture
spare style of
surgeries.
point, you know?
But if I did dentistry, like if I ever get Brenda into dentistry, then
You good to go, or do they still need to check you out?
I need a higher pitched squealy one though.
Good to go. Okay.
Yeah, he's good to go
Good
medically.
to go. Okay, cool.
Yeah, medically.
Can't wait to represent myself in court, baby. God,
Good
Let me know
luck.
when you let us know if you need the medical records. I'm doing them now.
God, I love America. Holy shit. Listen, hey.
God, why that sounded like
10:41. I'm mostly gonna be 10:07 to work on paperwork.
Oh my.
ooh fun.
Welcome to your ship.
Those must be the planes crashing.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'd expect so.
Army training. They're testing the durability of their planes by crashing them.
Oh yeah,
Eye
it's
out for those explosions in case PD comes on our channel. I'll still dispatch while I'm working.
Those are actually planes by local government just crashing into the hillside.
And for why am I not surprised by that?
Yeah.
good
Government is
night.
crazy.
Thank you, kid. I really appreciate you. Always thoughtful RP and wonderful range on your RP, which I love. Yeah, I had a good time with that. Okay, I did not mean to stream for 8 hours. I didn't mean to stream for 6 hours. I might hand you over to somebody because all you have to look forward to is some meeting RP. And so who is, if anyone, streaming on here today? Just me. Just me. Sunday's not a big streamy day for people, I guess. It normally wouldn't be for me. Because I normally do not stream on Sundays. Does anyone want to go watch JD Monster TV play Deep Rock Galactic? If you do, oh wait, there is somebody else streaming. Wait, there is somebody else streaming. It's Nova Buela. I found that out. Hooray! They're not showing up on the streaming tag, but Nova Buela is streaming.
Alright, there's one.
So let's go see Claire Carver. And really nice, lovely role player. Was really, really, really instrumental in setting up the big event at Polito last night. Put up a ton of posters, did a ton of work, and is a great role player to go. She has a follower only or subscriber only chat, but she is a great, great person, and I would recommend you follow her anyway, if you weren't already. So please go see Nova Buela, and I will see you guys next week. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.